Saturday night, Ostradamus Toys Live.
Don't get sued.
Yeah, right? Man, it'd be rough. But it is Saturday night and we are going live. So it is what it is. And I'll enjoy that. How have you been doing this week, my brother Thanos?
Busy, but pretty good. I got one more day in my work week, so.
Well, that ain't too bad then.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yep. All right, let's jump in here and check out the chat. We've got My Buddy's Customs coming in. It's going to be awesome time, man. I like that. And we've got John from Figuratively Speaking hanging out with us this evening. Also, Dawning of the Decade was here to set everybody straight. She was in so early. Thank you for being here, babe. Good to have you. Ryu is in the house as well. Always a pleasure. And Rick coming in. Oh, he gets mad if I say his real name. I'm going to hear it now. Pop Actor in the house saying first, because he's got to be. Got this shady character hanging out in the chat as well, man. I tell you, he's been pumping out some pictures on his IG, though. Woo!
Oh, my God.
The spicy content is real. And we got Masterversal Toy Hunter Eldor joining us this evening. Good to have you here, brother. Always a pleasure to see you. Joe Gonzalez in the house as well. Forgive me, Joe, if I always am mispronouncing your name. It's probably happening. And Big Sis K-Roll joining us here. We got Nolan in the house as well. Thank you for being here, brother. Glad to have you. And there she is saying a special hi, Ozzy Bear shout out. Thank you, Dawn, honey. Love it. And let's keep scrolling here. The in chat is going on. And this guy right here, Cobweb Collector, I had a big surprise show up today. So I'm hanging out outside. I've already done some cleaning around the house and everything like that this morning, getting ready to go out, hang out with another buddy of mine. And this package shows up. And, tells me it's from a gentleman named Jacob. And I'm like, huh? What? What's he sending me? So since he lives close by to a Mattel warehouse, he snagged me another Battle Cat. So, very awesome surprise. Thank you very much, my man Cobweb. I appreciate it. And now I will have an Anti-Eternia Battle Cat.
I need to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun project. I was actually trying to look at some of the dyes. You used, what was that, the Rit brand?
Ritmore, I think.
Ritmore. Yeah, that was the kind that I was looking at today while I was out at a craft store. Just checking it out, I'm probably going to pick this stuff up and then soak it in there to get that deep, rich black texture. How long did you leave your parts in there?
Oh, my God. So I did it for a half hour. And I was like, I did it for another half hour. And then I kind of let them soak overnight, but I don't think they got any darker soaking without the heat. So I think you need the heat on there.
Okay.
They came out pretty good. I was actually surprised. I'm glad I didn't have to paint those figures, though, because then all the joints get, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the joints, especially with that. But, Payne's Toy Samples, he was giving me some pointers earlier in the chat about that in the Patreon-exclusive IG group chat, people. If you're not already a Patreon member, definitely look me, Skelly, or Bobby, or even Battle Ram Blog, add them up. Sign up for any one of our Patreons, and you can get in on that exclusive group chat. It's hopping most of the time, actually.
Yeah, I see it going all day while I'm at work, and at the end of the day, I'm like, oh, I missed so much stuff, and I was like, I can't keep up with it.
Well, my boss is in there, so I really try not to look at it too much while I'm working. But yeah, definitely. It's fun, though. It's a real fun community group chat. And then, of course, we got the Discord going on, which will be going through a remodel very soon under some good suggestions from fellow patron members, Buddy, and also Brick. So we're going to be working a bit on that and doing a bit of a revamp soon. Now, highly articulated Adam has joined in saying, Yerp. He's all in the chat today. We've got Bjorn Jurgensen, the majestic tiger legend himself. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Go back like 1 to 2 weeks ago on Weird Fantastic Toys. Bill was doing a live stream and joined in, and it's a majestic tiger. I will say that.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. So Star is also in the house, our current Cosmic Legions expert. I'll give him that title. Good to have you, Star. Thanks for showing up. And we've got, oh man, coming down, Skyfall joining in the house. It really feels like it has been so long since I've seen everybody because I took a bit of a break for a couple of weeks because last week I was completely spent. I'll go in more detail in that in a little bit here. We got Scott Baker joining in the house as well. John showed back up, said he was here. Also, John Emerald Knight Photos jumping in, telling everybody to smash that like button. Definitely go crush it a little bit. Zazel in the house. Good to have you here, brother. I know you had quite the exciting week last week, man. I've still been catching up on all the different pictures, and now people are posting some videos of all the madness you guys had at Joe Fest, man. You guys, it looked like a wild time, but I've been loving hearing all the stories and seeing all you guys finally meeting up and getting together is fantastic. So thank you for being here tonight as well, Zazel. And continuing to scroll down, people are still rolling in. Got it. Bud also is a receiver of a random package from, Cobweb as well. I heard a little bit about that myself here. It's really, really awesome that the random acts of kindness that the Frenzied have started had just kind of spread into their own thing. Now other people are just getting random things and sending them out. I think it's fantastic and amazing. I absolutely love how big this community is continuing to stretch and the influence of the random acts of kindness. The Star mentioning the fact that he enjoys seeing random boxes on his porch. However, his wife hates it. I can definitely tell. And Punk with Toys Lawrence is in the house. What is going on, brother? Man, you have been busy as well, my friend, pumping out the videos on your channel. So, Highly in Dread also in the house. Good to have you here. Allison Troy has joined us as well this evening. Man, just finally catching up with everybody. So many people jumping in.
It's getting popular.
I know, man. It's almost like I've made it in toys or something.
Ooh.
I got no idea. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody being here. So tonight, gonna be unboxing some stuff as well. And also, if you guys want, let me know. I don't mind sending out an invite through DM. If you all want to jump on and come in and hang out. Brick is already here in the chat. Danny Phillips has shown up all the way from the UK. Thank you for being here, brother. Oh, music fan also. See, everybody's coming in. Everybody's coming in. I love it. They're all anticipating my usual 15 to 20, maybe even 30-minute late arrival. So everybody's rolling in about 15, 20 minutes after the stream starts. That's a smart
idea. I'm not gonna lie, I was I rolled in like a couple minutes before you started because I thought it was gonna be at 6:30. I was like, oh shoot, 6. Okay. Here I am.
Well, that's the funny part about it. Like lately I have been going on at 6:30. Tonight I was like, maybe I should go on at 6. 6 for you guys on the West Coast, because here on the East Coast it's already 9:00. And I was thinking to myself earlier too, I was like, should I just keep with the 9:30 or should I go at 9? I was like, you know what? I'll go at 9 because I'm jumping back in and, really, really excited to be going live because I have been taking a bit of a break from it. And then, it was just like, nah, go at 9, go your old time. And then as 9:00 was coming, I was like, man, I really wish I'd given myself that extra 30 minutes. Also got Rolando Flores in the house here. Man, everybody just keeps rolling in. Love having you guys all here. And definitely make sure you smack that like button because I've heard it's been talking trash all week, because I haven't been here. So that's what it's been doing. It's just been talking shit all week. We got smacked around a little bit, reminding it who's boss. Brick saying I've been missed. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Had a lot of fun coming back doing Toy Frenzy this week. Always great hanging out with my fellow brothers from the Toy Frenzy. We always have a good time. We even got joined this week by Mr. Wonderful himself coming in, talking about those Hexa stacks. I cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait to start getting those in because these
I'm gonna
shelves.
grab a few of them when they're available.
Absolutely, man. I'm planning on kickback. I'm definitely going to be getting a couple from his Kickstarter because, first off, I just believe in the product. The design of them is amazing. The modularity of them's on point. Love pop and swap stuff, even in my stands, apparently. And I didn't even know I needed that.
I
Uh,
like the accessory like holding capability too. That's nice. I have like so many of these plastic containers like just
yeah.
full. And I don't know if you noticed like behind me right there,
Yep.
like it started putting stuff in these like sleeves that I just hang on the wall. Like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I have too much stuff at this point.
Yeah, you got to start figuring out a way of revising the collection in a lot of ways. So, you know, I've got two big drawer things right here in front of me. One's full of Mythic Legions, the other one's full of Masterverse. I got a little drawer thing over here full of spare parts from Origins figures and like extra heads, hands, and weapons and stuff like that. And I've got two, three drawer things stacked over here that I haven't even begun to touch yet because part of this whole reorganization and why a big chunk of my collection is down is because I'm going to be reorganizing a lot of it so I can get more stuff on display and also want to clean everything off, dust it off, get everything set back up. I got a lot of new pieces to add to the collection as well. And then I want to get pictures of everything. So, man, like it's a lot of work to be done. And
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to need some new stands as I keep going and revising stuff. So I can't wait for some Hexa stacks. So, unfortunately, Bjorn is here, but he's already on his way out. Well, I tell you what, Bjorn, thank you for being here, brother. It was good to have you, even if only for a few minutes. I know you can catch the rest back on the replay. So, oh, yeah. And yes, this is the first stream of mine that you've caught live, at least that I know of. So, again, thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Now, this is a very important weekend for a lot of guys. It's Father's Day weekend. And Dawn is giving a big shout out to all the fathers out there. And, sometimes the child isn't even yours biologically. You can still be a father to that kid. Appreciate all the dads stepping up and being that role for somebody in their life because it's amazing. So thank you, Dawn, for saying that. Appreciate it. Pop Actor says, what's a replay? Well, since you're always first, you don't have to worry about replays, Pop Actor. So that's why you don't know what a replay is. All right. Well, brother, I know you've got some stuff to unbox. You want to show it off for everybody?
Before I start opening stuff, I did want to show the Lee Customs.
Yes.
I can never get this to work. But there's Marlena, which I don't know if we'll ever actually get an actual Marlena. It's just not working for me. The scepter she's holding is from the 2000X Atom. The feet are Sorceress, but the rest is the arms here are Sorceress. It's pretty cool. It's a little loose, and it was a little pricey, but I should get the face to focus. It actually looks pretty good. Yeah, don't know what I'm doing. My camera's not the best either, so anyway, she's pretty cool. I like her. I don't know if we'll get one, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll do this, and I'm really happy with it. So
I gotta say,
nice and fast, and
I actually got to see Lee while Dawn and I last weekend were at. Let me actually pull you back down. I've still got you on full screen here. One thing that Dawn and I were able to do last weekend, one of the things that drained me out because getting around a whole lot of people and being in a giant social aspect can really, really drain me. Because it's how I am. But got a chance to go out, and as I showed everybody on Toy Frenzy, and for those that didn't catch Toy Frenzy, got to meet up with Mr. Home Arcade, which was absolutely amazing. And again, for all those that have been spreading that rumor around, can 100% say that Mr. Home Arcade and Eldor are not the same people. I'm trying to squash that rumor as much as I can. It's not true. But while meeting Mr. Home Arcade, got a custom myself of
Oh,
the
cool.
wonderful, the Masters of the Universe TMNT crossover is here already, folks. Got this sweet Leonardo He-Man crossover that is just fantastic here.
He did a
So
good job on those.
he really, really did. And I believe he said he used the Royal Subjects Best Action figure. He used that Leonardo for this particular custom. He's also done a shredder too. You can check it out on his channel. As a matter of fact, you can see this guy on his channel. So that was cool. As well as I got to meet Lee from Lee's Customs as well. He was definitely selling a bunch of his stuff there. He's got a couple more shows coming up that he's going to be doing, and gotta say, it was amazing meeting those two guys, and certainly made me really excited to get to PowerCon and meet quite a few more people. So getting really, really excited for all of that. So definitely been having big chat going on here. Lawrence is mentioning the fact he's asking you if you
Oh,
decide to
yeah.
order your Sorzoic Warriors.
I've ordered one. It's on pre-order. It's the bird looking
Okay.
one. I thought he'd be kind of cool. I might get a couple more of them. After seeing his video this morning, though, I'm a little wary. But they look fun. They look like fun toys.
I saw them a while ago. Excuse me. A little air bubble in my chest as I was drinking my coffee there. So, um, I'd been looking at those for a while, but I knew the armies of Ashmore were coming. So I was like holding off because it's like,
Yeah.
ooh, I kind of really want these ones, but I like these too. These are really cool. And they give me full on like old school Ninja Turtle Playmates feel, the whole extreme dinosaurs, from like the little bit later in the 90s. There was this show called, well, if you ever saw Street Sharks, this is like their bastard cousin, was Extreme Dinosaurs. Back when everybody was going extreme, G.I. Joes were extreme, Extreme Ghostbusters, Batman Beyond and Spider-Man Unlimited. Everybody was getting these crazy adjectives. Well, you had Extreme Dinosaurs. And that's kind of like what these looked like to me. Although I don't remember the Extreme Dinosaurs having all the cool weapons and accessories, though. So,
yeah, I might pick up a few of those just because I think they'll fit in with the Motu, like the Origins stuff.
I gotta say, the
Brick was
Black
talking
Star
about
is
my Black Star. I freaking love Black Star. I'm so happy to actually have
right.
good
Here, hold it back
representation.
up again. Let me give you full
'Cause
screen.
I have a bunch of the vintage Black Star toys, like, and when I was a kid, I had a bunch of them too. They're all pretty beat up and in bad shape, but
That
this
is
one's
really
cool.
amazing. So, a couple other people have jumped into the chat now. Ray Black says, late to the party. You may be late, but you get here whenever you get here. It's cool. We're going to be going like all night. So, that's just how it goes. And got another review coming out tomorrow, and it's another good figure. So, only one had issues, but I understand your point.
Yeah.
It only takes one to start kind of throwing people off and being like, whoa, hey, totally get that. So I can't wait to see that next review, Lawrence. Definitely. Hey, man, if you want to jump in, just give me a shout out on any of my instant messengers. Let me know here. I'll send you the link. Bring it on. And Pop Actor mentioning Remco should be next in the Motu line. I'd love to see some Remco stuff. Highly and Dread saying Extreme Ghostbusters was ahead of its time, a 2002 style cartoon released in 1998. I can agree with that. I can definitely agree with that. And Brick saying Mega Custom X, Boojaboo killed it on that Black Star. I want a Master Brush one too. He puts out so much intense stuff. Like, well, he was going to the was that the Los Amigos Comic Con?
I think so.
Yeah, that big Masters of the Universe convention they are just having right now in Germany that David showing us a lot of stuff from today. and he was bringing all kinds of stuff. Like his if you've been watching his IG, he's been posting all week about the crazy stuff he's been taking over there for that,
Yeah.
and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, his Conan that he was bringing over there looked pretty good too.
Yes.
And the Eagle guy and some other stuff too. But
Every time I see an eagle thing like that, though, I don't know if anybody here watches It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but the wrestling episode where they were like the warbirds or whatever, that is all I think of when I see that. And God, it has me laughing.
I love that show.
It is a fantastic show. Okay, cool. Got somebody wanting to hop on with us here. Just gave me a message. Let me shoot that out to him. And it is on the way. So, one of the things that I figured I was going to open up tonight, I was going to do some Ghostbuster stuff, but I'm actually going to hold that off for a little ways. Is everybody has been doing these Final Faction toys, and I finally got a hand. I got a bunch of them recently. So I'm going to be opening up some Final Faction.
I was thinking about picking up some of those just to practice custom painting.
You know, it's funny because that was kind of like part of my thought too. Is like for some of these things, you know, if I throw some paint on it and it looks like it gets messed up, then it's not a big worry.
Yeah.
But I mean, they just got so much neat stuff. So I know, figuratively speaking, John's done a bigger video talking about the in depth with the lore and everything like that for these figures. So I'm not going to try to go too much into that. But there is a comic out there. There's like a online web series, and it's pretty neat. There's like a cartoon that they're doing. It says the details are on the back, and they come with QR codes so that you can watch that. So I'm definitely going to be checking out more of that. But you can follow them on Instagram, and they have a website, of course, final-faction.com. Post the link of it in the chat. But one of the other cool things is that these things are at the dollar store. It's one of the best parts. So if you guys have been sleeping on these, definitely head to your local dollar store, because for $1.25, you get something cool like this.
Yeah, those are cool.
You know, this is like this walking tank thing. So, you know, speaking of Mr. Wonderful, he shall appear. Here he is saying, I'm driving but needed something solid to listen to. Guess it's Oz time. That's always true. Oh, and my man Corey Berger saying, Thanos Copter looks like Al Snow. I think it's the pulled back hair. It's a wrestler.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, a very, very popular and amazing wrestler. So you should feel honored by that. Although he was a little off his rocker, carried around a mannequin head, but it was great though. The mannequin head helped.
Thanos head over there.
Nice. Ray Black also saying that, you know, she hopes all the fathers, have a wonderful day tomorrow and a happy early Father's Day to the hardworking dads out there today. Thank you, Ray. We all appreciate it. And of course, it's amazing. Being dad's a lot of, it's a lot of fun. It's really, really a lot of fun to be a dad. Ted Darkclaw from Helidope Toys joining us, making this a Helidope awesome stream. So automatically, I appreciate you being here, Ted. Hey, and again, anybody else wants to hop on and hang out for a while tonight? You know, it's Saturday night hangouts. That's what it's. And you know what? Travis says, dude's all about the head. And that's true. That is definitely true. You're being told you should carry the Thanos head around with you as you walk around. Just have random conversations with it. So start speaking to it.
Maybe when I go a little bit nuttier. Bound to happen sometime.
You know, I think so. I think we're all there. And apparently, Cobweb saying he needs to go to Thanos' dollar store because he needs that Orko.
Oh yeah. 1 second.
Oh no. So the ball joint for this Huntra, or no, this isn't what I just opened. I opened a thing called a. This is
I
called Decimator.
I actually picked up an extra one, Jacob. So if you want to send me your information, I'll send it to you. I meant to tell you about it the other day, but
Oh, nice. So that's actually like different from the Orko Mini that I got from like my dollar store.
they're actually the Eternia minis. They had a bunch of them. Like I already had a lot of the Eternia minis, but I didn't have the Orko and the Tila, so I picked those up the other day. But they had like Clawful, He-Man, Merman, a bunch of them, just a bunch of them. They're only
Right.
like $1.99, so pretty good deal.
Great. See, and look, more suggestions. You can write, Thanos on the head as, like the way Al wrote help on his.
I'm gonna
Agree?
have to look this up.
Yeah, definitely look up Al Snow. He's one of the best in the business ever. Again, Travis is in the chat. He's listening. He will remember Al Snow and tell you just how amazing that guy was. He's right up there with Mick Foley and Terry Funk when it comes to like hardcore legends, some of the best performances ever.
So Pop Actor, it does not come with coins. It's just a little stand.
I see. All right. So this right here is what's known as a decimator. And it comes with, now mind you, when I opened it, one of its legs was right, the ball joint was right out. But comes with this green missile that if I shoot, I will probably lose currently. So definitely want to hold back from that.
I got the 2000X tank, and I had the missiles loaded on it when I put it on the shelf. I was putting it on the shelf.
Nice.
Still have not found that missile, and I like
Right.
tore the couch apart. Like I don't know what happened to it.
Man. So, oh, wait, here we go. Leaf Cassidy, if you know, you know. Now, Leaf Cassidy was again Al Snow's first gimmick.
Okay.
Well, actually, I don't even think that was his first, but that was like his first one, I think, in WWE. So, and Slice of Life Game and say, how are you, bro? Man, I am doing good, brother. Glad to be here. You're no stranger to going live. Slice Life Gaming. If you want to jump on, please, by all means, hang out here. Look, we're getting all the classic freaking. Oh God, he looks so good. Can I just get like an accessories pack with like the chains and the lock?
Yeah, it'd be cool. I really wish they would just do like armors and heads and weapons impacts.
Right? I want some random accessory packs. We need to have these. I know you're watching, Mattel. Bring them on. We're ready for it. So Corey's mentioning Cassidy was his second gimmick. He wore a mask first. See, I thought so. I was pretty friggin' sure. Corey and I have spent hours just chilling in his garage talking about wrestling and toys, actually, as a matter of fact. Back when Origins was first coming out, Corey was helping me get some of the collection. And, he'd hear me drone on and on about this stuff for hours in his garage. So glad to have you in the chat. You're not bored of hearing me talk about this stuff yet, Corey. I appreciate it, brother. So got some more missiles here. This is a Huntra. So again, it's another like bug like freaking launcher, not quite as heavy duty as the other one here. But I mean, like, these are the things like I just feel.
Yeah, I picked up a bunch of those little bugs and then the little like walking missile turret things.
Yeah, I've got some of those bugs, as a matter of fact, too. I think those are called crawlers. So I got a couple of those. So I think those ones are more new to the Venom, where like, so most of these Karn, because that's the bad guy factions, the Karns. They come in uh, like these pink cards. But now, this year coming around, they are doing more green. So again, it's another reason I'm all about these here is like their color scheme's great too, pink and green. And these are the little crab things. Yeah, they're called crawlers, and it comes in a 2-pack. So definitely going to be cracking these open here in a second. Getting my massive bug army ready to roll here. Because, I mean, again, for like $1, these things are really cool. Oh, saying he's got 4 legs. This one had 3. Here, I'll show them both at the same time. This one's got 4. So, got all kinds of randomness here.
So I did a little swap. This is actually what I wanted to do as soon as I saw the Screech one. So I like the head on the Screech one quite a bit more than most of the other ones. That one and the Rise of Evil 2-pack are like my 2 favorite of the skeleton.
Yeah, the Alcala one.
Yeah. But matches pretty good with the Dragon Blaster. So
yeah, you know what? It really does actually. I guess it's that more lighter purple and that red help and the red and the purple of the dragon kind of help blend that darker purple hood in there.
Yes, I think I'm gonna keep him like that.
Corey's mentioning he went to an Al Snow training seminar, which you've got to glean a lot of knowledge off of that guy.
Yeah, I like the Dragon Blaster all music. It's been one of my favorite Skeletors for a long time. Probably more partial to the battle armor because that was like my childhood Skeletor, but I always liked this version of him.
Yeah,
he looked really cool. The chains just do it for me.
I was gonna say I dig the bondage with the chain. I mean, what?
Yeah. I got a picture coming up, but we won't show it here.
Well, you know what? If you guys want to see that picture, whatever Thanos is showing, maybe I'll have to do the unlisted after stream tonight. After a couple hours, we'll switch on over to a non-listed format so we can enjoy some craziness on that style. Because I need to get back to doing that. That was a lot of fun that last time, and I'd like to do it again. So if you guys are wondering what that's all about, got to sign up to Patreon. But we had a lot of fun. Definitely went off the rockers. I let out a slew of obscenities. Stuff you would definitely not catch me saying. All right, so I am opening up now.
Unfortunately, I actually did, before I unboxed this, I pulled that chain off of Dragon Blaster to see if I could get it wrapped around a neck of the Origins figure. It doesn't quite fit with the head, so it didn't work. But the leash that comes with Varg works really well.
Got to pick up a few more Vargs. So, All Music Fan is mentioning the fact that Battle Armor was his favorite Skeletor, which is another really awesome Skeletor. Like, that was one of my favorites. I really enjoyed the big battle on the chest, the colors.
Yeah, it's one of the ones I still have from when I was young. It's like one of the only toys that survived. So
does the barrel still roll for the
gimmick? The only thing is his waist is a little loose. But other than that, he's in pretty good shape.
Awesome. So Prick mentioning he missed the naughty talk. It wasn't really naughty talk. It was just a slew of obscenities. And Corey's mentioning he's promoting his fans page. That's right. Check out my Patreon. And definitely jump in. He's saying $9.99 a month. Not even. I'm a cheap date. Only $3 a month. And we have our next exciting guest on with us here. Let's bring him in. A Punk with Toys is joining us this evening.
What does everybody want? What does everybody need? So you have no idea who the hell Al Snow is.
I don't. I really don't.
Thanos is clearly clueless over
And I
there.
probably just blew out everyone's ears.
Hey, you know what? I've got the sound coming directly through my ear, and I'm okay. So I mean, somebody's really got to have their TV turned up.
I'm just not a big wrestling guy. I never really was.
Well, understandable, but kind of crazy. Like, so this is the loser that I am. My head is freshly shaved, which meant I was listening to you and texting, or while I was in the shower, shaving my head after trying to lose a few pounds because some guy made a comment that I need to do more cardio because I sound winded on one of my reviews. Believe me, that's not why I was doing it. But listen, when you're like 5'4" and carry over 200 pounds,
oh man, hey.
And I'm in all honesty, I'm not as fat as that sounds. So
it's funny how dense muscle can be, so how less fat you really look, but how heavy, like people when they're shocked to hear how much you weigh. I weigh over, I think at this point I've gone back up. I'm like over 350. And most people would not believe that I'm that heavy for my size. Now I'm a big boy. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm not. I'm only like 5'10", 5'11", depending on what 7-Eleven or Royal Farm store I'm walking into or out of.
That sounds awesome, 5'10". What's that like? What's it like to reach the top?
Look, man, I got to say, it's beautiful because I can just go up here and grab something down, and it's great. I don't have to ask for help or climb the shelves to get that toy that's on the top stock.
Because I have nothing on my top cabinets. Like, my top cabinets are empty or shit that I bought that's been sitting up there for 15 years when I moved in.
That's probably for the best because the toys that I do put up that high have broken. So.
Oh, toys! I don't even put. I'm talking like dishes and stuff like that.
Put the fine china up there just so it can collect dust and nobody can use it.
Yeah, you gotta like. So I'm literally in the shower shaving my head because I'm like I didn't do it this morning. So if I don't do it every 2 days, it gets
unruly.
I'll blow through a razor. I can use a razor twice. So if I don't shave it every 2 days, and by morning it'll be stubbly. But as soon as they said Al Snow, I'm like, oh my God, he looks just like Al Snow.
I'm have to look him up.
And funny thing about that is we just, we do Punks on Film every Thursday, right?
Every Thursday.
So this week we did the Road Warrior, and Bennett from Commando is in it. So I'm like, is that him? And I'm scrolling through it, and all of a sudden I come across the movie where it's like 5 people, and Bennett's one of them, the guy that plays Bennett, and Al Snow's like right in the middle. I'm like, is that Al Snow? He did a movie.
It is perfect, absolutely perfect. So Corey's mentioning the fact that I'm like 7'4". Look, okay, I'm above average, but I'm not quite that tall. If I was 7'4", I'd be in the WWE because we all know at that height you don't actually have to wrestle to get in. You just gotta look big. You know?
Yeah, and if you're like 6'11", they say you're 7'3".
Yeah.
You know.
Let's face it, not all of them are actually the height of Andre. Andre was like a legitimate 7'4".
What's crazy is when you think of Shawn Michaels being like 6'1", and he's considered small.
Yes.
Like when did 6'1" become small? Like, in here in Detroit, when it comes to basketball, Isaiah Thomas is obviously the greatest Piston ever. He was like 6'1", 6'2". He's considered a little man, and it's like, you know what? Fuck you guys.
Right?
Because of all the fucking women that are like, you're just a little too short. Like, you know what?
So true.
So anyway, by the end of this stream, I'm going to have Thanos ordering these Saurozoic Warriors. For Saurozoic Warriors, I want to be what Brick and
Adam are for AWOC.
Yeah, the biggest shills ever.
Dude, go for it. There is no problem with that on my channel. Show whatever you like, because the part is these toys are going to bring somebody joy. So why not talk them up?
Yeah. So
by the way, loving the gargoyle. Cold armor back there. Like I just see the wings, and I was watching that when you're playing with them.
This thing is heavy too. This thing is heavy. but the wings actually expand if you want them to.
That is gorgeous.
But they do go back. They don't have that clicking noise.
Yeah.
This here pops
Got
off.
2 of those on order.
So you can cover it if you want. I mean, I will say this. He is kind of loose because of how much he weighs. But like, I can move the legs wherever I want to. But when you're trying to set them, like, you're not doing anything without using the tail. But, he has the blast effects for his feet. They're there.
You blasted off, that's for sure.
You get the blast effects for that and whatever. And then he's got one for here too. And if you ever dealt with NECA, you know everything is super stiff, so it hurts.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, the only issue is I don't know how you're going to get a flight stand that's going to hold them up. Because Goliath, I can put Goliath on one of those Hasbro stands, but it's teetering. And I don't know if do you guys have any of the Hasbro flight stands?
I don't know.
They're awesome. The one guy from Marvel Legends guy, not Dwight, but one of the other two. He swears by them, and I just needed a couple. When you're into GI Joe, there's not. Well, now there seems to be a lot of flight stuff.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, so I ordered them for like. Is that one of the flight stands, or is that?
It's a NECA one.
Okay, I haven't played with the NECA ones, but I don't have it. I take it back downstairs. So I don't think I have one. But they're wonderful, and they're $15 for 3 of them. So I mean, they're nice, and just the way they. I did a whole review on them because if I buy it, I might as well review it, right?
Yeah.
Got to.
So yeah, I got that. I got the Arctic bat. Not my favorite bat. Very disappointed in this thing. I don't know if you watched the review on that. I mean, as wonderful as it looks, you can't use the chainsaw on the other bats. It just falls right out, so you need sticky tack. Because they modified this. So they made this part smaller. Now, they did change his hand a little bit. So the hole here is different, but you can use any of the other accessories. But they didn't change the backpack. So if you pop it on here,
it just falls right out.
And you can't put it in the top because the chainsaw
is way too long.
So it kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
This here, the other chest piece, which
yeah,
everyone seems to like because it's different. It's holding dynamite or magazines or something on it, right?
Hold it up a little bit and let everybody take a look at that.
So it looks really nice. It pops on here perfectly fine. But hold on, I got toys somewhere else around here. So if you take a regular bat, we all have, and now I lost it. But it won't stay on there. So you need some sticky tack because my guess is these two came out of different factories.
Right.
So these two all the same. The head pegs are the same. Because the head ball joint here is a different size. It's bigger than the loosey-goosey Crimson one. And this one's kind of loose also.
Right.
But these ones have different size heads. The pegs for them are different. So I think they came out of different factories because I don't know if you have this. This is almost a perfect figure. And it's 2 years old.
Right.
There's always something that you can modify that could be a little bit better. But for the most part, when you look at 2 years ago, when Classified was still trying to figure out what they were doing, it's a perfect figure. So why, unless they switch to a different factory, which wouldn't shock me because the rock and roll that I got, the plastic feels awesome.
Right.
I mentioned it before. I know people think I hate this company, but the Malibu Special Deployment Series, like it was almost a perfect figure. Every single one of those that I had was almost perfect. I mean, it had a nice tight feel to it, but the plastic wasn't too brittle. It was nice and it just felt good. The rock and roll feels very similar, and other people that have gotten the Copperhead and Torpedo have said the same thing. But you see that Cover Girl and even all the Tiger Force ones, all the Tiger Force that came out, the second wave of them, they seem soft, just not as good. So, you know what? I saw where the hell did I see him at? Dude, he just popped up somewhere, Allison, and someone's chat, and it wasn't the usual people. That's what shocked me. All right, so yeah, but this bat, I mean, the head looks awesome. So the head is absolutely awesome. This alternate head, and even this head here, the repaint, it looks awesome. I mean, it has a nice glare to it because it's supposed to be for the snow. Now, again, I don't understand why a robot needs to be protected from the snow. I would assume that their optics are different than us, but I had issues. The weapons are so soft that they're just the sniper is just. I mean, it's a piece of rubber for what it is. I mean, it's very disappointing, and that's been one of my biggest issues with the actual weapons.
That is definitely a shame because.
And the thing that makes no sense is some of them come out really nice,
right,
and other ones are just absolutely soft. And I can heat them up and fix them, but I shouldn't have to. I mean, I keep banging that drum on my reviews and everything. Like, I shouldn't have to do that.
I think we're all there. You know, we spend hard-earned money on these toys. The least we could do is not have to fix.
Yeah, and again, so like the Saurosaurus Warrior. So this is the one that I have an issue with. All right.
Yeah, I was watching a review on him.
Which looks, I mean, he's badass. I mean, he looks badass, but his jaw, I mean, it does work, but if you turn it too much, it's just too wide, and the plastic is soft enough, the jaw comes off really easy. Pops back on. The tail here, when you move it, it tends to pull down the pants, so it looks like it's sagging pants, which I absolutely hate that style. The knife sheath is supposed to be here, popped right off. So it has some issues. And again, if there's one, if it's like one figure that has an issue, and the other four that I have are great, you know, that's fine. Like, you can kind of overlook that and think that, hey, you know what, you know, they're working on the line and they're hopefully going to get the kinks out. But with Hasbro, it just seems like you have this issue where it's like, if the gun was slightly bent, all right, you overlook it. But when the gun is bent, when the chainsaw doesn't stay in because they didn't modify the backpack, you know, when the legs are loose and it's all these figures and it's each and every single one of them, that's when you start getting aggravated. Because if I have to fix one thing, that's fine. If I have to fix something every now and then, shit happens, right? We saw it on your stream that one day. Shit happens. But after a while, you know, you're just like, all right. So anyway, this guy here, I know, Thanos, he looks awesome. I mean, the color scheme and the fact that we just watched the Road Warrior. I mean, this is Road Pig from the Dreadnoks, from the same piece he has here. I mean, if only he had like a little crossbow here. I mean, he looks like a Dreadnought.
Yeah.
So again, it's just a few different things. Now, if they get those bugs worked out, great. You know what? Maybe I just got one that came out wrong. You know what? I can deal with it. I mean, I don't hear a lot of bad things. The paint was absolutely wonderful. and they don't use a lot of paint apps, but the way that it looks, there was no issue. So not as much as, let's say, Mythic Legions, but it's also $30. And every single one of them it gives it such depth and such character to it. So this is the one that I picked up today. Or I reviewed it. I still gotta edit it. So it uses the same body as the main good guy, I'm assuming. So he has his mask. Now the mask doesn't stay on as well as I would like it to. So for like playability as a kid, this thing would not stay on. You'd get aggravated. But it does look super cool. I mean, it looks really badass. And just the colors just pop. But again, like the fact that like they're just standing on 1 foot. And again, if you guys watch any of you see my live, you see my reviews, I bag on people that constantly whine and cry about their figures that always fall over. Oh, you know, I learned how to pose it. All my figures are sitting downstairs. My kids jump around. My dog jumps around. They don't get knocked over. You know?
Some of my figures, they got bad ankles. Like
some can.
I have a couple of classic Masters of the Universe, and those mother.
Yeah, so if you look at a figure like, I don't collect a lot of Marvel Legends, but when you look at superheroes and females, they have smaller foot size, right? So I understand. But G.I. Joe, a Valaverse who gives them to you, like I don't use one. First off, I hate the Valaverse stands. They're just too big, and if you have it in a display, it stands out like a sore thumb. It's a wonderful display if you're just going to stand in a static pose with the file card behind it. But they're just too big and gawky for me. But all my figures are just sitting down there. There's a few that may have like sticky tack, but again, they're going to be Marvel Legends with a smaller footprint or a female. None of my Origins. I mean, I don't know why they have a peg on it. So this guy here, he just looks really sharp. You know,
he does.
From his little spear. This is all pliable, so it moves up and down. It's not hard and rigid, but it doesn't feel like it's going to break. I would love that if they had a little bit more articulation in the leg, but it's pretty much the same as Master of Origins.
Yeah.
But the colors, like if you took,
they're so bright.
Yes. If you took the Snake Men and went and had them go up, and it's like you just ignored who's a good guy, who's a bad guy, like this could go up against your Snake Men perfect. And the fact that you're taking Sunman and putting in the line, it's like they're taking different lore, so it's really no big deal. So
yeah,
this guy is like the closest to an Origins figure, and they're almost the exact same size.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about picking up a couple, just because they will look good with the Origins.
What's cool is this guy here, he's much smaller.
Right.
So it's completely different, but it works because his neck is bent down. They all have articulated jaws, which I didn't even notice at first. And then it kind of makes you laugh at that, one Skeletor that has an articulated jaw, and you're like, oh, okay, well.
They finally got one.
Yeah, they got one.
They got two.
No,
There's
that's right.
Because
we got the 40th anniversary one. Let's not forget that really ridiculously priced two-pack one.
But that one there is Masterverse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bill jumping in here saying, hi, folks. Good to have you, Bill.
So I love this figure.
He's stunning, man.
So this is I believe, so he was like their captain.
Okay.
And from what I could read from the file card that's on the back, it kind of sounds like they were part of some dictatorship. So he left, and he also has another black and white color coming out. I'm not sure if I don't think it's a BBTS exclusive. I think it may be exclusive through Boss Fight Studios. So he's going to be painted the same as this guy.
Yeah. Now that guy I think looks really cool. The black skeletal. And
but you know what? You see so much in his actual color. Because this one pops.
Right.
That one is, I mean,
when I was looking at these, they all screamed that 90s extreme dinosaurs because they all had like the really bright colors.
And that's what they said they wanted, but it's just, I mean, it's like everything just, the detail on it is really nice. And again, for $30, you're getting, in my opinion, a good amount. And you could give this to your kid and have him play with it and just smash around with Motu.
There you go. And that's
so this guy here is, I believe, the main villain. Now, he's got a net that moves along with his head. They all do. They all have nets that move along with the head. So you can move them in different directions. But this guy here, he just pops with this pink. Now, this here does not work that well. It's meant to hold it on, but this axe is just so heavy that it just pulls us right down. So,
Bud has noticed a trend amongst our group here. He's telling me to go throw on a black shirt, and Thanos, you got to shave your head real quick.
I'm wearing blue anyway, my scrubs.
Does anyone notice what this is?
Rebel spies? I'm not getting the reference.
Okay, just look at the picture. It's my buddy's band. Well, there used to be a band. My buddy's band. It's Sato as a devil from the Karate Kid.
Oh, okay.
So I went over to pick up some stuff from him, and I was like, "Yeah, I need another Rebel Spy shirt." And he's going through a whole bunch. And I'm like, I go, "What the hell is that one?" He goes, "Oh, it's Sato." I'm like, "Why?" And he goes, "You know the lead singer. He just thought it was cool and hilarious." I'm like, "I want that one." So, yeah, those are my pickups. And now I messed up everything. But I'm done for the week. I don't know. I'm really on the fence about ordering the torpedo, but I don't know if I want to pay extra money for him.
So Aaron's killing me right now because he got his in. Mine was supposed to show up yesterday by 9 p.m. And I was hoping to have it to play around with tonight. Unfortunately, it did not show up. I kind of figured that was going to happen. We had another guest here for a second, and then he's gone. So I'm hoping he'll be back.
Yeah, I got no notification that this had shipped. I literally got the notification this morning. Oh, by the way, you have a delivery out. I was like, oh, what? I was a little panicky at that point. I was like, okay, you didn't send me anything.
Yeah, you start to get a little nervous once that happens. Nope,
So pretty.
I've been checking all day, hoping it would get here, and unfortunately, it just did not.
Yeah, mine said it was going to be here today, but it's stuck in Utah.
Well, mine traveled
magnetic.
Yeah, same thing with the Four Horsemen one. It's magnetic and wrap around. It's wonderful. Or the Headless Horseman one, rather. They're all Four Horsemen ones because they come from those guys. So it went from New Jersey up to Maine. So I'm thinking somebody got MD and MA mixed up because I'm definitely not that direction. But then around 3 a.m. this morning, it was in New Hampshire. It was supposed to be here by 9 p.m. last night. Finally, at around noon, it got to Hyattsville, Maryland. And now it's sitting in D.C. the last I checked. So at some point in time, it'll get here. Probably not until Monday.
Do you track a lot of your stuff and wonder, like, where the hell are they going?
Yes, especially since I used to do a lot of distribution myself with Walmart, working in a moving company, being in trucks driving. And I'm like, none of this travel makes sense at all.
So BBTS, if you order like a couple things, or like if it's a small package, it goes out DHL, which they just drop it off at the post office.
Yeah,
they are truly that guy from Office Space that says he's good with people. He literally takes the plans, takes them to the designer. So I was watching it, and I'm in Michigan, up in Detroit here, and I watched the package go to Illinois, all the way across Ohio to almost not Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Stay there for a day or two, and then come back and go up. And I'm like, you drove right by me. Well, I'm waiting for this thing.
Well, that's where I'm at right now. Like, if it's in DC, it passed by me on its way to get there. And I'm like, Why did it go to Hyattsville to DC to get to Baltimore if it was coming from New Hampshire? Oh man, and that is the face right there too. That is the one that I love. This screaming monkey face.
That's so cool.
God, it's gorgeous.
Uh,
So this is your first figure obscura, right, Aaron?
yeah,
Like you've had, of course,
plenty of legions at this point.
yeah, you've had legions, but this is your first figure obscura. So my sister is commenting that she loves your shirt, and I think it is extremely appropriate as well for what I was talking about earlier.
This is the other screaming head.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to show up right.
There it is. There it is.
There
Oh,
it is.
now it's done. There we go.
There you go. My camera wants to have a moment, I guess.
It's trying to figure out what to focus on, but it's doing good.
That one's just as good. It just doesn't have the paint.
Right. I mean, they're still both phenomenal, though.
Yeah.
I'm still just over here opening up my Final Faction figures. So this is the Brute, another one of the big bad guys with the Karn. Now, again, for these things here, they're like, this is $125, but this is a pretty solid action figure. I mean, it's a little bit rubbery plastic, but that's okay because, again, you know, it's the kind that you don't mind giving to the kids so they can beat up.
I mean, it's $1.25, and they put on more paint apps than you would think for a $1.25 figure.
Yeah.
Shockingly.
So your Final Faction there, you can go there and my moderator, before I was doing lives, he had posted it. They have like these different accessories for the back. They have one, not that one. There's one that's like, it's mechanical. It fits perfect on the bat.
Oh, okay.
I have a couple of them with my bats on it. And it was off of Matthew, and before I knew him. And again, I was like, well, $1.25, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right?
You're
And
not.
I have to use some sticky tack, but for the most part,
a separate
head
bendy
fits.
wire, but
It's
it's
just-
really not. It's really,
Malleable plastic?
yeah, it's really good.
it looks like a turd.
You know what?
It does!
We'll put it in the boom boom hole.
I gotta love it when they call it a boom boom hole. I'm sorry. Like, somebody seriously looked at this and was like, that's a boom boom hole.
It's a good term.
All right.
So
So
other stuff this week. I kind of showed it off last night. I got these two guys.
some Fortnite goodness.
Yeah, just for customs.
I sent you a link to like Kids Warehouse. They got some Fortnite stuff.
And
Do you
then
have an Ollie's near you?
I do. I got
Damn.
two of them.
They had a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
What they don't have is a stupid Fortnite boat that I keep looking for because
Everybody keeps saying they got it, but I have yet to see it.
but Lawrence, these work very well.
I told you, yeah, that looks.
I've got some decals in the garage that I'll be putting on this tomorrow, but this is finished.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching your progress with those.
So, and I got the Joe one up. I don't have any decals for it, so.
Sorry, I don't know. I don't know who interrupts me more, my kids or the dog.
Usually it's the dog.
Usually it is, but well, I mean, if you saw Monday when my daughter peeked her head in here,
Yeah, no, I did.
I was watching.
I was like, but imagine like you look over and she just peeks her head in and she has all that. I had no idea she was, and then she has all this makeup on. No, those Fortnite things that you did, like, they look really good. I mean, they're obviously much smaller than the glider, but they look like the gliders.
I gotta say, like, as he's been posting pictures of them and sharing them, they just keep looking better.
Yeah. No, that Cobra one right there that you just showed, like I said, it's smaller than obviously the glider, but you can see what it's supposed to be, and it's like,
Yeah. I tried to do as much of an homage. Pretty much everything that I do when I do a custom is going to be an homage in some way.
It's something that they're not working on that we need.
My ground assault dreadnought bike.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty deep cut for some people who don't know the Sears exclusive ground assault dreadnought bike.
Don't remember
Probably
that.
the same people that don't know who Glenda is and are complaining about it.
Who is Glenda?
I don't understand why everybody's so upset about that.
I'm not a big Joe fan. I didn't know who Glenda was, but I'm also not going to be upset and mad about it.
But the thing is that everything on her is going to be reused and repainted as the retro Scarlet that everybody wants. So
Yeah.
make a choice.
Well, and even then, even if it's something new, why would you be mad about them introducing something new? I don't get that.
See, the thing is that there's still another person out there that they could make. On the back of the original Dragonfly box, one of the designers' names is actually on the Dragonfly itself, and it's under Master Sergeant Colbert. That would be a disappointment if they didn't do that figure, because they did fail safe.
So I was going to talk about this Monday, and I still will. I think you're onto something, but I think what it's going to be is that Master Sergeant Colbert, but his deco, he's going to be designed to look like Airborne.
Yeah.
So that way you can have Airborne, that technically have Airborne in, have the box, even though they are correcting where they actually sit, because the pilot sits in the back. Well, I was just thinking about it today because Mr. Popinski sent me something to me. He said it's not going to be Hawk because they're talking about new recruits. It's going to be someone we haven't seen. Yeah. And Glenda is perfect because it's not someone you have to have. It is a perfect tier. It is a known character that people don't have to have. But what drives me nuts is, first off, everyone's saying that it's Emily pushing her agenda. First off,
she has nothing to do with marketing. She is not the person who makes the fucking decisions on the figures.
Yeah, but this one doesn't make any sense. First off, you tell me Emily doesn't know anything about G.I. Joe. She should be thrown off. But then you're telling me she knows so much about it that she's going to go and get this Argentina cut? I mean, what is it? Does she not know everything, or does she know too much? But I think it's perfect. It's another helicopter pilot. Now, it doesn't matter because in G.I. Joe, they all can fly F-14s.
Great. This to me almost made me get a second.
If I had the money,
almost made me think about getting a second one. If I had the room, I would be. I can't justify another 3 feet out of my display.
You could have one on the ground and one in the air.
It is demanding. And as much as we're trying to promote Mr. Wonderful's Hexastacks, I mean, not all the Hexastacks in the world are going to give you space.
You're going to fix that vehicle part. There ain't no Hexastack for that.
We need to build a few bigger ones.
Right.
But, the other thing that drives me nuts, other than the whining and crying, is the people that keep asking who she is. Listen, there's this thing we call Google.
Yeah.
You type in G.I. Joe and Glenda, and guess what? I hate when people ask, including my children. Like, fucking Google it. It's right there. You have your phone in your fucking hand. Well, I don't know what to Google. The same thing you asked me.
I don't mind giving the flex.
Brick, I will probably take you up on that since you've made that offer. I will have to get you measurements.
I started that comment, by the way, so I could bring it back up. I wasn't sure if you had read it, but yeah.
Yeah, I just saw it. So yeah, I will hit you up, Brick.
Right?
I do not have that paper.
So if you Brick's also mentioning, and by the way, Brick, you also have a link to join in on this talk if you got time and you are able. But if you ever wonder why I shill for AWOC and Mythic Legions, just watch the comments when Hasbro announces Dragonfly tiers or Mattel unveils a Mattel Creations project. Gotta agree.
I complain every time there's a Mattel Creations.
And everybody who bitches and whines and complains about what they're not getting, they're entitled. That's what that is. They think because they grew up with it, they own the property. And they should be catered specifically to them, for them, and only about them.
Yes. And listen, I could go off so much worse on my live stream than I do. But they're not making the toys just for you. They're not saying, hey, Lawrence, what which actual G.I. Joe figures do you want? Because guess what? Aaron, you may not want them. You know, it's like,
You keep giving me 7 Snake Eyes, I'm going to throw a shit fit, though.
but you don't have to buy them.
I know, but that damn bandolier made me buy it.
But here's the whole thing about the Snake Eyes. If they were only giving us Snake Eyes and not giving us new characters, I'd say, you know what, complain all along.
Yeah.
But the plethora of figures and the fact that no one understands what repaints do for G.I. Joe, and because like I've mentioned how many times, Hasbro is a $1 billion company. G.I. Joe is not a $1 billion brand.
Not now.
But either way, like every company, like every division has their own. Is going to have their own cap. That's how much they can spend. Same with you look at sports teams. One owner may own 3 sports teams, but it's not all his money. It's coming out of those corporations. So it's the same thing, but no one wants to hear it, and no one wants to hear that repaints make new figures.
Yeah. Well, the thing is everything's about part reuse. You know, when they do a sculpt, they do it with the intent to use it multiple times in some way or another.
Yeah.
That's going to save them money in the long run. It's going to make it a longer lasting toy line. Final Faction is a good example of that. Almost all of their stuff is reuse. It's just repainted differently. Then they just, throw some gold highlights on it and call it something else.
Right? They painted up green and now it's Venom.
Yeah.
I will say this about the Final Faction, and this drives me nuts. And you know that this is going to drive me nuts if I'm just defending Super 7 with the little $ as DRS. When people are comparing the Final Faction to the Super 7 reaction and going, oh, you get just as much in the same paint apps. No, listen. I hate Super 7. I'm not a fan of the reaction, even though I do have some. But you cannot compare the Final Faction and their paint compared to the reaction. There is a difference. Is there a $19 difference? Probably not. But they're not in the same ballpark. There's a reason why
compared to the 3.75 Legends figures.
Yes. That's where they should be. And I'm tired of hearing Brian Flynn say that it's a small company. Listen, you are in Walmart. You are in Best Buy. I can go and buy Ultimates in Best Buy now.
Yeah. You're not small anymore. That's not.
I mean, you're not as big as Hasbro and Mattel. We get it. But the fact that a reaction figure costs as much as a McFarlane huge ass figure is crazy.
Yeah. I'm digging this. Oz.
Yes, sir. Wait. Oh, yeah, the swappable head parts. Like, not even just like the face plate, but
prefer this to swapping the head itself.
I agree. I think
you
having
fit in there pretty snug. Like it's not gonna.
Yeah, it's.
Out.
I mean,
having a nice base,
it, but it's rubbing.
Yeah, but that's okay because it ain't going anywhere either.
The female and male part working. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice and snug.
So,
Jeremy wants to tell us a wild story.
Yeah, all right. Well, shoot, Jeremy, you're no stranger to being on live. Hit me up on either Facebook or IG and let's bring you on here. Let's hear the wild story. Like, I'm ready for it. Bill, Ted, whoever. Y'all want an invite? Hit me up.
Look at my buddy's customs.
There it is. I dig that. I like the red and white paint ones.
Right.
Those are really cool.
Bud ain't lying about this comment.
Oh, go ahead.
So this is what makes me laugh about Super 7 and his Ultimates. All his Ultimates have to be $55. We all know that Snarf is way too small and it shouldn't be $55, right? But he has to have them all the same. But if the figure is bigger, then he has to charge more.
Mm-hmm.
So why, if a figure is smaller, can you not charge $35?
They give you a bunch of accessories you don't need.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hold on a sec. When it comes to Snarf, they're not giving you all that many accessories.
No.
I thought he was coming with a bunch of stuff. It's just stuff.
No. I
He's
think it's about the normal amount.
not even normal. It's like one set of hands. He's getting another short version of the Sword of Omens, and he gets it in a bag. Like, not even like he carries it in his mouth or in his tail like he does in the show. He gets a purse, which, I mean, fine. It's okay. If you want to give him a purse, that's fine. I get it. But my issue is that to get away with this, that wave that they're doing, you've got Snarf and you've got like a regular human-sized person. And then they're like, all right, now we're giving you these other guys who are bigger and more massive to say that we're equaling out the cost.
But aren't they 65?
Right. They're already charging more for them than they would be for Snarf. So if you're going to give me a $50 Snarf and charge me $65 for... Yeah.
55. Don't leave that $5.
That's true. Let's not forget that 5 because it is that important, actually. But, you know, let's give me $55 worth of Snarf. I want like 5 or 6 heads. I want a head with an open mouth I can put Sword of Omens in. I want a tail that will curl around it. Like, I want a decent one. But mind you, hey, look, I'm complaining about a toys line I don't even collect because I don't do Super Summon.
But my issue is that he goes out and he justifies. I mean, you heard about the G.I. Joe Wave 2, right? And how the faces aren't painted and what you said about it.
Yeah.
That they were supposed to be painted. We don't know why they weren't. But he doesn't say anything about how he's going to correct it. So basically, you knew they came in unpainted, and you're basically just telling your customers, you're fucked. I don't give a shit. You know?
Joe's right here, though. People will pay the $55 for Snarf.
They will.
You have to have them.
They will because they need to have them.
Well, if you're collecting the Thundercats, I mean, you have to have the originals, unless if you're just like, I love Chitara, you know, like that's the only one you want. But if you want the main line.
Sometimes the nostalgia tax is like a hostage situation.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. I mean, just back the $275 helicopter that I really don't need.
I got to turn you.
Well, technically, we really don't need.
Yeah, like I'm so glad I don't love Motu that much. I wouldn't have backed that. But if they gave me a $600 G.I. Joe headquarters as a HasLab, I'd be like, hey, kids, we're going to have to do one less day in Disney.
No, I don't need a classified style, or I don't even need a vintage style.
Honestly, what would get me for G.I. Joe is if they did a lot of the 3.75 and those old stuff, because that was like how I played with it. I don't really need
a lot of people
big figures.
Yeah, I think those collectors, I don't want to say are dying off, because obviously I have a whole G.I. Joe room with that size figure, so I'm still into it. But I think that is dying off. And I mean, as much as I love the world building, I did it as a kid, and I still have it. I like the big figures. Hey, buddy. Come here.
Special guest. Oh.
Say hi.
I gotta go outside again inside.
Okay.
Bill, how are you doing this evening, sir? I know you got your own live going to be going on shortly.
Yeah, I got a show coming on at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock my time, which is Central Time. And you invited me, so I thought I'd hop on. I got something I want to show you guys now. See, I just took a trip to West Virginia. I had to visit with some family. My daughter was having a wedding up there. She just got married. Congratulations, Sarah. I'm glad you finally did that. But anyway, on the way home, we stopped off at a filling station, gas station, whatever you call them, to get some gas and take a break. And they had these buttons for sale. And normally I don't buy such things, but if you've ever seen my avatar and you know what it's based upon an old Ideal toy ad for a robot that had a little boy that was wearing these weird looking X-ray goggles. Well, I found this robot, and it's got the picture on it right here of that little boy, and I found that at that truck stop, and I just couldn't help it. It's a bank. You can put money in it, and it's got a little plug back here in the back, but it's just a bobblehead bank. But this is going to be part of my show now. I just had to get it. I couldn't help it, guys. I thought I'd show that off.
Yeah, that's
Man,
cool.
that is phenomenal, man.
Oh, that's
How have you guys been doing?
Good.
I've been doing good, brother. I'm sitting here playing with some of these cheap dollar store Final Faction stuff.
Yeah, that's some cool stuff, man. I don't collect it, but I know Grindhead Jim's big into them.
So, like, this is one of their drone bad guy things. Oh, Aaron's showing off that sweet panoramic display card that comes with Sun Wukong, Monkey
That
King.
is nice. I like that. I wish they would
Yeah.
do stuff like that for Masters of the Universal Origins. Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be. And you know what's funny, though? It's Nate Barch. So it's not like he wasn't working on their stuff.
That thing's gonna be nice to put up. Oh, it's gonna look so great.
Yeah.
Pop Actor's wanting to know if I'm in a straitjacket. I'm not, but I do have the I Went Nuts at the Trans Allegheny Lunatic Asylum t-shirt on here. You guys haven't seen that video. It's the creepiest thing ever, man. I went to this damn lunatic
I was
asylum. Oh, man. That place was a freak show, man.
I'm always down for a good paranormal hunt, Bill. So when I saw that you were posting a video of that, I was like, I'm all in.
Yeah, that place was a horror show, man. And I didn't see any ghosts, but, you know, you never know. Hey, Cobb, what's going on, man?
Got
Hey,
Cobweb
what's
hanging
up?
out. Good to have you, brother. Finally getting you on.
What's up, Jacob?
What's up,
So,
Aaron?
This
Warren?
was
Copter.
What's up, Cobb? I don't think I've ever seen you before.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of you lately, but I don't think you see me unless it was on here maybe once or twice.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not to subscribe to you, Cobb. What's your web channel, man?
Cobweb Collector.
right.
Okay.
Hey.
Because I know my buddy Adam had made you a new logo.
Yeah,
right.
shout out to Radical Toys. Yeah,
That's right.
Dude, Radical
last video I got to use it for the intro. It was pretty awesome.
Oh my!
Radical Toys, when he does his artwork on his Instagram, like, oh my gosh. I grew up with, like, my best friend growing up. He always wanted to draw because he was so good at it. He was very supportive, and I sucked. So I hated it, but I'd watch him do, like, G.I. Joe thing after G.I. Joe thing. So when I watch someone that just flies through something so easily, I'm like, you know what?
He
stay in my lane.
speeds that video up just a little bit. I'll tell you
Yeah, I
that.
was gonna say, he speeds them
Yeah.
up, right?
Oh, yeah, I
The
understand
fact
that,
he
but
freehands the whole thing. The fact that he freehands the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what gets me.
I mean, anybody doesn't do it that quick, but I'm saying, like,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
have to sped up really quick.
Sketches he did of what he wanted for my channel, a few different things, and then settled on this one. But yeah, some of his art is amazing.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's fun to watch. Like, it's fun to watch him doing
Yeah.
it.
It is. Watching artists like him and, you know, my brother Skelly from Toy Frenzy, when they're doing their art stuff on their channels, it's so relaxing. It's nice to just put that on and watch it, you know, while you're having some coffee, you know, if you're a smoker, having a smoke. Here we go. Bud's on it. Thank you, Bud. You guys go subscribe to Cobweb's YouTube channel right here,
Thank you, bud.
as well as check out his Instagram here. Bud's normally really good. He's always really trying to make sure we get all the links in the chat for everybody. Appreciate you, Bud. You're doing an awesome job out there, my friend. Thank you. And here we've got Bill's information right here. Definitely make sure you give him a subscribe. Definitely. If I ever end early enough, you guys always, you know, we always try to go migrate over to Bill's channel and hang out there. Sometimes I'll stop here and then I'll go hang out on Bill's channel and then he'll invite me on his and then you'll get me again for another hour or two. So always good times, man. I love this toy community. and everybody involved with it, no matter what. Like some people would say, like looking at things like competition and stuff like that. I don't really look at it as competition. You go watch what you like and have fun and enjoy it. Because the best thing is, if you don't watch me live and you jump over to Bill's channel and you're giving him support, that's phenomenal. Because then you can always watch me on a replay. I can't tell you how many times I'm watching everybody on replays.
Right. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. I still get the same watch hours if you watch my replay.
Right? The only thing you miss if you're not here for a live is you don't get the interactive conversation. You can watch the conversation that we all have, but you don't get to interact with it. But that's also what that comment section is for, too, folks. Don't forget about the comment section.
I actually want to thank Bill for
leave a lot of
Marlena, because that's how I found out about Lee
That's cool.
Customs. He was showing
That's neat. Did you buy that from Lee Customs?
Yeah. I've been watching his Instagram ever since I saw this on your channel. So.
Oh yeah,
I just got to meet him last weekend.
He's going to fix me up with an Eric head here pretty soon, and I'm going to be able to finish my Eric Son of Thunder figure.
Okay, cool.
I've been thinking about getting that Marlena kit too.
Man, that Marlena kit is the bomb, man. If you don't have it already, you're wrong, man. You need to get it.
Definitely.
He's got them up on eBay for a limited time because he just made a new set of them, and when he didn't sell it that you mentioned he went to, he's got them on eBay right now.
Yeah, I missed out his first set, but like I said, I was just watching his Instagram like after I found out from you.
So, again, with these Final Faction toys right here, right? This is a Synthoid. Again, this is a $1.25 character, right?
I'm bigging yourself there, my friend, so I can see that Final Faction toy.
Let's go ahead. I forget how to enlarge myself as I enlarge everybody else. So this is the Synthoid. Okay, again, it's one of the Karns, one of the villains. All I've done so far is open up the villains. You've got drones. This backpack that he's wearing, that was a single accessories kit that came with 2 different backpacks for 2 different drones and an extra pistol right there. But again, you got like some different customizability, make these troops look a little bit different.
And those backpack pegs, Oz,
yeah,
will fit in Marvel Legends and in G.I. Joe.
There you go.
Just
so if you want some neat accessories,
something different.
But this is one of their Synthoids. So he has his own little add-on pack that you can get where, let me try to get all this stuff together here. He comes with these little peg things because for some reason this nasty looking creature here needs to have wings. For whatever reason, they made wings for this thing. So I'm going to try to get this all set up here. But this is really neat, and it's a buck. It's a $1 toy. So Mike is saying he will jump on with us next weekend. We'd love to have you, Mike. Absolutely, brother.
Yeah.
Switch that.
Not for the faint of heart with that one.
Yeah. I got some pickups this week, and I can't show them off here either. Same stuff as Thanos.
have to wait for the after show.
In fact, yeah, with that Orko you're talking about, Thanos, maybe I'll trade you a little something.
Just send me your info. I'll send it to you. It was like $2, dude. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, well, I got extra something too. That won't talk about.
Oh Lord. Bill's got the toy cam up. What are we showing off here, Bill?
Oh, it's my pickups that I picked up in Nitro, West Virginia. The 40th anniversary He-Man and Mego Riddler and Mego Penguin. All I need now is Batman and Robin and Joker.
Well, I am glad that you decided to get the He-Man because I know you were taking a poll for it. Glad you took my advice because that He-Man is worth it.
I'll have to show Bill mine.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Bill?
Oh.
I like to show this off.
And
Whenever I can.
I had already bought that by the time I put that up there. But if you watch the toy hunt, if you watch the toy hunt video right there at the end, you can see me begging my wife. That is cool. I like the way he's punching out of that package. That is cool as hell.
It's cool.
Yeah, me and my son's little project. I had to get two of them because I was like, man, one of them I want to set up like that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Right? Nobody else has that version.
I'm always showing that thing off. I love it.
It's gorgeous looking, man. Really, really is gorgeous.
Where'd you get the idea for that?
Actually, my son, he has a Halo from the video game Halo.
Okay.
It's like Master Chief. And he's busted through his package like that, and he's shooting his gun out. He probably saw it somewhere, but I saw him do that and hang it on the wall. I was like, all right, show me how you did that, because I want my He-Man punching through.
Did you just like cut it? And
Show me how, make a video and show me how you did that, so I can do that with
That's
mine.
what I think. I'll probably do a YouTube video and do another one. Just did like a spider web kind of cut, just vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. Like 1, 2, 3, like whatever.
That's what, like,
spin them back, cut them some more, cut little just chunks. It's just, yeah. I did 2 straight to begin with, and then my son's like, "Yeah, that looks cool, Dad, but they're all triangles." And then he got in there.
Gotta get it jagged.
Yeah, he got them all bending them back and forth, and really worked at it. I was like, "Oh yeah, that looks so much cooler."
So I know, like, if you know Tony Figs, Tony Romo,
yep.
You know, he's thinking about doing his own channel because he does customizing. And I said, listen, that type of stuff that is evergreen stuff because people are going to want to know how to customize. Same with something like that. Like, I do reviews, and it's like, after 2 weeks, it's done. Like, no one wants to watch it anymore. They've seen the figures, they're done. That's why I have to get them in as soon as possible. And I like opening my toys, so that's why you see the reviews go up as quickly as they do. But like, if you have stuff that's like evergreen, and that's perfect.
Right?
People don't want to.
Yeah.
And it looks awesome.
Always original.
My question is always, who plays with their toys? I know I do.
Got to, man. It's great.
Playing with my toys. I mean, I'm
Just
trying to
keeping
get
them on the shelf and looking at them, that ain't good enough, man. I got to play with them.
I like putting them up there. I like looking at them, and then that gets me in the mood to pull them down so I can play with them a bit.
Yeah, taking pictures a lot. I'm sure Thanos doing the pictures really get you into playing with
My
them.
shelves, they're not even shelves anymore. It's just like, oh, there's a bunch of toys that are just kind of laying there because I'll like pick one up, pose it with another one, take a picture, and then just kind of throw it back down. Like right now, like all my stuff is just in disarray.
Between videos and pictures, they're on the shelf, off the shelf, they're just all over the place. So
I spent all the time doing like a diorama, and then figures start coming in, and I'm grabbing them, you know, to do reviews and put them up against something else or whatever, compare them. And then I'm just looking at my display like, I don't want to fucking put that back together. Now I can't. I don't know if you guys saw the rock and roll. I still can't find my over-ring rock and roll. I have no idea where it's at. And it's my childhood one. I know it, but I know it's in the cloud. It's in my house somewhere.
So this version comes with like alternate arms from this pack.
Cool.
So like this one's got like this little like vine wormy thing coming out of it. Like the other one was like a giant cannon. Like again, it's $125. So $250. And like you get this accessory pack and you get this figure, all kinds of fun. And again, if these fit and you can use them on your other figures, that's even better. Because now you're just getting random accessories.
3/4-inch figures. So I mean, old GI Joe figures, man, they are the new Super 7 ones. They go with those. You can use all of that with Final Faction.
So Mr. Wonderful has finally jumped back into the chat because I knew he was driving earlier, saying, "Don't question what Hexastack can handle," as our comments about vehicle weight distribution.
I'll be directed at you, Payne.
We've been told. We've been told.
I don't know that was directed at me. I didn't make any statements.
I feel like that's a challenge when I get the dragonfly.
Dragonflies because I don't have space for it.
Right. Now, I was the one that made the statement that, no matter how many hexastacks you have, I don't think it's going to accommodate that. But, I guess if you do have enough, it will compensate.
Can I put my Galactus on them?
There you go. That'll be the true test. Has
That
that
Galactus, that thing will fall over if you blow on it.
Really? I have one in box. I haven't opened it.
So I did a review. So my buddy that does all the 3D printing, he'll just drop stuff off for me to review. And he's like, "You want to do Galactus?" I was like, "You don't want to open it first?" He's like, "I trust you." So I did a whole short, and I had it like, I put him on the skateboard on a bar, and I was so scared that thing was gonna fall because I have hardwood floors as it is. So if it falls, it's even worse. And I'm backing up. I'm like, my dog comes running through here. One of my kids comes smashing down this. Like, I'm just like watching this thing balance on a skateboard on the rail, just holding my breath. Yeah, that thing will fall. It's hot.
You think you made a short like that?
What?
It was a short video?
Yeah, I did a 30-second, 45-second. I mean, I did a whole review. I did a whole review, but I also did like a short of it where it was just like him.
Can I just say,
I had him doing all kinds of different things.
this face
I'll look it up.
extremely disturbing, Oz. Put me up.
Yeah, let's get you.
Have you guys seen this face? This is the Mezco Destro. Okay.
Totally looks like
That's a kind of an evil grin there on his face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that smile is creepy.
he looks like he's shitting somebody's Cheerios and is now watching them eat it.
I think that's the face that he's going to get stuck with on my display.
I need to get me a Pimp Daddy
Disturbing.
Destro.
Right. So, Bill, you were mentioning there, you got to see what Mr. Home Arcade is doing with his customs, right?
Oh,
Have
man.
you seen what he's been doing with those custom origin figures? Yes.
I own one.
Oh, did you win one from him?
No, I met him at Maryland Toy Expo.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I met him and Lee, and he's like, I got a gift for you, brother. So he came by, and this is the gift that he gave me. So I've got the first Masters of the Universe and TMNT crossover. I'm not waiting until next year. I got a Home Arcade special. I love this thing too.
That guy is amazing, and I'm envious that you've actually seen the real guy behind all that.
I've seen the guy, and that is his voice.
I know it's his voice.
Just saying.
That's
how he talks.
The only thing I'm wondering, did he come in with a hockey mask on?
No hockey mask. I'll tell you what, though. Dawn and I were walking into the main exposition hall where they were having everything, and I noticed there's this guy coming in, and he was wearing a Masters of the Mini Comics t-shirt.
Yeah.
And I pointed it out, and I was like, I know that guy. I know Rob. He was on Toy Frenzy just a couple months back and all like that. It's like, I know Masters of Mini Comics. It's great you got his shirt, man. And so then, he just started talking. I was like,
Oh.
Because of course, I was wearing my Headless Horseman shirt. It was about as close to identifying as you can get. But people have seen me, so they should recognize me.
Mm.
But
I wish I was up there in that area. I could have and could have gone to that because I'd love to meet that guy.
I got another one around November.
Yeah, and speaking of Rob, my show was the first show that he ever came live on.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, it's cool what he's doing over there. It's about time somebody's really started to get that kind of stuff out there.
Mm-hmm. Well, guys, I've got to run. I've got about 15 minutes before showtime. It's been a blast. If you guys show up over there, I'd appreciate it. You all got open invites and just Instagram me. And I'm at Weird Fantastic Toy Adventures on YouTube here, and I'm also on Instagram at Weird Fantastic Toys, so you guys can just come out and hang out with me anytime you want to, and we'll see y'all next time. Good journey, guys.
Good journey, Bill. See ya.
Have a good one.
Oz, you when you sent me the friend request, I had no idea who you were. Like, you did not look the same. Like, your profile picture. So yeah, no, I looked.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
from my Facebook. No, I totally get that. The Facebook
was-
one beard's a little bit longer in that one.
I'm like, who the hell is this?
And then of course it doesn't say like, because Facebook, since that's like my more personal account, doesn't have the nickname that I normally use that I
Yeah.
always go by Oz, which every other account has. But that's because the Oz Facebook account was an old account that I just got rid of and was done, didn't want it anymore kind of thing. Moved on from that chapter of my life. So when I started a new one up, I went under my actual name because I just didn't want certain people really finding me again. And very few people know that's my actual name. So
I've gotten a lot of people in the community send me stuff, send me friend requests, and I don't talk about toys. Every now and then I'll post my toys, like just a dump, but it's like I have a personal Instagram account and I have my toy one, but my Facebook, I'm like, I'll send you over to the group page, but I don't really talk toys at all. And there's some people that's all they do.
yeah.
So it's
I stopped posting mostly to my Facebook, like any personal stuff, a couple years ago. Is that his briefcase there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
And I like that it lights up.
Oh, yeah.
Always nice to get those little cool bonuses.
Well, when you're going for Mezco stuff like that, you get those extra little doodads. But you pay for it.
$100. They don't give you bonuses. You're paying for it.
Right? Yeah. You pay for every cent of that.
You're paying for it. I'm not complaining about it. Now that face that you were talking about,
Yeah,
that was the face that I did not. I couldn't stand it.
I like
So-
it. It's weird.
When I saw all the pictures before it came out, I couldn't stand it. I'm like, never going to use that. Now I got it, and I'm like, that face is awesome. The more I like, it's not as animated, I don't think, as the original pictures. But I'm like, Destro, he just has a mask on. I don't like the animation. And then you get it in hand, and you're like, oh my god, this thing is really, really.
I was gonna say, when we all watched the cartoon, though, his mask had expressions.
But
comic had
I'm not
expression.
a big I like the cartoon just because it was there. But
Right.
my lore comes from the comic in my head canon. Now, here's another thing that you may not know about the Mezco there is that the ball joint is much smaller, but it's a rubber insert, a rubber grommet on the inside.
Yeah.
So you can push it down on Legends, Classified, Valaverse, it doesn't matter. Now, obviously, the neck may stick up too much, but I didn't realize that when I did the review, and some guy got all upset with me about it for not, pointing it out. I said that it wasn't, it didn't work. So,
Jeremy wants you to talk more about those Sorzoic warriors.
what do you want to know about them?
I mean, there is always room for more talk about anthropomorphic dinosaurs on this channel. That's for sure.
Dude, I don't know. I'm not even into dinosaurs. There is just, I saw them, and I didn't realize how small they were. I didn't realize they fit within the origins.
Right.
It just, something spoke to me. I'm like, those things just they look fun.
Because they're all from Boss Fight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they always do that 4-inch kind of scale, like just under the origin size.
Well, no. Now they're doing the 6-inch, and now they're doing a lot of the 6-inch stuff.
Yeah, their new skeletons are 6-inch. I saw that.
Yeah, same with Popeye and all that stuff. So again, they just I don't know. They just
The only thing I don't
to me,
like about the Destro, though, I would really like a metal case. How come we didn't get a metal case?
Because your case lights up.
no, that's an
Iron
insert.
Man lights up. Other ones light up.
Okay.
The case doesn't light up. That piece comes out,
Yeah.
and then you could put the gun in it.
Yeah.
But there is a computer on it though.
Yeah.
So
I just would have liked to have the metal overall case for the whole package.
I
You know what
agree.
I'm saying? Instead of the paper.
It would work better. It also doesn't stay closed that well. You kind of got to use some sticky tack just to hold it. It doesn't have a nice clasp to it.
So, this Synthoid figure that I was messing around with, I just realized I had another pack for the Synthoid. And it comes with even more stuff.
Facts, don't you today?
Oh, yeah, man. So, he's got other additional back pieces.
But I am with Jeremy saying we should talk more Sword Warriors, but I feel like I'm the only person that's gotten them.
You are the only person that's gotten them because, like I said, I knew Armies of Ashmore was on the way, so like I held off from getting those guys.
Watching Lawrence though, I'm like, oh, those are
I know.
pretty cool. I'm thinking about getting them, yeah.
So the worst thing about them, and it's not really about them. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I need to start cutting out some lines and everything. And then I get the notice from BBTS they should be coming into stock. You know, they should be in any day. And I'm like, oh, well, I could cancel them. And I did that whole like, well, once I got charged, I'm like, well, if I'm in charge now, I should just have them shipped out.
Like, it's already hit my account, so I might as well just go through with it.
So, Mr. Wonderful, these are the Sword Warriors. They're dinosaurs. They're the same scale, for the most part, as Master of the Universe. Now, this guy's taller because of his neck. It's from Boss Fight Studios, but the paint looks awesome. Like, you can see the purple underneath here. Articulated jaws. Maybe open up and close. His doesn't open as much, but the head swivels, the neck swivels, but the exact same articulation as like a Motu, the Origins. But the paint is just, I mean, everything is nice. And like this figure, I mean, all the figures. Hold on. So there they all are. They just pop. I mean, if you have them on a shelf, they're just going to pop on any shelf. And this is one of those things where, like, when people walk in and they see you're a toy collector, they're going to notice you're a toy collector, but they just kind of think, oh, okay. If they see something like that on your shelf or something that, you know, glows in the dark, you know they're going to ask instantly, like, ooh, what is that over there? Yeah.
It pops.
But again, you want to, if you like Motu and you want them to, you know, go against like I said, the Snake Men, be perfect.
Right.
I commented in one of your videos that one really has the Pigman colors to me.
Oh yeah,
Pighead.
And I actually meant to go get Pighead and bring him and put him in the review, and well, then I just forgot.
I thought you busted him out. I was going to say we could both hold them up, but
There you go. Hold them both up.
oh, I only got Pighead though.
There you go. That's Pighead. Now switch over to Lawrence. Lawrence, hold him up. Once Lawrence gets him ready, and then we'll swap. Boom.
Yeah, they really like because
They go well.
He's got this green, blue, and pink, right?
Yeah, I mean this is straight out of the 90s. I mean the fluorescent and everything.
They remind me of Turtles a lot.
That's what I was saying
That's
about
the
them.
vibe I get from them.
I've never been into Turtles because it was towards the end of yeah, I mean, I was coming out of toys and skateboarding.
Right.
So Turtles, man, I'm so glad too. Like I have Geek Dead Life and Toy Anxiety, and if I want to watch Turtles, I'm so glad I don't cover them on my streams because I know nothing about them and I don't really. I mean, they made some enjoyable movies, especially the animated movie. I thought was really good with, you know, Picard in it.
Right.
But, I have no attachment to them, so I'm so glad like that Ghostbusters. I'll let someone else deal with that. I have more than enough time to go over GI Joe and
Right. Well,
I do my Motu stuff when I know no one's gonna watch. Get it done at the beginning.
you just come over and hang out with me. We'll do Motu stuff over here. My people love it.
Oh
I'll
my
be
god!
right back, guys.
All right.
I do a Motu review, and it's like I'm just hitting the brakes. I know no one's gonna watch it, but I'm like, you know what? I enjoy it, so I'm gonna.
It's not about what they enjoy; it's about what you enjoy. You're sharing
That's
what
it.
you enjoy.
Oh
That's
no!
all I've been doing is Motu, and I've actually gotten more than I thought. just starting out and get like 10 videos out there.
Have you gone on Amazon to get like the stuff on sale and clearance?
Oh, you mean
Like the Motu stuff? The
Always.
Motu stuff. Like you get a lot of stuff on Amazon really cheap.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Usually, I mostly go to Big Bad Toy Store, but if I find something earlier, quicker, or cheaper, yeah, I'll grab from there.
Yeah, like
Or
if you
even
don't-
after the fact, if it's on sale, I'll get a double of something. Like I just picked up another Stridor just because it's half off, and
I got my second Stridor for $8.99.
yeah,
$30 vehicle for
$8.
$8.
Yeah, see, I can't pass it up. Like I just got the
three
second King Grace call. That's what I was doing a second ago. I just made him.
Hey, Jacob, you have Clawful, right?
Yes, I do.
Can you look at your paint
Actually,
app?
there's all my Masterverse up there. I got everything except for those CGI ones.
Can you look at your paint apps on your face for me?
Right behind me. What's that?
So while you guys are comparing that, I'm building my first vehicle here for Final Faction.
Yeah, I got them in front of me. What are you looking at?
The eyes, are yours completely white?
That's why I was looking at my video, and then I seen somebody else's video, and they're talking about they got like the little
Yeah, they've got
yellowish.
irises that are a little bit lighter. It's just weird.
Yeah,
I might have to do something about that. That's gonna make me.
I know. I said in my video too. I almost wish they just had the black dots to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out. The best way to do that is get you some black paint, put it on a toothpick.
Oh
at the
yeah.
tip, and you
Yeah,
just
first
tap.
was looking at them. I was looking at them through my camera because I opened them and was reviewing them. But then once I started looking at them off camera, that's when I noticed they're like a little goldish yellow to them.
It's just weird. Okay.
Wasn't sure if I liked it or not, but I'm like, I kind of miss the black dot. Like, especially when I look at my Origins one next to it, I'm like, kind of feels like he needs them.
So Jeremy's mentioning something about looking at the armies of Ashmore and the
Yeah,
Swords
and
of
the
Warriors. Is that the Kickstarter?
Yeah, that was the Kickstarter from Matt Rodriguez. They just ended.
High fantasy ones, like Ninja Turtle-ish.
I feel like there's this a message he's trying to point out.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, they're dinosaurs. So, I mean, of course, design-wise, some of them are going to look similar.
But aren't those really expensive and much bigger?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because they're like
They were roughly $60 a piece in the Kickstarter. I got them all, so except for the blanks. The blanks were $35.
okay.
Right.
Yeah,
And
so these are 30 with way less articulation.
Yeah.
And here, I mean, I watched.
Your articulation on they're about the same as far as articulation because they're made by Four Horsemen, Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're the ones that did the sculpts, and they'll be made at the factories. So, yeah.
All right.
So it'll be roughly the same articulation as a Mythic Legion.
All right.
So, this is the first vehicle that I have. It's the Karn vehicle.
Hey, Oz, Adam.
Where are we at? I mean, I can't say what was originally coming first. So, Boss Fight stole them. I could see that. And then they were able to rush them out. Well, because, yeah, I think Matt actually was even mentioning that he's had smaller scale ones that he showed off before, like a couple years ago. And now he's finally putting them out. Yeah, here it is. Matt went to Boss Fight with his designs, and they had a meeting, and then they released their designs. See, there we go.
That's not good.
Hey, you know what? It does happen.
There's a lot of people that steal stuff.
Yeah. The
And
best
I'm not even going to start into it because I really don't want to get your channel into shit. But there's other people that steal shit.
I said
And
it.
no one wants to admit it.
I said it a week ago. There is nothing new under the sun.
No.
Everything is regurgitated.
Fucking Thanos is dark side. All right? It's been around forever. Sorry, Thanos. He fucking shows up.
comes back like you just say my name.
What?
No, I caught the tail end of the drama you guys are talking about. That's kind of messed up. I hadn't heard that.
That's not
Yeah.
good.
I can see it though, because a lot of like the same dinosaurs have the same color schemes. Like when I was looking at them, I noticed
Yeah.
that. One thing I did want to show you guys, I went into the other room and I grabbed it. Working on this. I showed it off when it was just like base coated.
Nice.
Archway and steps.
Very cool.
And it's got a little shelf in the back, so you can just like socket it onto the wall and the figures on it. I posted a picture in the Patreon yesterday.
Yeah, I know I've seen it somewhere.
And I really wish they would do Masterverse head and armor packs, because I really like how the stuff turns out with Origins. Like, I was never satisfied with the Man-at-Arms, so I did that. And then the new Eternia Zodak has
Armor on your Origins one.
Sunman is probably my favorite. You just look so much better than the Origins one. And I did the same for Pighead here too. I just took a picture with those guys.
Very cool.
Today.
Yeah, so many of those, man. You swap some Masterverse heads on them, and they look so much different.
Yeah,
Right.
And
That head.
man.
That's what I did for, everybody's waiting until their Eternia comes in for their King Grayskull. I just bought one of the Masterverse King Grayskulls, put it on a spare clamp champ body, and then I swapped out some pieces from the Masters of the WWE universe, Ultimate Warrior on there, and boom, I've got my King Grayskull a year ahead of time.
Yeah, that's why I just finished up with King Grayskull I was working on.
Right? We got
But that
Chad joining us this evening. Good to have you here, brother.
That Viking He-Man helmet, the helmeted one.
Yeah.
I call that one the Frank's Red Hot because I put that shit on everything. That head goes on every from battle armor to everything. But yeah, I just finished up that Origin.
Yeah, and I mean, he looks great. Now, the cape was a little too big for the Origins, so I actually put that on my Viking He-Man. The new Eternia He-Man.
Yeah, I just switched
And it
from the
works
Ultimate
really good.
Warrior one. This is what I had on him, the Ultimate Warrior cape.
Yeah, that's what I was using on mine.
Yeah, I just switched them out. I was like, it doesn't look bad. It is kind of big, but
So, I was showing off. This is the Rumbler, the car and vehicle for Final Faction. And it comes with an accessory pack with several different parts. And again, this is only $1.25.
I hope that Christine would do that for her. Bag.
So it gets like this little scorpion tail thing. I don't know. We were talking a couple weeks back about that movie Enemy Mine, and this tail thing definitely has the look of that creature that was in the sand. If you guys don't know that movie, it's an old Dennis Quaid movie, sci-fi.
Lee Gossett Jr.
Yeah, it's an awesome movie. I haven't seen that in years, but it was a really, really good one.
It was a good movie.
Yeah, Louis Gossett Jr. plays the alien, and he's phenomenal.
Please tell me this comes off. Oh, you're not going to do that gently, are you? I'm going to have to take you off with heat.
So it gets claws and like a scorpion tail added to it.
And each of those are a different pack, right?
Well, the tail and the claws are one pack.
Okay.
And then, of course, you buy the Rumbler itself. That's one pack. So
Open up.
the main vehicle, and then it's the
Open.
accessory pack for it. So it's really cool. And again, if you guys, honestly, I'm not going to lie, like part of me sees these things, and for anybody who's 3.75 Joe fans, like these things would make some great Cobra La little like stand-in stuff for the background.
Yeah, but Cobra La is awful.
What's your
Really
mouth?
not the best move they had in that show.
I mean, it's awful, and I fear the day that Classified makes Cobra La, and I know it's.
I made a
I
badass
know.
Pythona. Thank you very much. I'll take her.
Oh, Pythona was great.
And
I'd
Nemesis
love to see
Warfare.
Nemesis.
I can live without
Warfare.
gloves, but I'll take the other, and I'll take a regular Cobra La.
It's not even that the design of them were bad. It's just I hate the story. It's stupid.
Blame Chuck Dixon, I guess.
Look, man, I will definitely grab a globulus for the tail and figure out how to adapt it to some He-Man character because it fits better there.
I think He-Man's already doing it for us.
Yeah, we're getting our Lady Slither finally.
Yep.
That's going to be great.
She's going to be an exclusive, so getting a bunch of those tails is going to be a pain.
It will be.
But I
But you can
could.
get them printed too. So
I like that head sculpt. I could, at $14, I think is what I was paid for this one. I think I could get a few of these and make them like a elite squad.
Go
It
for
doesn't
it.
look bad.
Yeah.
Not. Now I can see why everybody was getting them because there was one point where these were like $50. Now they're 15.
hell of a
Beat
job.
that.
Patience pays off.
I have more than enough classified figures that I don't need to be adding that many other lines into it. So
this huge guy is the one who's supposed to sit in the giant chariot of doom. But honestly, I think like he's kind of big. Like he's definitely supposed to be the one that sits in it. Okay, he works. One of the first lives that I saw on Skelly's channel is he was playing around with this thing. He didn't have the expansion pack for it yet. But
Yeah, he's putting the reaction figures in. I remember that video.
yeah. It was one of the first lives that I joined in on with him where I wasn't actually in the live. I was just a guy in the chat. But yeah, so they're you can't really see him in there because he's camouflaged apparently to blend in with all of his accessories.
But the
I
whole
guess
thing
that's why
is what, $5?
now
Yeah.
you can't see him.
Yeah. Like I swear he's sitting there. This is him. But
Do you know what they remind me of? You ever see the animated movie Titan AE?
Yeah.
yes.
Oh yeah.
It looks like the Dredge,
Yeah.
just not
Yeah.
as vibrant.
Right. Well, and again, that's the other cool thing
Well, they
about
have
this,
some in
like-
bright green now, Lawrence, so it might work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all their new stuff this year that they've been coming out with, this is like the older models, this purple look to it. All the newer model stuff is the bright green against the black. And he's got some red eyes in here that you can see.
Technicolor vomit, as I like to call it.
So these are the kind of crabs you get in Baltimore. Just saying.
That's
Really
sad.
bad. It was really
I'm going
bad.
to Baltimore.
You steam them babies with some Old Bay and you eat them.
I would like to say thank you for taking away the murder capital of the world for so long from Detroit.
Hey, man, we strive hard to make sure we're killing more than one person a day. So at the end of the year,
Listen, I live 8 miles out of Detroit, so
So you're at Lawrence out in Detroit.
what?
Oh, that's where you're at out in Detroit.
Yeah, 8 miles out. I'm not in Detroit. God forbid I wouldn't have a family growing up
He's
there.
8 miles
Detroit,
out,
man.
not 8 mile.
No, I'm 8 miles away from 8 Mile in Detroit. That's where I grew up. 8 Mile. Yeah. So I tell people like where where Eminem grew up, it was a bad area. He lived in Warren, which is right next to it. Where Kid Rock grew up, who told that he's from Detroit, he grew up about 30 miles outside of Detroit in a nice suburb called Romeo.
His
I wouldn't
parents
call it
owned car dealerships.
What?
That's what I heard.
His parents owned car dealerships. He always acted like he was white trash, but he was just a rich.
Oh
child.
no, he's white trash.
Oh,
But-
yes.
He is white trash.
Yes.
And he makes awful music. And his music was even worse when he did like Yodeling in the Valley and stuff. Now, not that I like rap as
I'll
it
be
is,
right back.
but yeah. So that guy is, and again, like when people think like he represents it, but I was in training. I was just talking about this. I was in training years ago in Dallas, and it was shortly after the movie came out. And someone was like, "What is 8 Mile?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "What is 8 Mile?" It didn't dawn on me that no one realized that 8 Mile it's the mile road that divides Detroit and the suburbs. I've never seen the movie.
8 Mile.
Yeah, because we go by mile roads, and it's like in that area, if you're on one side, it's not that much better. Like at the Warren side, but when you get to the water, there's $4, $5, $6 million homes like right across. You cross that 8 Mile into Detroit, and you go 300 feet, and all of a sudden you're in the ghetto. It is amazing if you drive down there. And it's starting to get a little bit better, but you cross it, and you never realize like that you could turn around and see a $4 million home behind you. What you're seeing while you're in Detroit, it's just. But it didn't dawn on me that no one realized what 8 Mile was.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, but this guy, he was out of, I want to say Jersey. And he was just like, what the hell is 8 Mile? What are you talking about? I never seen the movie because I have no reason to watch, And he grew up, like when he grew up, the house that he lived in, a girlfriend of mine in high school, she lived in that same gated neighborhood. Now, it was well before anyone well before he was Eminem,
Right.
And I remember they were building the houses, and a friend of mine went in there and was like, they were building the house, and they were in the girl's room, and he's like, "This is a pretty nice sized room," and she goes, "This is my closet." And he was like, "Oh, okay."
All right, bougie.
Exactly.
Big closets.
I grew up in a condo, a pretty small condo. All right, so.
Yeah, my sister will talk about the fact that our house was like tiny.
Don't you also live in Columbus, Ohio?
Who, me? No, I'm in Baltimore.
No, Ted.
Oh,
You
Ted.
probably
Yeah.
have Ohio State flags all over your house. Sorry if I'm offending you, but
So, Allison was mentioning earlier that the Boltman body is actually closer in tone match than Clamchamp. I will have to remember that. Thank you, Allison.
You're talking about for King Grayskull?
Yeah, for King Gray Skull.
That'll give me something to do right now.
Mattel really needs to
It
hire
says it lives in
Allison.
Columbus.
She knows more about those figures than like anybody else I
On
know.
my blue marble head.
There you go. Confirmed.
Big
so,
log.
so understand, I could never go to
Oh,
Ted's
yeah.
house with Michigan plates on because of how Ohio State fans
I
are.
don't know that I can deal with that head. A little much. That's a little.
Yeah.
So
So,
in the Masterverse, I forgot the most important character.
of
Yeah,
your
that's one of the first ones I did.
digital imagery,
It's just a much better head sculpt. Like I really wish they would just release the heads for Masterverse because they look really good on the Origins.
they do. Because one of the things that I actually was really happy about with Masterverse is that there's some ability to swap stuff with Origins. And it makes sense and it works.
I actually think Masterverse would be a much better line if they had all the pop and swap that Origin does, like instead of just the heads and the hands.
I just think a lot of toys would be better that way. Period.
Danos, you have any of those Masters of the WWE at all?
I have a ton of them.
You have so you have the Stone Cold Trapjaw.
Yeah.
Well,
I actually have two of them because I used the one arm for my what's that guy's name from Where's the Tea? Techno.
Oh yeah. I made that trap claw, that custom.
Oh yeah.
I took it back apart, but yeah, I threw that jaw upside down.
Okay. Yeah, it gives them kind of
Thanos'
2000.
I said Thanos on Fisto's head. It makes a kind of cool little helmet.
It's pretty genius right there.
I now have an 80s boombox to put in my displays.
Oh, that's cool.
What figure did that come with?
That was Funk Ops. They have him at Ross for like $8.
All right.
I didn't even know Ross sold toys. I am so out of touch.
We're just starting to get Ross's, and I'm getting kind of excited.
Yeah.
The one that we had by me closed down, so I've got to find one because if they're
Marshalls and Ross are the same company. So is
We got a
TJ Maxx.
I'm
DD's
still gonna
discount.
make sure. We got Marshalls and TJ Maxx around, so maybe
TJ Maxx. Yes,
them out.
try those. They're all the same company. They're just different branches of the same company.
Yeah,
That's where I got the $8 roadblock.
Roadblock.
What were you saying,
I
Jacob?
got 2 of those, and I was just like, yeah, I don't need it.
Have you guys heard of DD's Discount? I think they're part
Oh,
of
yeah.
Ross too.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
one just down the street actually.
so
You
My
might be able to find them at Ollie's too, Oz.
okay.
There's a
My-
possibility on that as well.
My first Origins that I opened up here, or Origins, sorry. My first human Alpha Team figure that I pulled up is this guy, Sergeant something or other.
Sergeant something or other. That's how
Yeah.
you
It's a
So
good name.
that is Sergeant Steel, but that's all he comes with is a set of wings. So I was hoping this other wing pack that I had.
We got the wings.
I was hoping this wing pack that I had might work for him, but unfortunately, he doesn't have like any peg holes on him.
Now I have a disco ball. The good thing about Fortnite stuff is you get some really ridiculous weapons, but it's fun weapons. It's ridiculously fun.
So
You
Disco
guys pick
ball.
up these?
Yeah, I've got those.
That's cool.
We got
Yes.
4 or 5 of those.
They're
I
like,
got
they're,
for this.
they're like $2 an hour.
Specifically for this gun.
Oh, is it? I didn't even open up because the guns are stupid.
yeah, I definitely want to
That
pick up.
sniper doesn't look bad.
Yeah, is that the drone?
This is a covert ops pack. So there is a drone in there. Hang on, let me full screen again. They've got like again different weapons and accessory packs for all of these things.
Now,
So
any
this-
of those that have pegs, like I said, they'll fit in a Marvel Legends back, and they'll also fit in G.I. Joe. Because there's one which looks like with arms that come over the front. I have that in 2 bats.
Is
But
that
sometimes they push out. You got your sticky tap.
Yeah, that one. I have that in the back of 2 bats. 2
okay?
different bats in my display.
And then there's this. Now, some of these go specifically with certain things, though.
Vehicles.
So I do not have that mech thing yet. But like stuff like the covert ops thing, that'll go with anybody. And the cyber arms do go with a specific character.
Hey, quickly, Ted, if you want some, send me a message. I got a whole bunch over at my Ollie's.
Yeah. There was a few, but they didn't have the good weapons at my Ollie, so I didn't pick them up. I get them for the weapons. I've got 5 of them now. Ted, if you just want me to send you some of their arcade cabinets, I can send you their arcade cabinets. I don't need them. I've got
I'll
like
pick some arcade cabinets.
They're like $2. I mean, that's what's so
I'll put
cool.
I'll put an arcade in Castle Grayskull here.
You want one, Oz? I can send one to you.
Yeah. I'd be down for it. You know, I got these Ghostbusters now. They need something to do in the off time when they're not ghosts. So my next human character here, this is Sergeant Rook. Or Ruck. Sorry, Ruck.
And Ted, I know you don't like your competition, but they did have those on clearance. I don't know if they're still on clearance for like $8. If you can't find if you don't have an Ollie's near you.
So it comes with what looks like it's either supposed to be a gas can or an ammo tin. Since his name is Sergeant Ruck, I'm calling it a rucksack. Maybe it's a fanny pack.
Nope. Yeah, that's gonna need some sticky tack.
That's gonna need some sticky tack.
Well, I mean, I guess the other thing I could do is find a barbell that works for it, but that's just a pain in the butt.
So I will say the gold paint on this feels kind of tacky, which has me a little worried. But that's Sergeant Ruck. He comes with a little arm cannon that I put on. Now, see, he's got some pegs and stuff, so I'm thinking maybe these cyber arms go with him.
What are you exactly worried about with that $1.25 figure?
Getting gold glittery stuff all over everything, because we all know glitter is the herpes of the craft world.
Do you have a girl?
I do.
Okay, then you know.
I'm actually surprised I don't have a bunch of glitter on me because it was arts and crafts day at work.
Oh, yeah.
My ex hated tinsel. Like, we were not allowed to put tinsel on the Christmas tree. Not that I wanted to, but then you just think back to tinsel when you were a kid, and it was everywhere till like March.
Yeah, man. Christmas is coming out next year, and tinsel is still there from the year before, is what tinsel is.
I don't rebuy tinsel. We just buy tinsel once, and it lasts for a lifetime. So you're good.
Right.
That's
You can also make a ghillie suit out of it.
Yes, you can, and hide with all the other aluminum Christmas trees.
Hey, that's where all your USS flags were at. They were hiding under the tinsel. I just didn't have them. They didn't hide mine under the tinsel.
It's a lot of tinsel.
Yes, it would be a lot of tinsel. It's amazing how much they packed into that box, though.
Hang on a sec here. I am terribly sorry. I'm just catching up. Like, my IG, I just got a message, or it just notified me I had a message from Travis from like almost an hour ago now. Not quite that, like 30 minutes ago. He wanted to come hang out with us. So he's getting the link. Anybody else in the chat? You know my accounts. Hit me up. I'm trying to get you in here. I can have up to 10 people. It's cool. We'll have fun.
Yeah, I just saw your message to me.
Okay.
I popped in a couple times. I was just trying to get set up. I wanted to change my shirt. I'd been outside. I had a gray shirt on. It was all sweaty. I kept going to hit delete, and I hit enter, and I jump in the studio, and I was like, oh, no, exit out. I did that twice. That's why he's seen me a couple times.
Everyone, don't piss off Allison. Just don't.
Right? Because this is for real, the scare here.
You know what? She's equal parts sweet, equal parts mean. You just got to take the good with the bad.
Just save yourself the hassle. Don't get on her bad side. I'm just saying.
Well, you know what? That's true.
Allison, I won't. Encyclopedia, I swear.
Yeah.
On everything.
There is like a handful of people that know far more about Masters of the Universe than I do. She is definitely up there at the top.
She can tell you where the part came from and what.
Right?
Yeah.
Which factory it came out of Taiwan. Exactly. Like, I'm good. But her Battle Ram blog, they are definitely better. They got me beat. That's why I'm so humbled now with the with the crew that I run around with.
There you
Like,
go.
you know, and that's good. I
Adam
appreciate
says, if Allison asks for your address, ask her what she needs.
No highly articulated. You just block her instantly. You
Mind
don't.
you,
You just
now I'm a
block
little worried because he just asked me for my address. I'm hoping he's not passing it along.
I don't think you're getting a glitter bomb, but
I hope not.
Oh man, you seen that porch pirate guy that makes those glitter
The
bombs?
one that makes the glitter bombs with the fart spray.
The fart spray and all that. That is hilarious. I got stuck watching those a while back.
He's also like worked with the guys at Scammer Payback, where they've sent them to those scam call centers in Calcutta.
Yeah. Those people deserve it.
I love watching them. They make me so happy because having worked in a call center and having everybody think that we're some kind of scam, it's wonderful when you see the people that have caused. I mean, I was still the bad guy. I used to work for PayPal's credit collections side. So I'm still the bad guy. I was a collections agent. And, gotta say, like, that is definitely not the best job in the world. It's really not fun at all. But, so many people were just convinced that we were a scam. Like, you used your PayPal account online and somebody asked you for your social security number. When was the last time PayPal asked you for your social security number? You signed up for PayPal credit. Believe me, that's the only reason you gave up that information. Like, I didn't do that. I trust you did. Otherwise, you would not be getting this call. I'll have to save those conversations for a fun After Dark episode because they get pretty wild. So
apparently,
Hey, Lawrence, at
takes of
Wrestling Town.
the skip tracing because she says that she only asked for your address if all her other means of getting it failed.
She's got to return that address for me, so
I did skip tracing for a few years.
yeah, I used to do that all the time for, again, that exact job. Like, skip tracing was something I had to do every day.
All right, got those ugly glasses off. It was actually not a bad face sculpt.
You watch wrestling, so Lawrence? Was that you who was talking about it the other day? I know somebody was. I can't remember.
I think all of us were talking about wrestling earlier tonight.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no,
I'll
out
be
the house
going
thing started
30
well.
seconds. Wrestling.
And I got these guys in that Mattel store too. Thought they go pretty good with the Masterverse. I don't know if anybody knows who these guys
Viking Raiders?
are. Yeah,
Wow.
they're pretty cool. This guy, he's really beefed up too, but yeah,
They had those down in price, huh?
yeah, I seen
Nice.
both of them together. I was like, man, I gotta get them. They're cool. Put some weapons on them. They're
I'm a
fit
big
right in
fan
with
of
the
the Viking
Masterverse.
Raiders.
Yeah, this guy's a beast.
They fit right in with, hold them up again. They fit right in with some Mythic Legions.
Yeah, there's some cool, pretty detailed with all the tattoos and everything too. This one that's tatted up, he's cool.
This is pretty funky looking.
What are they?
They're the
They're
Viking
wrestlers.
Raiders.
Oh, okay.
I actually had to look up some videos of them. They're cool to watch wrestling too. They remind me of like the old school gimmick era, like when you got like Demolition and
Yeah.
but some
Back-
Vikings. They're pretty rough too.
Yeah, I stopped. Yeah, I haven't really watched wrestling, and
I
Mondays I'm
haven't.
busy.
I used
so-
to. I mean,
I haven't watched wrestling since probably 98 or 99.
yeah, I used to collect wrestlers, and I had hundreds and hundreds of them, and I sold them off. I sold off a lot of my stuff.
Yeah, we all get to that point of, we've all had those moments where we sold.
Except I thought that my son, because when my first son was born, and him being autistic, and he didn't play with toys or anything for a long time. So stuff I had, all my Star Wars, all my wrestlers and everything, was nothing he was ever into. So I sold them off or gave them away to my nephews and stuff. And now I'm like, I wish I would have kept them all. My son would love them now.
Right.
Yeah.
It just took them long time to develop. Yep, Eric and Ivar.
The Viking Raiders.
Those guys are awesome, man.
And now they've got oh shoot, I can't think of her name.
The girl,
Sarah
with
Logan?
yeah. I don't even know just because I watched a couple of YouTube clips.
Yeah, she's with them now.
She's nuts too.
Well, she had like a very similar, like almost like Celtic gimmick.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
it was
I don't
really
know any history of her. I just saw when she debuted with them.
Yeah.
Did that move where she threw that other chick in there and chin came down on her head and just that noise it made. I was like, dang.
I used to watch wrestling like religiously, but over the years, the storylines just got played out. They weren't as good. Most of the wrestlers I didn't care for as much. I think there's still a lot of really talented guys in there, but it's just there's different promotions sometimes have some better stuff.
Yeah, when the Attitude Era was dying out, it was kind of when I did too.
All right, so we're being told Valhalla is her name, and she is apparently married.
There's enough good characters in professional wrestling. I mean, the fact that the one dude's had the title for like 3 years, and I'm sorry, he's a trash. Yeah, Roman. He said that he's a trash wrestler.
I will say, I'm glad that somebody's held on to it for a length of time at this point.
Yeah, that's what they're.
But how many times does he wrestle?
True, just basically at pay-per-views these days.
If Paul Heyman is your manager, it's because you can't speak. Like, you can't use a mic. You know, I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but you shouldn't be carrying a title for that long. Hulk Hogan carried it because he was not a good wrestler. He was a wonderful performer. You know?
I will go with that.
I don't know. And the fact that they have 2 titles and then they had it on one guy for the longest time. Did they finally split it up again?
I guess. I haven't watched lately.
Okay.
I have no idea.
As a matter of fact, if John Emerald Knight, you are out there, I know you have been watching it more with you and Sir Clifton have been watching it. Give us the scoop on what's going on right now with wrestling.
Or Travis too. Travis.
Yeah, Travis has been watching.
Travis knows all that. I was watching him.
He can come on when he's ready. He's got. I sent him the link.
How are any of you watching it? How are any of you watching Monday Night Raw when clearly you should be over watching me live?
You think I can't keep
from 9 to midnight
because I'm watching you?
See,
I know you
but
are.
technically, Lawrence, if you can multitask, you can watch somebody on a phone while you watch something on the television.
I don't watch wrestling, but I am new to you, Lawrence, so I'll be starting to hop on there Mondays now. Now that I know you more and know your channel, see you in your schedule.
Yeah, it's a long rant. I really should be doing the slides right now. Actually, I was gonna watch some TV with my daughter, but she's on with a friend, so she didn't care. So my Father's Day will be like doing slides for the show.
Hey man, do like what I do. Like I'll be working on stuff while I'm doing Toy Frenzy. I'll be working on stuff while we're streaming if I'm done opening stuff. I just
edited the video for tomorrow.
See? Perfect.
It's getting kind of late. Since they go out at 7 a.m, it takes time to upload it. Slides I wouldn't be able to do because I would be too distracted.
Right. You got an app or a special thing you use for editing? I'm kind of just going off what my son uses for his Lego stop motion. The same app.
I do. So the live streams I don't. I use StreamYard. I do everything on my iPhone. So I use iMovie. That's why everything I do is very scaled down. It's raw, but that's what people see. I mean, that's what people like. They're getting pretty much. That's why a lot of times it runs long because I'm not cutting stuff up. You're not seeing things posed, and I've had people complain about it, but it's like if there's 1,000, there's 1,000 people doing reviews that have a figure posed in a perfect position. People want to see. I know. I always want to see what is the figure when you open it up. That's why the Mythic Legion one, the first one ran so long because I never opened it. And then I have people complaining and saying oh, well, you didn't do this. Well, it's kind of the whole point of it. You're kind of not doing it live, but you're watching me do it. The only things that I end up sometimes doing, and for the channel members, you can sometimes I'll post the B rolls is the beginning, because if I can't get through my first spiel, then I'll redo it. But once I open it up, I don't want to go back and then people will be like, well, what did you miss? Because someone complained about the cover girl, because I made a comment I didn't realize in the opening that is she all together, and her arm was popped off, and he's like, oh good job, you happen to mention if all her pieces are on her and then her arm just happens to be off. I had to go back and watch it because I didn't remember that I said it. I have no script. I don't do a script. I just everything. And if you watch my early lives, I didn't have any of that. And Matthew, my moderator, he wasn't even the moderator then, but he was like, you need to have a talking point. Just have your points that you want to get through. And he goes, you can't read the chat all the time, because if you get popular and you start getting more people, it's going to completely distract you. So I've had people upset with me. They're like, you didn't read my comment. I'm like,
oh yeah, that'll help.
Dude, I have 60 people in there, which is nothing compared to the guys that have 300, 400, 500. That's why,
right?
When you hear people complain about how they only read super chats, a lot of times they're only reading super chats because if someone is giving you a super chat, you want to acknowledge, hey,
exactly.
But I can't. And how many times that you go?
Think of the devil.
Yep. How many times if you watch my live and I start talking and I'm reading, I read a message or a message on it, and it's or a comment, and you're like, oh, this is a conversation. You hear Chris on the Full Force do it all the time too. He'll read a comment and it's right in the middle of a conversation. And he's like, oh, okay, well. And then it's do I scroll up and try and figure out what's going on?
I always laugh at Mega J Retro reading every single comment.
Hey, I love Mega J though. The fact that he manages to keep
a half
up
hour,
with
I can't do it, even when it's only 10 or 12 people in the chat. I can't imagine doing it with 100.
Oh yeah,
right.
But it would hurt.
What I try to do at least is I'm trying to read the chat as I go, so that if people are talking to each other, I'll kind of leave that be unless it's a funny comment or a funny conversation I want to recognize. And our next guest is joining us here.
But
Nolan just kind of randomly throws out make another beachhead. Did I miss something while I was gone about beachhead?
But quickly, I want to expound on what you said. You have right now 6 people on here, so you have time while other people are talking. I'm doing it solo, so there's only me reading it. And again, I've had people upset with me because you read the comment above mine, so I know you saw it. It's dude, are you I have no reason to be pissed off at anyone. You're watching me. Why would I be pissed off at you if I didn't like you? I just boot you. I watch other streamers that are listen, trolls they're not worth it. I don't go on other people's streams and listen, there's a lot of people that I don't like. I don't go on their streams when they have if I like someone and they have someone I don't like on, I don't go on their streams and comment because
there's no
I
point.
find it rude.
No point engaging in the negative behavior.
I really don't understand why. I mean, some people just got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Some people.
Oh, he's muted. Does he know he's muted?
I think he's
talking
talking
to someone. He's talking to somebody in the room.
Yeah, let's just have a conversation about him while he's muted.
Yeah, exactly. While he has no chance to
We can
respond.
hear us.
Sorry.
Nothing like Paul Orndorff either.
So, but yeah,
You have one small arm.
I went, I mod for Mega J's chat, and I think for the first time I actually.
What do you want, punk? It just turned into a 6-man flex off.
Totally did.
Me
Totally
and
did.
Jacob were just nah.
I'm staying out of this one. Yeah.
Y'all didn't know you were buying tickets to the gun show tonight.
No, they did not.
Was
Next
this
time I come on,
Over there, or
next time I'm come on, I'm going to be doing my curls like Ron Burgundy.
Yeah, there you go.
you say? Yeah, just grab a couple things while I'm sitting here. You know, and gotta have them here. I sit at this desk most of the day while I'm at work.
So
So
apparently, Nolan's little comment about Beachhead is just a random thought. It just came out of nowhere. I was wondering where that came from.
yeah, I was scrolling up through the chat trying to look too.
I was
and
like,
didn't see it, but that's okay because it brought us back to toys a little bit.
I was like, where did that come from? It's like, ooh, ADD thought. Ooh, squirrel.
Shiny.
But yeah, like the other week we had somebody in Jay's chat who was being like really unruly, and it started off kind of just annoying, and then it
Mr.
kept getting
Cheeseburger?
bigger. I can't even remember what their name was anymore. But you know, me and Bud both like we put him in timeout, and then he was coming back saying how we were in poor form for putting him in timeout when you're saying messed up stuff in the chat. So then eventually I was just like, bye. You've been timed out by two of us twice. Bye. We're done. And the only reason I do that is because it's not my channel. It's Mega Chase, so I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
But he's like, look, I gave you guys the power. Whatever you say in the chat goes. But I still like try to just be like whatever with it. You know, we had the trolls the one night we were all hanging out last time.
Yeah.
The thing when you have moderators, you have to pick moderators that think like you. I see a lot of these. I see a lot of these live streams. They might have 20 people on there, like watching, and 6 of them are moderators. And it's like, why do you need 6? I have 1. I got to talk to him if he thinks we need another one. He knows how. He knows like what I think. But one of the big YouTubers that I watch about like just doing better YouTube videos and everything. People ask him like, "What do you do about trolls?" He goes, "I just boot them. I don't need them. Like they serve no purpose. I don't need that one person watching. Just boot them. They're not there to participate. They're there to bring down everyone else in the stream. So why have them?"
If you assign somebody as a moderator, do they not count towards your like your viewer count or anything like that, or your watch hours?
No, it still counts.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I mean, there's no harm in having a few extras if you have that available to you, right? I mean,
But
the
if you
bigger
have
your
20,
chat, the more moderators you're really going to want.
yes,
Yeah.
if you have 20 people watching and 6 of them are moderators, I don't.
But
I
you
don't know the
probably could
purpose.
use another moderator, Lawrence. I mean,
it's like a preschool.
I
It's like a
think you're
preschool
right.
classroom. It's like 2 children for
Or
every
Matthew,
adult,
I can only
right?
imagine what he's having to
Basically.
deal with.
I always looked at it like I wasn't big enough to get trolls, so I didn't need any moderators. And then I started getting trolled. And honestly, even the one guy with the poop, that wasn't that bad. The one that got me upset and I wanted to start getting that I actually started getting and putting people as mods was when I was doing the live stream with my son.
Yeah.
And the guy was in there trolling the chat, dropping like F-bombs and stuff. Mind you, when I was doing that stream with my son, he's sitting here because I let him kind of, you know, it's his show. So I'm sitting off to the side over here a little bit. And I'm an old man. I got these glasses. I can't read the little chat off to the side. So I would click it and highlight it and put it on the screen. And then I could read it because it was large enough. And he dropped an F-bomb. And I brought it up to highlight and read it out loud.
Uh-oh.
And it's like, he can read. He knows what that says.
Yeah.
And I'm like, after that, I was like, okay, I need to start making some moderators because they could catch that. Mind you,
But
it's
you
not
know-
like just said it and I put it up there.
You
But
can
if-
put words in.
Yes, I found out how to do that as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't care if somebody like drops an F-bomb now. Like that
Yeah.
doesn't bother me.
Okay,
It was just when I had my son.
F words aren't the bad ones. It's, let's say, presidents, former presidents. You want to keep that stuff out because
Yeah, no.
I made a comment about, I made a slick comment about Trump, and someone went and made a comment saying, "Oh, I caught that. You missed the Biden one that I said too. Like I don't care for either one. They're both a bunch of idiots. All right, but it was just, and it wasn't even about. It had something to do with something completely different, and it's how he acted. not about how he ran the country. I'm like, do you ever hear me talk about politics? Like, I don't. If I want to talk about politics, I'll start a politics channel. We'll get a lot more viewers. Believe me.
Oh yeah, that's a hot topic. You'll get monetized in no time, or demonetized.
But what we should really be talking about is how he's in the WWE Hall of Fame, because that's really all that matters right now, right?
And I saw that live.
Did you really? Like
Yeah,
in person?
WrestleMania 23.
Nice, dude. I've never been to WrestleMania. I'm hoping to go for my 40th
It's a
birthday to WrestleMania 40 next spring.
So I don't mean to brag, but
WrestleMania 12.
not only do I have my childhood USS flag, I also went to WrestleMania 3.
WrestleMania 3, I was almost 3.
Right.
So unfortunately, I wasn't there.
So even in a cheap toy line, you get the paint variants.
Oz,
Same
are those
rule.
are those the $1, $1.25 ones at the dollar
yeah.
store there? Okay, so
Yeah.
I mentioned in the chat, I started snagging those. My youngest, he likes to take the Joes into the pool and stuff, and I had a bunch of little, I think they're the ones they sell at the Walmart. They were
Well, these are
like
dollar store exclusives.
Yeah, they're not those. They're the other brand.
Lanards.
What is it?
Lanyards. Lanyards.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The
so
ones that make the Alien and the Predator stuff now.
Yeah. Used to
I
make
think so.
Used to make Joe adjacent figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like the corpse or whatever, almost basically.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, but this same exact girl, just now they've got the gold version of her, which is new this year, and then the regular version.
Man,
she comes
she's always
with
using the same models.
Attack on
same
Titan
molds.
sculpture. I'm okay with that though.
No, I'm just kidding.
So, yep, and I had the robot arm guy, but now it's time to get into the human vehicle. So, they get like this dune buggy looking thing here.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw those.
Yeah, it gets like a bit of armor and some extra guns for the top.
The boxes on that looks like a very generic like Halo set. This is when I saw that. It kind of made me think of Halo.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But I'm really, really just liking all of this.
I was just out at we took a family trip down the road. My family wanted to go to IKEA, so I got a bunch of shelving that's going to be coming for displays behind me and stuff to stack some stuff on it.
Stack stuff on
yeah,
it?
I think that'll probably be what's up there. My youngest ended up snagging a couple of the Bandai Dragon Ball Z figures this afternoon.
Nice.
There was like a Toys R Us, like a decent sized one in the Macy's down that way.
Can I put my cabinets on the Hexastack since you said it can support everything?
We'll find out.
Pulling up all my
that theory?
Get a fully loaded file cabinet on there. Let's really put it to the test. Fully loaded file cabinet.
I'll take pictures of the Hexastack with the decop, and he's like, dude, that's not what they're for. They're all underneath it.
Kind of like furniture slides now that I think.
Yeah, that's what the furniture slide, so you can move your.
Yeah, so we get Hexastack furniture slides.
If you get enough of them, you can just make flooring, right?
Right, exactly. Punk will be out in his garage and he'll be trying to lift his car up so he can change the tires or something. Like it's not quite meant for that, but
You gotta put they stack. You said they stack. Don't
they stack.
You got to keep linking them together, and
Hey,
it'll
if we
just
can't go off label with it, what's the point?
What was that?
I said if we can't go off label with it, what's the point?
Yeah, exactly.
They're supposed to be like customizable, universal, and now you're pretty much saying I cannot pull my car with it.
I didn't say you couldn't. I just said I wouldn't recommend it.
We're gonna talk about that.
You have to put one of those little cards in that says "Don't put your car."
on the box, there's a disclaimer. It's got magnets, not necessarily intended for children. That stuff. I know I'm gonna have to put in there for a Punkwood Toys. It's exclusively not intended to be used to jack your car up to change your tires. Guy's gonna be on the side of the road and he's gonna be pulling out Hexastack and trying to raise it up.
When AAA shows up and I got my car all jacked up on, I'm like, I don't know why it's not staying up.
I need more 3-inch ones.
That's the jack.
I could store my lug nuts in the back.
I think I did my review on it. And I say, I'm sorry, these will not hold a 3,000-pound car.
Oh, that would be great, man. That would
Can't
be
endorse
great.
them.
I'll tell
That
you
would be
what, that's
great.
your selling point there, though, if it does. Like, you're worried about it? This is going to hold up your car.
I mean, they're pretty. This one's pretty solid. I mean, it's pretty solid. I mean, I don't know. I could probably run it over on my Pilot. I'll test it out on one of the next ones.
Start off small with the hoverboards.
Like, you realize, like, there is a reason why McDonald's has to tell you that the coffee is extremely hot and you can burn yourself.
Oh
It's
yeah,
'cause
I know
someone
the
tried
story.
it.
Oh yeah.
Now, granted, the reason that she actually won that case was because they found out that McDonald's was heating the coffee up to 3 times
Yeah.
the drinkable temperature
Okay.
because they realized people picking them up in the drive-through weren't necessarily drinking them right away. So to make sure that it stayed hot until they got to where they were going, they made sure it was extra hot. Then lady puts the hot beverage between her legs, hits a bump, and it spills out over her lap and burns herself pretty badly. Is it her fault? Absolutely.
Real bad.
But, you know,
Okay.
McDonald's had to put that label on there after that.
So
And the rumor about her getting so rich off of it, she didn't even get rich. She just covered everything that happened to her.
So I fix copy machines, and some of the very few of them have the mailbox unit, which sticks up off the sorter. And so they have these bins that stick out, but inside the bin it cuts in so you can just grab the paper. Well, right inside, like right on the side, it says "Do not stick your head in it." So like you can have your head inside it. And I made a comment, and my boss goes, "Oh, you know why that's there? It means someone did it." And it came smashing into their eyes while the paper was. And I know, I know exactly why it's there, because people are stupid.
Yes.
You know.
Look, man, people are eating Tide Pods out there. I never once looked at a Tide Pod and was like, "Ooh, yum." Never.
No, can't say I ever
I
did.
will say this: if you put a disclaimer for a punk with toys on your product, I will shill for it forever.
He will be doing autographs. So if you want your warning label signed, please send it to Lawrence.
Maybe I'll add a tier for the Kickstarter. You know, like there'll be like 3 of them available, like to have like on each side of the box
Special
or something.
autograph.
You know, if you want to have it, if you want to shill for it, you know, we can throw something on there.
Well, I'm gonna have you on in like 3 weeks to talk.
Yeah,
about
brother, absolutely.
There we go. Yeah.
And like you said, if I can convince you who hate stands, but yours is different. Yours is specifically for a reason, to show off the figures rather than just have every figure where you can't see it.
And store your stuff.
And that's, I love that.
Hey, look, man. I mean, Brick said it right here. And now I got a whole new purpose. I got a whole new purpose for my little stash drawers.
Maybe I mean, not that my children do this, but maybe I could have my 19-year-old like put one of his hoodies on in the commercial that I'm doing and have him like, "No, you can't check my hex stack out in the commercial."
Yeah,
Well,
no.
it's recreational legal here.
Not my cup of tea.
Poor Mr. Wonderful. He just came on, and all of a sudden we're just like,
What else? Drawers,
It tracks all the time. This is just nothing different.
right?
Hey,
It's just
I asked for it. I asked for it. I
you
saw
asked for that coming on.
I saw the chat and I said, wait a minute, and I was driving up the highway and I couldn't respond. I was like, these sons of guns, they're saying it can't be done. Don't test me. And then
Watch
then
that
I pulled,
language, sons of guns.
I know. I had kids in the car. I had kids.
Worried
in the car.
about
had a red light and I was like.
Sent that response out. I finally saw it. It took me a minute. So, like, this reminds me of like those old Snap type models, but less secure.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the other vehicle? The one like the dune buggy?
Yeah, it's definitely got more to it than the Rumbler had. I'll give it that.
I don't know if I got anything in the last 48 hours. I'm trying to think.
Tell you what, though.
No, the last thing I got. Oh, and my auto mower didn't come in the mail yet. It's still en route. Still en route from California. So.
Did you guys hear about this on Toy Frenzy? He's talking about the fact that he's got an automatic lawnmower coming. He's got a Roomba for the lawn.
Yep.
This has been a thing for a little while, though. I heard a few years back.
Yeah, one of my neighbors had one by like Hasavana, like probably 9 years ago or so, and I was very jealous of him. And then, but the thing is, I didn't want to dig the wire. And
yeah, that's what it is.
Well, the one that I got is not. It uses some different technology where it like has like a micro GPS unit on your property that you put on, and then it like connects to the other one, and it's supposed to be a lot more technical and efficient and stuff. And in the videos I've seen online, it's like the Luba or something like that. If you Google it, you can find the Kickstarter. I think that might be what it's called. I could be completely murdering the pronunciation. Yeah, but it doesn't use a wire or anything because I have dogs and I already have the dog wire on the property, and I didn't want something that would interfere with it potentially because I don't want those guys running loose. And we put we looked into this, and I was like, well, I don't think this is going to impact it. So, but it's got to come at some point.
Right.
I can't wait for the kids to get automatic bubble lawnmower, so they don't even have to push it to make the bubbles.
Oh, that would be cool. I like that. Wait a minute. I think Hexastack LLC might be contacting the Punk with Toys for a future
Bubble Mowers Incorporated.
Well, you know what?
Honey, I Shrunk the
If you steal my idea, everyone heard it. It's here forever because it's on YouTube.
Forever on YouTube.
I like how he mutes his mic, turns off his camera, and disappears to go do this.
He's writing it down right now.
He's writing it down right now. Yeah.
Automatic bubble mower. No, do not give Punk any credit.
Up until a couple years ago, my mower was literally like no power, just a push with the spinning blade. And I have
man, that's too much work for me.
Yeah,
I've lived in condos and on a townhouse my entire life. I'm a bad Mexican. I think I mowed the lawn maybe 20 times when I lived with my ex. I would struggle to start one because I never had to do it.
You gotta get one of the Ego, or I think they're like they sell them at Lowe's. The Ego, the battery ones. You literally just have to push a button. It's awesome.
The one I had,
you have to start. I don't have to do it.
Right?
Thanos never had to worry about nothing.
Thanos is back here.
Worry about gas, sparks plugs, nothing priming it, nothing. He just pushed the mower.
Snaps the finger and it worked. Exactly. Puts his glove on and he's good to go.
But you had to make sure it stayed sharp, though.
Yeah.
Good deal. Hey, I'm gonna bounce out. It's late here, and I got an early morning tomorrow. Happy Father's Day to those that are fathers in the chat.
Yeah, you too.
On the stream. Thanks for letting me jump in.
Always,
have a good night, guys.
Well. Thanks for hanging out, brother.
And quickly, I'm gonna just plug it. Mr. Wonderful is gonna be on with me in like 3 weeks on Thursday. So we'll be going over his Hexastack and all the cool things that it now can do, but other things too. Just really...
Yes, it will.
Now it's gonna be. I mean, this Hexastack now has taken a whole new life.
Just brainstorm a bunch of extra features.
Right?
Awesome, dudes. Thank you, guys. Take it easy.
Nice talking to you.
Pleasure, brother. I definitely love the little detours that our conversations can have. Because we never keep this thing serious or strictly about toys. It's like, let's talk about whatever the heck we want tonight. That's kind of the point, right?
But you know what? Like when I started doing the live stream, like that's why it came. That's why I came up with the name, because I just started rambling on about everything, and the whole movie channel that started because at the end of the show, like people would start talking. We start talking about movies and stuff, and I'm going back and forth, and everyone, oh my god, that'd be so awesome. Then I started, and Matthew and I are doing it, and like no one shows up to watch it. So like, wait a minute, you guys couldn't stop talking about, oh yeah, we should do a movie channel. I do.
What do you mean? I didn't talk
and
about
people show up to watch it.
The only reason I don't show up is because I'm live at the same time.
Listen, I don't know. Listen, I get it, but it's just funny. Like, I'm like, man, everyone thought this was so great, and then no one shows up. But Matthew and I are having a good time doing it, so I don't,
That's all that matters,
Yeah.
right? It's literally it. That's all that matters. You're having fun, doing something that you enjoy, and hey, it's bringing entertainment to other people, no matter what.
Yeah, but like the whole rambling thing that came because at the beginning of doing the live streams, like I'd be going off. I mean, you're talking squirrel. I mean, it had nothing to do with toys by the end. That last like half hour to an hour, like it had nothing to do with toys. So I figured out how to place how I wanted to do my show for 3 hours.
Yep.
So, but even now, like I do the show and Monday, I'm like, do I even have enough to talk about? And then we're like an hour and 45 minutes into it. I'm like, I haven't even got to the topic yet.
It's not easy to keep a show going for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours. Like, it's really not. And fortunately, having a jumping chat really helps keep it going.
I'm going on talking points, and I'm not so much paying attention to the chat, but I know that by just looking at it, they're having great conversation.
Right.
Sometimes it's about what I'm talking about. Other times it's, if I'm talking Motu, it's about something else. I'm sure they're talking.
That's when I jump into the chat.
But that's what it is. You're keeping them entertained, and again, like the chat doesn't always have to be about what you're talking about.
Never.
If the people are interacting, they're getting to know each other, and that's what grows the community.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people. I was like, do not come into my chat and start plugging your show. If I like you, I will plug your show. I don't go on other people's show. But again, like if you're in long enough, eventually someone's going to go, well, who is this guy? And then, okay, next thing you know, like, oh, he has a channel. Boom, you're following it. That's really how it should be. That doesn't look bad for $1.25.
No, it's really just you snap all these pieces together. It's got these little extra. I can't tell if they're supposed to be mirrors or spotlights, little spot lamps on the sides.
Do you realize how petty we get when we're like, we don't even say $1. We're like, that doesn't look bad for $1.25.
Right. Well, that's just our overall gripe. The fact that the dollar store finally raised their price.
Right. And
everything's going up. Times are tough when the dollar store decides to dig you for another 25 cents. Their prices went up by 25%, literally. So I had to snap the seat in. I tried to put the sides in the top one, but found out it's much easier to assemble those as one piece off and then attach it to the frame. So just a little key. If anybody's thinking about picking this up, it's a lot easier to do that. But that's your base level little dune buggy. And again, if any kind of 3.75 figures will fit in this. So, and that's just the base level because again, spend another $1.
Well, I'm going to get off here.
All right, Aaron.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Thank you for giving us that first look at your Monkey King. And now I'm even more jealous he didn't show up today.
And he's not showing up tomorrow.
Well, yeah. Monday's a holiday, right? You know that, right? So
yeah, that's right. It's Juneteenth.
So
all right. So Tuesday, maybe.
What? Yours went through the USPS? Because mine didn't. Mine came from FedEx. So
no, mine went through USPS. So
that's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, you must have chosen that option then.
I did. And because it's been fine. It's always like shipped in like a day or two as soon as it arrives. So it's never been an issue.
So, all right, gentlemen, you all have a good evening.
Take care.
Take care, man.
Mine's going through FedEx. I just checked it. I don't remember what I picked.
I could probably look right now and up and check mine. It'll probably be in Virginia or something like that now instead. Just sliding further south of me.
I wish they had got 2 of the monkeys, since there's going to be that monkey skull, and done like a whole bone monkey in his armor. That would have been really cool.
Oh, that would have been great.
Monkey bone.
Even though it's not the same type of monkey, like when I saw it, all I could think of is the monkey from The Lion King.
Yeah.
Because he has all like the weapons and everything. I'm just like, this
The
guy.
war paint kind of matches the face, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think they're the same types of monkey, but
The Rafiki. What's his name?
yes, Rafiki.
Rafiki.
That's my favorite. I mean, that's my favorite Lion King. So I should have been favorite
said that
Disney
name in a
movie.
long
So I
time.
should have been. I actually saw it 2 times in the movie theater, and it came out the year I graduated. So the fact that I went with a girl, and then a bunch of buddies and I went, which is not something buddies go to see a fucking Disney animated movie.
you can see whatever you want.
Now, I've told my daughter for years, I'm like, you always have to come around because there are so many good Disney movies, but you don't want to be that guy watching, Rapunzel or Tangled in the movie theater all by himself eating popcorn. You're just the old creepy guy, like, can you ask him to leave?
We still got a drive-in here, so like Wednesdays it's like 2 movies for I think $5. It's like super
Yeah,
cheap.
I went up the streets, drive in all week, and then the weekend swap meet. So
Yeah, we have one, but it's about anywhere from like 35 to 45 minutes from here. So I did take the kids a couple years ago to finally see one. We saw the New Mutants, and it was awful.
I bet too, and I guarantee that the sound quality for that show, like I don't know what was up with it, and it was off.
I've never seen it since. We saw it that one time,
That's all you
and
need to see it.
my daughter remembered she saw that. What was the Netflix show with the girl that was a chess like whiz? It was really popular. It was like a couple years ago.
I can't think of the name,
Queen's
but I know what you're
Gambit?
talking about.
What?
Yeah,
Was it Queen's Gambit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like my daughter was like, "Oh, that's the girl that had the really bad accent that kept going in and out." And I was like, "Is it?" Oh yeah, it is. The fact that they remembered exactly how bad her accent was, and she kept going in and out of it. So the kids remember like the weirdest things, and it's like, whatever.
I was gonna say, Brick's right
I
there.
still
Queen's
dream of a good X-Men
I was
movie.
gonna say bricks on top
Maybe
of it.
someday.
Whoa, you don't like Days of Future Past?
I don't really like any of those movies. Like they have their moments and stuff, but
Wow. It's funny because Matthew and I talked about it, and I'm like, I want to start doing some more stuff on the Punks on Film, but I want to start doing, and again, it's just sitting down, taking the time, and actually editing, which I don't do. But I want to start doing a couple comparisons of movies and like the theatrical trailer compared to the extended versions. And so, if you've ever seen if you like the X-Men movies, if you've seen Days of Future Past, and then you see the road cut, it is so much better and it explains so much more.
I don't
Like-
think I've seen it. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Like those movies are weird because they have like the baggage and not enough character development at the same time. Like
I agree. I mean, when you get to X2, you already kind of know it. But I've always said, like, the best thing about the Avengers is that when that movie came out, you had character development of every single character. The 4 of them had movies, and the ones that didn't have movies, the other 2 that didn't, they were already in a couple of the movies, so they had character development. So when the X-Men came out, yeah, people, comic dorks knew who they were, but no one really knew. Like, you're throwing in these characters that no one understands, Cyclopses, Jean Grey, and Wolverine and everything. So I think, and that's why I think the Justice League just failed. Like there's no character development whatsoever. Sorry if we took this on a movie.
No, it's all good.
This is the rambling part of your show.
That's right.
You want to take it into Marvel? I haven't been picking up a lot of Marvel, but I did get this Thor recently. Mostly just because I thought
I love
the
this
hammer
with the
swinging
hammer.
was like
Yeah, the hammer's awesome.
Yes.
That is probably one of my little
But
favorite
it's
little
like
accessories to
evil.
come with a toy.
robot Thor, I guess. I don't know. Thought it was cool though. All right, back to the movies.
Well, I was going to say real quick, back to Final Faction here, right? So I got the Dune Buggy thing, and I'm realizing one of the extra pieces in the bag for the accessories is the engine guard covers. So I don't know if I'm missing a piece. Oh, okay. Now I realize the back of the seat is the engine. I was like, I didn't see an engine on this thing. Although I did realize I forgot the handlebars.
Yeah, Flintstone it.
Yeah, man, there we go. Drop the feet down and just gun it.
So you were the guy with the Awe Striker that had the engine in the back.
Yeah, I just like, forget that it's not
It's
there.
more difficult to open my door by the minute.
So get out.
Well, I gotta hit mute here.
It's all good. Now you guys can continue with some movie talk, though. Feel free.
I don't know. He was talking about the X-Men movies. I don't know. I'm a big X-Men fan, and I've just been disappointed with all of them. I thought Logan was okay.
Logan was actually really good. In my opinion.
But like the first 3 X-Men movies were like the first one to me was terribly disappointing.
Is it
Just
the where they out of air and to get fresh
really
air?
bad. Second one had a few moments, and the third one was just a mess. And I kind of checked out on the franchise afterwards. So
Last Stand to me was just absolute garbage. However, the way I look at these things, and even at the time, which not a lot of comic book fans were, was I always looked at them as a separate media from the comics. This is not the comic universe that I love.
Yeah.
That's why Wolverine is not 5'2". He's actually 6'2".
He's like 5'3", 5'4". I know because he's the exact height as me.
Oh, because I was pretty sure. I remember back in the day, somebody said he was 5 foot. No, you know what? You're right. He's like 5'3", 5'4", and Puck is 5'2".
Adam, I'm sorry. Logan was a good movie. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't have the attachment to Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, but that was a decent movie.
He certainly did a much better version than I think a lot of other people would have.
Yeah.
I think he's a wonderful Wolverine, but my problem is that he's too big.
Yeah.
Now, in that universe, I'm perfectly fine with it, but when they cast another one, they need to make him smaller, and not just because he would be my height and they could cast me. But the reason why he was the underdog is because Sabretooth was so big, and he was just big in general. Wolverine was always looking up to him. Like, he was always fighting up at everyone. Even like when he had his thing with like Jean Grey, she's always taller than him.
Yep.
And in the cartoon, he was always shorter. Like, they did a good job. He was just as wide as he was short.
Yeah, and then they should have all these new ones coming out. A whole new set
It's
of new
going to
characters.
take some time just because.
I know some of the first rumors people were throwing out there was Daniel Radcliffe is Wolverine. I was just,
I think he could actually do it. He's actually got.
It's just hard to imagine
for me. Give him credit for.
I think you need a younger actor that you can make look older, because he's going to be a guy that's not going to age.
Actually, he's too
And
well.
you want him to be around for a long time.
Right.
So as much as I would love to see Magneto and Professor X, those actors return, they're old and they have less days in front of them than behind them. And I don't mean that as, now I would love to see Michael Fassbender as the Magneto in the Marvel movies.
One thing I will give those movies, they had a lot of good actors.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Those movies did not do it for me.
Well, I fully understand that. I mean, it's crazy. Like, you can have. Did you know that you can have a conversation where people disagree and you don't fight about it?
It's incredible to have that. But yeah, like, speaking of like having amazing actors, like Kelsey Grammer as Beast, I thought was an outstanding choice.
Yeah,
It was just a bad movie.
then I feel like we completely wasted it.
Yes.
It's a terribly written movie.
He was he was cast as well as Robert Downey Jr. because Robert Downey Jr. because of his past, he fit what Iron Man was. Just because when you see Kelsey Grammer, you automatically think of Frazier. Like you think of this intellectual, and perfect for Beast. Just his look and obviously with the makeup and everything, it fit perfect. And getting obviously Patrick Stewart to be Xavier, like.
Yeah.
One of the very first Wizard magazines I bought did a fan casting for X-Men. And, they had Patrick Stewart as, far back as like 1993, they wanted Patrick Stewart to play Xavier. So,
I mean, I believe Matthew and I were talking about this after the show. Like when you look at the first phase of Marvel, they just knocked it out of the park with every character. Who would have thought that the Johnny Storm in the Fantastic Four movie that people don't like would be a perfect Captain America? Chris Hemsworth fits perfect, but he wasn't even like their first choice. Robert Downey Jr. is spot on.
yeah.
Scarlett Johansson. I mean, everyone fit. Loki. I mean, perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, just that attitude is just so wonderful. And you look at Professor Xavier, and it's just like, that is perfect. Absolutely perfect. And then he embraces the role. That's what's even better. If you have an actor that doesn't embrace the role and they just want a role, you can tell.
Yeah, I think for me, what I'd rather see with X-Men is an animated series that really follows source material, maybe with like an eye to like, things that are later retconned, kind of foreshadow and stuff.
Well, that should be coming up, right? That X-Men 97?
Well, I mean, it's going to pick off from like the old animated series, but I'd like to see like how anime does manga, where it's like, we're just going to take this and animate it. Like, I would love that with X-Men. That would be like my dream X-Men.
Yeah, because even with the original cartoon, it was an adaptation of what the comic book story
and
was.
They did pretty good with what they did. And, I mean, obviously it's for a kid audience,
But I know this is something Matthew and I were talking about, is like, if you look at like DC, their animated movies are awesome.
Yeah.
Then their live action were awful. And it was vice versa with the Marvel. Though I don't think Marvel made awful animated movies.
Yeah, DC killed it. Cartoon.
And I really think the animation works for DC because when you look at like Wolverine, they're mutants, right? And same with the Avengers. They're superhuman. Same with Superman. But Batman, because he's just a regular person, you don't think twice about him doing flips and everything when you're watching something animated. But if you see him doing that like live action, you're like, yeah, that's pretty stupid. But you watch an animation.
The anime, Adam. I remember they did it, but I didn't check it out. Sorry.
It was okay. Like there was a Wolverine solo anime.
Yeah.
And there was like a Blade.
I remember they did like Iron Man and Blade and Wolverine. I didn't check them out.
They're fun to watch.
I know, like there's the Hawk animated movies where it's Hawk vs. Thor and Hawk vs. Wolverine. Those are good. Like that is like
great.
The Hawk vs. Wolverine is brutal.
The Planet Hulk one they did was pretty good too.
Yeah.
You know what?
But a lot of those movies weren't like. I didn't do a lot of the Marvel animated, but most of them were pretty bad.
I think one of the things I liked most about the Hulk versus Wolverine movie is that like it was at the time they were running the Wolverine and the X-Men.
Yeah.
And like it was a legit side story to storylines they were running in Wolverine and the X-Men. And that was pretty awesome.
That was a good cartoon. I wish that had actually ran for a while.
Look it up and why it didn't run. It is fascinating.
Yeah, I know there was trouble with the animation studio, right?
Yeah, like it was one of those things where it popped up on YouTube and I'm like, oh, I saved it and I watched it. It is fascinating on why it didn't last, and they wanted it to. Matthew, shut your mouth.
They were going into doing Age of Apocalypse for the next season of it. Like they flashed it at the end of the first season. I was all about that.
See, that's
go ahead.
I love Age of Apocalypse. So I have all the figures, and I'm very disappointed to know that they're not going to do more. I'd want to sell them, but they're only worth like $2 each. Not even worth me packing.
You don't think they'll do any more figures? Like
they've kind of insinuated like they're done because the one guy wants to do them, and they're like, it's not happening.
I guess they're not seeing as much money on those waves, which I kind of understand because
I get it.
I don't know. Most people our age, though, remember Age of Apocalypse and think it was one of the best.
It changed the Marvel universe for like 4 or 5 months. Like it was completely different.
Yeah, well, it was.
I think
one
people
of those...
want like the core characters, though, right? Like
yeah.
Either like the movie ones or the straight comic book ones, the alternate, like kind of what ify ones, probably aren't.
No, but I'm with you.
I think if they did those type in packs, like if they did the Amazing X-Men, the Externals, like like the team packs of Age of Apocalypse, those would probably sell really well.
Yeah, because then you're again like rather than a wave, you're like, well, I just want because they'd be different than other figures. Okay, I want those 5. Okay, cool, boom, I got them. I'm done. I don't have to hunt for them. I don't have to worry about it. There they are. I don't need 5 different boxes that are all the exact same that are just taking up space.
So there it is, decked out.
I was just hard at work over there.
That's cool.
I'm here playing with
I'm going to go
toys
grab something real quick that pertains to the conversation. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Do you collect foreign stuff?
Nope.
Or were you just like, I need to buy something?
No, it wasn't I need to buy. I've seen several people get into this line, and I've been intrigued by it. Because you know how like you look at something, but you're really not sure about it until you get your hands on it. Also, with trying to get into customization, couldn't see a better product that I wouldn't feel like I wasted any money on than these cheap toys. Because if I go to paint them up a little bit and they don't turn out, I ain't mad. So I can test. Which angel is that?
So this is from Mutant X, Deep Cut. Havoc gets blasted and he's sent into an alternate dimension. And this is the Fallen, a vampire version of Archangel. I would love a new toy of this. This one's super old. It's all faded. It's been sitting in a garage for like 20 years. But I don't think we'll ever get like a new version of this toy. But
no, that's a really good one.
Really cool. I always loved this
awesome.
version of them.
I'd love to get some more of the vampire characters, like when Storm was a vampire.
Yeah, from the same comic book, actually.
Yeah, I'd love to see more of that. I love all those little side stories and like what ifs and all like that. Not just, again, a lot of people really dig the what if from, the new movies and all like that. But for those of us who have been around for some time, what if has been a comic that's pretty much as old as most of the Marvel titles we all love.
When I started getting into X-Men, my older cousin gave me a What If X-Men Lost Inferno, and Wolverine straight up eats a baby in that comic. Like it was like it blew my mind. Super crazy.
He eats a baby?
Yeah, because he's like possessed by demons. Like the demons won Inferno.
Yeah.
Like
everybody knows in Inferno the demons came out. That's where we got Demo Goblin, the doppelganger Spider-Man with the 6 arms and the razor webbing and stuff.
I collected X-Men before and after Age of Apocalypse, but I was never into like Avengers and different things like that. So I kind of got in for a bit that like Batman Dark Knight, like Nightfall, that whole breaking the Batman's back. And then I was out. So
for me, I didn't read most of Inferno because I would have been too young at the time it launched. But of course, like later, Maximum Carnage came out, and I was reading that. And here's this 6-armed Spider-Man with like these crazy eyes and the razor web. So I had to look where that came from. There's this Demo Goblin. It's like I'm familiar with Hobgoblin. I'm familiar with Green Goblin. Who's Demo Goblin? So I had to go look up what that came from, and that brought me to that particular storyline, the Inferno storyline, which is huge. But there are so many, like really the 70s going into the 80s, there's a lot of really good titles that came out across comics.
And I think Marvel has done a wonderful job of adapting into their movies. The whole Winter Soldier, Civil War. I mean, I know people wanted there to be. They wanted to have more characters in Civil War, but then you just have too many characters.
I agree.
Yeah. And I thought that fit perfect because those characters had already sided. Like they had already sided with the people that they were going to be on. So you weren't adding a whole bunch. They added Spider-Man into it. They got Ant-Man into it, and I thought it worked really well. And you saw those relationships continue on in the later movies.
Yeah, it was a really neat way to shake up the Avengers team, touch on a storyline that was very, very hot topic, and if you don't pull it off right, everybody's going to be mad. But with the present universe and how they had come with the story, I mean, yeah, you totally see why people want to start keeping things in check. They're pulling countries up out of the ground and dropping it, which can impact the globe.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, that's a genuine concern that people are going to start to think about.
Ask these guys what happens when something hits.
Right. Something that big slams back down into the earth. It wipes everything out.
Lawrence, I wanted to ask you about that gargoyle, that metal one you got with the wings decent on him. I seen another video.
Yeah, like it. I mean,
they were scratched up.
No, that's just how they look.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, they're not really scratched up, but they are. I mean, they will get scratched up fairly easy because it's more like
Man-Child in his video. He was really complaining about how bad they looked inside.
They're just silver. They're just
his look. I don't know. He was saying he tried to rub them out with some.
Yeah, but I mean, you can.
I don't know what it was, but
it doesn't bother me because I mean, like anything like that, like they would be getting scratched up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can see where they're gonna get scratched up, but I don't know who Man-Child is.
Yeah, just a reviewer that I watched and seen this morning. He had a video on that, and I watched it. And he just, how bad the wings were.
I don't know. I thought they looked pretty impressive.
I like them because they stay in place. You can make it smaller, but yeah, you're gonna scratch them up over time.
Yeah, I think his was right out the box, though. I mean, he's just reviewing it right then. He was showing off kind of little smudges and stuff. So I was just wondering if it was a common thing or not. They're supposed to be just.
I mean, there's scuffs like right in here.
Yeah, that's what I think he was talking about.
And that's because when you close it, they're gonna rub up against it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I know, just looking at it, that's what I thought. I was like, it's eventually gonna be like that, anyways.
Yeah, it's probably just from.
They look delicate too, man.
What?
Just
no, they're actually sturdy.
Yeah,
they feel way sturdier than like the other ones.
Yeah,
I can move them where I want.
That's what I think I like most about those wings, whereas the other ones, you didn't have options. It was basically, hey, they're out and they're big.
So I love them because of how big they are. But the way that I have them posed now, they're downstairs in front of my TV. And I kind of got lazy by not redoing my display. So I just started putting subgroups of mostly GI Joes in front of them. But I go to grab one to compare it to something. Next thing I know, the tail's knocking everything over. The wing moves, and it's just like dominoes. And I'm like, I need stands.
All mine
I
are
get all new shelving and everything. Like get rid of grandma's old cabinet I got back here and replace that. Get risers and everything.
So like I have the video game Goliath back here, and it has the draped wings. But anytime I try and move them, because the wings, even the draped ones, go like this, I start knocking over this 3-0 Snake Eyes. There's an Iron Man behind it that I instantly knock over.
Yeah, that's how everything back here. I pull out one thing to try and take a picture or something. They're all everywhere.
That's what, like, once you do pictures and the reviews, that's when you're like, this guy does not go back there. And again, we'll go back to my height. When you're short and you don't want to get the ladder or the chair out, and you're just trying to reach over, and next thing you know, like your forearm hits like 3 things, and you're like, motherfucker.
I was going like a madman today. I was looking to do some pictures. And my sorceress from Masterverse, I could not find her open hands. And I just got some toolboxes that I keep everything in. And all my women's hands were over here, and I was digging through there. Went back and looked at old pictures. I was like, I just took a picture of her. She had the hands. What the heck? I think she had the hands on then. She didn't, but ended up, they were still in the box. I never took them out the box, so there's 2 hands still stuck in there. But I spent hours earlier looking everywhere for them.
So this is my vase of Vala hands.
Yeah,
Now, I sold 3 of my Valaverse figures, 3 of the original ones, the first series. So I'm really getting out of them. I mean, I'm still gonna be picking things up here and there, but for me, they were to fill in for the classified, but now there's so many classified, and really, it's been the same figure for 3 years. There's $3.50. Going through these, the mistake that I made of just throwing all the hands, and these are just Valaverse hands in here, and when I wanted to sell the figures because they were complete, and like some of them are so close, like the paint, I'm like,
that's how I was today. Just looking at skin tones and this and that.
Yeah, but like all the Valaverse stuff is, a lot of their weapons, because so many of them are the same, but the color on some of the weapons are just so close that there was like one figure that I was like, I don't even want to fucking find it. It's probably, is it in a Joe hand? Is it put in a bin? So I made the mistake of not packaging each one up. But like the Joe accessories are so. Yes, I threw all the Valaverse stuff together.
I did all my beast hands, human hands. So just bad guy off hands, women's hands, and it's made things a lot easier for me.
Yeah.
I started bad, and it was just like everything in a bin. Like, then I've been going back through and trying to organize them, and it's a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
And I didn't plan on selling anything, and I'm like, all right, well, these are the hands I like. I don't like having a bunch of different hands. Like, I don't need Valaverse to give me 8 hands, 4 sets of hand for everything. Eventually, I just have too many. That's why I started the base of Vala hands. And now that I'm kind of getting out of it, it's like, well, it's not going to fill up that much more. And it's nice to have some hands. But after a while, you're just like, I have enough. I'm not asking you to lower the price. Just give me less hands.
Right.
No.
I usually pick what I'm going to stick with on my shelves, and unless I'm taking pictures, the only time I really switch them out.
Yeah, it's very seldom. And again, I kind of have the same things here. And when I get a figure up here, I'll stay up here for a little bit. But I can't find my O-ring rock and roll, and it's driving me nuts. I have no idea where it's at, and it's my original one, and I know exactly where it was. I can't find it for the life of me. And I did the rock and roll review, and I dawned on me. I'm sorry. What are you doing, buddy? That I didn't have him to compare him.
Oh, it's Thanos' dog.
Oh no, that's Roman.
That's right.
My dog's
Animals
having
are allowed
a
on here.
asthma attack over here. That's why I muted.
But and then I realized I didn't have it, so I stopped the camera. I went downstairs. I spent an hour looking for it, and I started to obsess over things, especially when I know where something was.
Yeah, that's how I was today. I was a mess.
You know, and the worst thing was he was always in a specific thing that I had moved and used for something different for the snow, so I know I wouldn't have him in there. So like, where could he be at? Because I kept all the vintage ones are pretty much in a specific area in the headquarters. And I'm like, he would be in there because he was one of the OG ones. And I have no idea where it's at. And now I'm looking online, like, how much does he cost? I don't even, he's in the house somewhere.
Right. Well,
That's
after
where my
looking at
brain
them,
went today. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to buy some more hands now. The hands I don't use, I need them though.
just go buy one Super 7 figure and you'll have enough hands, unless you buy Snarf.
or buy one Valaverse and you have
There you go.
enough. I think it's hilarious when Geek Dead Life talks about like all the hands you get with Super 7.
I joke about it all the time on there. Like my favorite comment to make when Jay's mentioning it, and he always brings it up, is you go catch these hands.
But you know, one of the worst things about the Ultimates is like 2 of the hands that they give you are almost the exact same, just like 2 of the faces are almost the exact same.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
you know, take it away
It'd be
and charge
different.
me less because you give me shit articulation and shit paint.
That's the part that I think bothers me the most about Super 7 is their paint app QC is when it comes to a boutique brand, when I think of these more higher end figures that they're supposed to be, theirs are some of the worst.
What pisses me off most is Brian Flynn's nonchalant, what are you going to do? Like, fuck you. Like, someone is spending $55. That is not what you showed them. And we're not talking about a little variant. And you're just saying, hey, that if you want to see me, like, the first video that really set me off was the Chitara video. Or no, the Tiger video. Where I praised it looking at it, and as I pulled it out, I started seeing more and more defects. And worse yet, when I looked into it more about the him not having the elbow pad, that really didn't bother me until I realized it was supposed to be on there. And then I saw an interview with him, and someone asked him about the issues that people have with Tigra. And he said, well, you know, it had taken so long to get it done. It was a factory that we had never used before. We were having issues with them. They were done with us. We were done with them. What are you going to do? And I'm thinking, fuck you. Like, people spent the money. And I'm sorry, but you eat the cost. You know, I have my complaints
Mondo
about
knows
Valaverse.
about that.
What?
Mondo knows about that.
Yeah, I have my complaints about Valaverse, but when he has problems, he goes in and he addresses it. You know? And again, Mike, if you listen to me, people probably think I absolutely hate Valaverse, and that's not true, but there's an issue with it. He goes in and he fixes it. He fixes the mistakes. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? The crotch broke on my Scarab. Boom, taken care of. He said you can either send it in and we'll fix it for you, or if you feel like you know how to do it, we'll just send you out the waste. Now, it's not replacing a figure like Hasbro has been known to do, but he's also not a billion-dollar company, and I understand that. But yeah, Matthew said everything. He's always blaming someone else. Brian Flynn.
Right.
And then when I heard about the G.I. Joe for Wave 2, the unpainted faces, and he said, I could tell you that's not how they look. They were supposed to be painted, but they came in and they weren't painted. I can tell you Series 3 is going to be painted. Well, what about all the people that are stuck with these unpainted Series Wave 2? You're not going to do anything? Like, you didn't address the problem. The Andre the Giant. They look nothing like Andre the Giant.
I remember that.
God, no.
I mean, it wasn't even in the ballpark of looking like Andre the Giant.
Thing was
The Green Power Ranger. The Green Power Ranger. And I don't even like Power Rangers. But when I saw what the prototype looked like, and then what they sent out, and I'm going, you spent $55 on this. How pissed off are you? I got this the SDCC bat here. Pieces broke off of it. A piece was missing. The plastic feels cheap. And like I said, when I look at Mythic Legions, they have close to the same articulation. But when I look at the paint and I look at the sculpt, I'm like, that is what you're paying for. I can say the same thing about these Sorzor Warriors, right? Like when I look at the paint, and they don't have nearly the paint apps that like Boss Fight for Horsemen have.
Right.
But when you look at it, you're like, all right, they're $30, so they're not super expensive, but it's still expensive. They have the same articulation as a Motu Origins. But when you look at the paint and the, and the depth, you're like, okay, that's worth $30 for me, for this articulation. But when Super 7 Ultimates have the same articulation as Mythic Legions, but the sculpt is awful. Half the time it doesn't look like what they sent out. The paint is awful. And then you have an owner that goes, meh. Like, right. I'm supposed to support your brand. At least like Lenny and Emily like talk about, like admit like, yeah, we're not happy with what's going on with Classified. But let's be honest, like with your QC issues, but that's a corporation. They're not whoever they're reporting to is going to report to the next guy, to the next guy, to the next guy, to get to the top guy who's like, how does it affect our bottom line?
Yeah.
Are we still? Oh, we're still making money. Well, then you know what? We'll try and make the next wave better. Yeah, right. We'll try and make the next wave better, and we'll act like this never happened. But Brian Flynn, he's on. He's there, and he's out there in the community, so he hears this stuff, and he can address and say what he wants, but he doesn't. And, again, you go back to Valaverse, and I have my issues with them. And I don't think I feel a certain way. He's in the community. That's why people love him. But he's making a better figure as his line continues. Series 1 had problem.
I'm going to hop out for a second. I think somebody's here.
Okay.
What? At midnight?
He's on the West Coast.
I was 1 a.m. here.
Right.
Get a booty call.
We got Alberto Morales.
Fisto showing up.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, sure, man. Getting that late night.
He's not coming back when Fisto shows up.
Hey! That was yesterday. It was Fisto Friday.
Actually, did a tame one. You could show that one, and you wouldn't get in trouble.
Yeah. So why did you say you're going to start taming him down?
So this week with Toy Mercs was their big pimpin' collaboration. So I was posting more than I usually do of those kind of photos this week.
Oh, all right.
Right.
So usually it's just Wednesday and Friday I'll do those kind of pictures. It's weird, man. I didn't really mean to become that guy on the internet, and they get so many more likes than anything I do. So I just kind of I'm rolling with it.
Right. Well, it's because there's nobody else out there doing them. So
I was talking to Tony Figs, and we were watching. I think we were talking while watching. I want to say this show, and I'm like, "Do you know who he is?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "Dude, I sent it to him. I'm like, you just gotta see what he does on Wednesdays and Fridays." He's like, "Holy shit."
Yeah. So, but I also I've lost a lot of followers on Wednesdays and Fridays, so it alienates some people too. But.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. If people leave, it's when people report. It's like, if you don't want to.
I stopped hashtagging Hump Day because the hashtag Hump Day will get you shadow banned, and I didn't know that until this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of that either. Wow.
It's one of the things that will shadow ban your account.
Well, Black Phoenix enjoys it, so keep it up, buddy.
I just you were like, I'm gonna test the what would you say? Test the limits of getting banned.
Yeah. I think it was last week's one that was pretty out there. Yeah, this one's
You had a few that are really.
Yeah. I have another Fisto shot coming up. It's probably lose a few more followers on that day too.
But I'm saying
Probably
like
gain a few too.
I gain a few, but I've lost like 20 to 30 on a Wednesday or a Friday. So like,
that's hilarious. I mean, that's hilarious to me.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, like, what's cool is like I don't know, like, as I started doing another show with people in my community, because I've always wanted to know, like, I would always see you. I saw Cobb. And you see people like Geek Dead Life, and you're like, who the hell are these people? Like you want to know like who you're talking to. And it's so interesting, like when you see someone and you're like, that is not what I expected them to look like. That is not what I expected them to be like. It's just so
I thought
interesting.
Thanos was on here, and I was like, "Hey, there's Thanos." That's what he looks like.
I didn't really show my face like at all. And then Oz had asked me a few times to join. But finally, I was like, "Now I'm here like every week."
Yeah, I don't think I've had an episode in the last month and a half that you haven't been on.
You've only been on like 3 times.
Geek Dead Life, me and Thanos rode back and forth for a good little while before I ever seen him, and then I was like, "Oh, there he is."
Well, it's funny because I'm in like a lot of the streams, and I don't think a lot of people realize that I have a YouTube channel.
I didn't for the longest time because you'd been in the chats on Toy Frenzy, and I didn't realize you had a channel.
Yeah,
the moment I found out you had
for a long time, and I didn't know.
Because like I know Geek Dead Life knows now, but I don't think for the longest time they knew. And
I'm pretty sure they still don't realize I have a channel.
Right.
No, because they talk about being on with you.
Oh, okay.
Because what weren't you on with? I know you've been on with Toy Anxiety, right?
Who, me? No, I haven't been on Toy Anxiety.
You've been on with? Weren't you on with Craig?
I was on with Craig. We did Toy Connections.
Yes.
It was me, Adam, and Craig. And then I've had Dole. Well, Dole's been on Toy Frenzy for several episodes, and he's brought up Toy Frenzy. But, yeah, well, now I know, at least Craig knows that I had the channel, and Dole knows, because Dole's in the chat.
Yeah, so I don't think a lot of people realize that they see me, that I have a channel. I know Toy Habits does because they pop in, and I've talked to Michael numerous times.
I love Michael.
But it's kind of funny because, again, I'm not. If I sat there and went, "Oh, I know my channel's not getting that big," I know my live stream is getting pretty big. I mean, I see it. It's like to look and see these other big YouTubers don't even realize it yet. Where once they all start connecting, that's when, you see Matt Hatter, he blew up. Toy Anxiety, and I said before, in my opinion, in the toy community, Geek Dead Life is the juggernaut right now.
Yeah.
That's why, when I was thinking of what day I want to go live, it was not going to be Sunday because you might as well just drown yourself out. And it wasn't going to be Tuesday. Now, I like watching both those shows, but both those two are just Geek Dead Life took off. They're just running away with it. So I'm like, what works for me? Friday, Saturday don't work because people are out doing stuff. And sometimes I want to do stuff. So if you're going to do a show by yourself, and it all came down to Wednesdays, we're supposed to skate. So that's my skate day. So I'm like, let's do Monday. And I knew I'm going to go up against Monday Night Football. Yep. I'm assuming a lot of toy collectors don't care about football. But Monday Night Raw was the big one.
The one.
What?
Wrestling.
Yes. And you know what's funny? Around 10:30, you start to see people start to show up.
Yeah.
Monday's like my Saturday, so sometimes I catch you, and then other times I'm out doing stuff. So
yeah.
For me, when Skelly and I started doing Toy Frenzy on his channel, it was on Saturday nights, the time that I go live now. And we'd been doing it for a couple of months, and then I just had started going live on doing a solo stream, and that was on Mondays because I was like, Well, Sunday there's Geek Dad Life. Monday I'll do my stream, and then Tuesday there's Toy Anxiety. Wednesday, you know, friend of the channel, Duchess of Darkness, she does her premiere videos that she does, Wicked Wednesdays, every Sunday. So I was like, there's already that. And then Thursday at the time, there really wasn't anything going on. And like you said, on Fridays, figured a lot of people go out, date night or whatever, end of the week. Well, Skelly started saying about spending more time with the family on the weekends. And I was like, well, you know what? Hey, that makes absolute sense. What day did you want to move it to? So we moved Toy Frenzy to Thursdays. And then it was right around football season. And with wrestling on Mondays, I was like, you know what? Saturday night's kind of open now. So I'm going to go ahead and just move my stream on to Saturday nights. And it's worked out well. It definitely helped the channel grow a little bit more. And again, I was kind of worried about maybe not getting as much people because people would want to go out. But I've also found that people like this, we're going on almost 4 hours here. I mean, the chat's dropped off quite a bit, but people don't mind as much because not as many, with the exception of Thanos, who goes live with me for 4 hours of freaking Saturday.
From the very start.
Not many people got to go to work the next day.
Yeah.
So they don't mind hanging out for the longer streams.
Well, what's crazy when I go live, I swear it's like the last 15 minutes because I want to end around midnight. Now lately I've been going like 5-10 minutes after, and it's like around 15 minutes before people start popping in. So then you want to start chatting with them. I'm like, I gotta work in the fucking morning
all the time, right?
So here I am. It's like I want to be done at midnight, and I'm going in, and listen, if you don't stop me, I'm going to keep going.
Yep.
You know, like I'm going to keep going. And I have to work in the morning. So I'm wound up. Like when I'm done, I'm wound up.
You can't go to bed right away.
No, it's like work. It was like when I used to work out at night. Like I will be up till 1-2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
You know, but I'll tell you this. The other thing, I don't know how much. Now, I mentioned this to you guys before. It's a lot of people, and a lot of people are like, I don't care about growing, but because I talked about like watching other YouTubers, like I watch Nick Nimmin, his brother, vidIQ, about like growing your channel. But it's not just like growing your channel. It's just like certain things that the viewer doesn't care about that you can eliminate, which will just, add to growing the channel. And I'm like, I think a lot of people think like I'm in this to like, I kind of see this as like I could have maybe a second income down the road, but I also don't look at it as like it's never going to replace my day job.
No, I'm not looking to get rich off of doing this.
Or don't worry, you're not going to.
Yeah, that is not going to happen here. I'm not going to become Mr. Beast or whatever like that.
Yeah,
right?
So much, yeah.
No. When I first started doing this, it was just my way of hanging out with like-minded people, talking to us. That's really all I wanted out of it. When I started getting into having a channel expense, like paying for StreamYard and then paying for Canva, which I use for the thumbnails and stuff like that, that's when I was like, okay, well, like, now I have a monthly bill to do my stream kind of thing. So at that point, I was like, okay, maybe I should set up a Patreon just to see. Anybody can kick in a couple extra bucks. That helps the channel to do all this kind of stuff. Start picking up enough people, though, and it's like, well, now I can start going and getting stuff to give away. And that's kind of funny. Like, that I really enjoy giving back to the community as much.
So, like, where I make the most money, and I don't make much, being monetized is in the reviews. Now, some reviews do really well. Some reviews do awful. Now, I have not made my money. I have not paid for a figure yet. Like, I have not made enough money off one video to pay off a figure. Falcon is the closest. But a perfect example is like, I did Rock and Roll. And Rock and Roll did really good the first day. It never even hit 1,000 views. Oh, stop, buddy. Never even hit 1,000 views, right? But it made like $8 like the first day. Because whatever the advertisers were paying was like $25 per 1,000 views, right? I get the Arctic bath, I get like 1,300, like 1,200 views the first day, and they were paying like $10 per 1,000 views. So I made less than the rock and roll, and it's like, where do they? Like, I don't even know how the advertisers come up with these different numbers of what they're going to pay per. They call it a mil because that's 1,000. But people don't realize like how much. And like, I know you guys just said like, oh, it's not work. Like, no, it is work. I mean, you're not getting paid for it, but you put work into it because you want to present something nice. You want to present, something that people want to watch. And I read all the comments of people. I read all the comments in my reviews. No matter, I try and respond, but you can't respond to all of them. And I hear what people say. And when I realized people really took my opinion because it wasn't bought and paid for, and it may not be your opinion, but it's like it was my opinion, and I'm giving you what I actually believe objectively. I was like, all right, you know what? What I'm trying to do is actually coming off the way that it's supposed to. Because we all know there's certain people that don't want to. I don't want to point out the negative things, but it's be objective about things.
Yeah.
Really like these. I didn't want to say anything bad about that Swordsworth Warrior, and I know negativity sells.
It does. There are quite a few more popular channels that thrive on it in some ways. I don't want to throw too much shade or say names, but I mean, it exists out there. We all know it. We've all seen it. And we all know the views it can get.
Yeah.
I mean, I will throw shade at one particular person, Scott Knight. I was going to say Scott Knight. Like, he loves throwing it out there and getting them negative views.
But I haven't paid attention to him for a while.
What?
I haven't paid any attention to him for a while.
I haven't either.
Videos in quite a while.
The thing with YouTube, and these are things you find out, it's like whether you subscribe to someone or not, if you don't watch their content, they won't push it out. Someone could be watching my content and not be subscribed, and when I go live or whatever, I drop a video, YouTube puts it out to them.
Yep.
They don't really care about if you're subscribed or not, or even the bell notification. They drop that all the time. So there's people that I'll be like, a video will show up, whether it be like in movies or skateboarding or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, I totally forgot that I follow this. But once you start, like, I'll start watching like 48 Hours and those types of like murder mystery types of things.
Yep.
And next thing you know, that's my timeline.
Yeah.
And then I'll click one skateboarding video, and then click the next, and then for the next 4 days, it's just like skateboard videos, like crazy.
Right.
Not that I complain about that, but
same thing happens to me. I'll watch like one little video of something, and next thing I know, the next 30 videos it's suggesting is that, and I'm like, look, it was a one-off, okay? I don't want to watch that kind of content.
I wanted to know about Nicolas Cage being Superman. I don't need to know every reason now, and now every movie about Nicolas Cage, every story about him, then every story about Superman.
Same with like Instagram too.
Yeah.
I had certain memes. I was sending a certain person. So now I'm getting tons of the same thing. I'm like,
yep.
What's funny about Instagram is when I used to promote everything on my personal page, and then I'm like, you know what? No one really cares about my toys. So I started, the toy page, and I'm like, I don't want to put skateboarding on here because I can go to the other one and do that. So I always say my Instagram page is skateboarding, hot girls, bodybuilding, and a few people that I actually know in real life. So I get over to my new page, and it's all toys, right? But then I started watching like dog videos, and I started sending them to my daughter, and now it's filled. And then I don't know why, but for some odd reason, I guess it's a guilty pleasure. You know all the dance videos that people put together? There's specific dancers that I just like their choreography. I don't like that. So all of a sudden, like, I got all these dancers. So it's like
Right.
dancers, toys, and dogs. That's my toy channel.
Mine are all dogs right now too. Little
Oh my
puppies.
god! Sometimes there's so many dogs. I'll send them over to my daughter, and then like 3 days later, she'll read it, watch it, and laugh about it or something.
I want to give shout out specifically to two comments right here. First off, with Adams, I make nothing, but I'm having fun talking about toys. At the end of the day, this is what it's all about here. Just having fun talking about toys with like-minded individuals. And Lawrence, you said it best earlier. We can have a difference of opinion. We don't have to collect the same toys, but hearing how passionate you are about the brands that you like helps me to enjoy brands that I'm not even interested in because I can see somebody else enjoying them.
You know, do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
watch
someday
the,
I watch Power Rangers all the time. I don't collect Power Rangers.
do
Right.
you watch the do you watch the Foosh at all?
Yeah, I've watched some stuff from the Foosh.
Robo says it best. I know nothing about this, but it's shiny plastic and it looks awesome.
Shiny Plastic People is a great person, by the way. Chris,
Yeah,
love
like,
having it.
it's perfect because, you know, it's like I don't have to like everything, but also I'm not gonna like talk about it on my live stream and act like I know about it.
No,
That's where I know people get mad. Like you can
I'll
talk about it
pull
and be like,
people in.
yeah. So you can talk about it and show what you like, but if you start acting like you know what it is, people know right away that you don't know.
I
And
don't
then you
want
just sound
that
like a fool.
non-genuine stuff. I'll pull somebody in who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, and that's
Like, because if
kinda
I
like
don't, I know somebody that does know about it. Earlier today, I suddenly had a flashback to this Decepticon, like, small Transformer playset. Couldn't remember the name of it. It was a gas station, but I remembered vividly playing with it. I reached out to Ken and I said, Ken, I need help trying to figure out what this is because I don't know what triggered this memory or where it came from, but I remembered it and it was bugging the crap out of me because I couldn't remember what it was called. So he was like, go look up Micromaster's Decepticons playset. And then he sent me another message a second later that said, was it Grease Pit? Yeah, it was. It was Grease Pit. Ken nailed it. But I'm not a huge Transformers guy. I only had a handful as a kid. I was more into Beast Wars into the 90s. I thought those were really cool. But I wasn't as big into the Transformers. So if I want to talk about Transformers, I'm talking out my butt. I'll pull Ken on a stream. Be like, Ken, talk about Transformers for me. I'm not as huge into the G.I. Joe. I know a bit. I know enough. But if I really want to talk about it, I'm going to pull like Aaron or yourself, Lawrence. I'm going to pull you guys in because you guys know more about it. You're more involved with that community than I am. And that's
kind of what I was telling you before. I was a segment I was thinking about, possibly doing in the future or something like a Teach Me Toys. Have a guest on, like a line I know nothing about. Bring somebody in and have my little segment Teach Me Toys or Teach Me Geek or Teach Me.
Yep.
Okay, so let me tell you something. I watch way too much stuff about YouTube and growing stuff. Like, you have to have a niche. There are so many YouTubers that they have 2 guys on all the time, or 3 guys. They're super boring. They tell you about it. They really don't have an opinion. There's 100 people like that. And guess what? They all get mixed in. So I think what Payne is doing on Fridays is wonderful. He has a specific thing. And so the Thursday show that I'm doing every other Thursday, my thing was I always said, like, I've always wondered who's in the chat. Like, who am I talking to? So I want to get to know them. And not about toys. Where did you grow up? How was your family life? Like, when did you get out of toys? What did you do? What are your hobbies? How does your spouse, if you have one, deal with it? Like, different things, like just getting to know the person. So, like what you just said, you have something right there that is a complete. I mean, it's a wonderful idea. You're talking about bringing people in and getting to know. And I've told. You ever watch Articulated Chad?
Yep.
All right. I've told him before. I mean, I used to talk all the time. I go, you are wonderful in your interviews. Like, And before I even did it, I was like, I didn't want to be like Chad, but I want to make sure it's the best interviews are conversations. And there's a lot of things when I would talk to Chad, like he would have someone on, and I already know he knows the answer, but the viewers don't know it.
You were
So
talking
you
about
want to ask it in a way that you may know it, but everyone else does. So you're going to ask a question, and you're leading that person into answering, so everyone else gets to know it. And I go, you do a wonderful job. And that's what I'm trying to do, like with my show, where it's like I want it to be a conversation, and I listen to a lot of sports radio. Jim Rome always talks about it. You know, the best interviews are conversations. And if you're going to go 2 hours with someone, you know, you have to have a back and forth.
Yeah.
And it has to be a back and forth that the people are interested in. You know, like, and I want to introduce it. But well, you just said, like, you have a wonderful idea. Like, you establish your channel, and it's like, hey, you know what? We're going to learn about mask. You know, when you're going to bring someone on that knows their mask, and you're just going to, it's Chad. It's Chad articulated. Chad is dead now.
I was gonna get back down. I was gonna get down to that.
I'm sorry. I'm going to always call him articulated Chad. I'm sorry.
That's because he's been articulated, Chad. I'm having trouble with it's Chad.
But no, like I think you have a wonderful, and you need to do it before someone else grabs it and does it.
I know, man, should we talk about it out loud, huh?
It's okay. Nobody's watching the stream anymore.
So what's funny is that a couple weeks ago, it was actually on Toy Anxiety bootleg, and
Right.
Dole said something about doing and he just threw it out there about doing not a marathon, a telethon for children. And I've had this idea that I'm like, all right, well, I have to get bigger and get to know more people. Then I wanted to do like a telethon starting like on a Friday going into Saturday for like 36 hours, right?
Yep.
Not 2 full days. And all the super chats go to Toys for Tots for Kids before Christmas.
Yep.
And as you get to know more people, you have Master Versal Toy Hunter. You could have him on at a time that works for him. I got all these Australian people. And then I hear Dole say it. I never talked about it. I'm like, that motherfucker, that's the idea I've had. But I wasn't ready to do it, and I'm still not ready. But I'm like, it's such a good idea.
Ken and I have talked about it. As a matter of fact, Mr. Wonderful just talked about it recently because, I watched the big streamathons that Toy Connections and like Zazel and those guys have done, where they've literally gone from channel to channel to channel.
Yeah.
And doing something of that nature as well. Again, like you're saying, a telethon where we just go. Talked about it for ages. We were going to call it like channel surfing.
Yeah.
Because you're jumping from one channel to the next channel to the next channel. I think it's a lovely idea. I definitely think it would be great to do something like that. And like you're saying, build up the super chats. Also to just help grow the... some of you know as well, because I have the Toy Network on IG, big group chat full of content creators to help with the purpose of networking, helping smaller channels learn from the bigger channels. You hadn't heard about this yet. I got to get you in there.
Let me explain something to you. I am so on my own. Like, I'm on this island doing this. It sounds stupid, but I've got to know you guys. And I've said this before. I truly do believe that people don't ask me to be on their shows because I don't ask them to be on mine. But it's like, I just do a solo show for 3 hours. And I know a lot of people do that like one-off thing. Like, oh, if you ask me, I'll ask you. So I'm just like, I don't care. I'm just going to continue to do what I'm doing. So I haven't really got in with any clicks. Like, you guys have a whole network of people. Geek Dead Life has a whole network of people. 3POA has a whole network of people. And you look at like the Full Force really isn't, you know, attached to anyone for the most part. He just does his own thing. A Toy Kind of Mood is kind of the same way, although they have like 5 or 6 people on a Toy Kind of Mood.
Right.
The Viper Island, or but yeah. So no, I didn't know. Sorry. If you let me talk, I'm not gonna shut up. You guys should know this by now.
It's all good. It saves my vocals for a bit.
Yeah, I still got to do my whole show tomorrow on Father's Day, and
Like, you know, for me, it started with doing just Toy Frenzy and networking with Mega J. So first off the bat, that the fact that I was networking with a channel as big as Mega J Retro to kind of start off doing streaming and all, like he was a big mentor, showing me kind of like the ropes and how to use StreamYard and stuff like that. You know, he taught me a lot of what I know now, and then just learning some things, of course, on my own. But then the community around Toy Frenzy that grew, and then how many other people like just started popping up, being like, you know, hey, we was inspired and wanted to start doing a channel. And I'm like, okay. And then asking me for advice and stuff like that. And I'm like, I got no idea what I'm doing. Like, I've got no friggin' clue. I'm winging it most of it. Like, you know, that friggin' voice that's, or that audio that's been going around, like, I'm like a little baby bird, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just winging it like a little baby bird. Like, that's me. No idea what I'm doing. It's just working. So I keep going with it. You know, as long as I'm having fun, people are showing up, people are enjoying themselves and having fun with me, then that's all that matters. Like, I don't care about anything else. I set up it was a big group chat on IG where I was just adding people in that were good vibes, content creators, and you know, it's like smaller channels that have no idea what they're doing have a chance to ask again. People like Mega J become more established. Mad Hatter's in there, Dole's in there. You know, Toy Connections is in there, and Toy Habits is in there now. But it's a place for us to be able to talk and ask questions, do things like that, network as far as like, hey, does anybody want to jump on this stream kind of thing? So, like, it's important to me to have something like that where we can all reach out. And sometimes it becomes more of a like personal chat and all like that, but that's fine. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
that's how any chat is. But I mean, like everything you talk about, I think it's great. Like when I see people, like I reached out to, you know, Payne when I saw his. I'm like, hey, do you mind if I give you, you know, a little bit of some constructive criticism? I reached out to Travis from the Toy Academy, some other people, and it's not like I'm great, but it's like other stuff that I've heard from these YouTubers that are telling you like, hey, this is how you do a better stream. You know, again, it's not about like growing and becoming huge, but it is about creating better content, because you do want to talk to more people. You don't, I mean, for me, I don't want to talk to the same 20 people for fucking 4 years. Some people are cool with that. I definitely want to see, you know, a growth, and I have seen a growth. So I listen to all these YouTubers, and I'll hit people up and be like, hey, people that I'm, you know, conversating with. Yeah. I'm like, hey, and I'm like, listen, watch this guy. Just and the YouTubers that I always mentioned about the ones I always mention that I listen to, they don't ask for money. They're not saying, oh, if you want to learn how to grow your channel, here's these 10 ways, and you get to, and like, and if you subscribe right now for this, if you don't get, you know, gain 50,000 subscribers in 30 days, you'll get your money back. Like, these are people that they're sponsored by StreamYard and other places. So that's where they make their money. So they're telling you, they're giving you advice for free. You ask them questions, like vidIQ, Nick Nimmin, his brother, Daniel Batella, like these guys, and they give good information. Little things you go, oh, I didn't even think about that.
Right.
Like the one thing, and I've never done it. I think I did it on the first episode, and I fucked everything up. They were like, he's like, don't put a countdown, and if you do put a countdown, cut it off on the replay, because people will think you're live and then they won't come back. But the problem is, if you cut the replay, if you cut that off, you lose the chat. Some people like to keep the chat, so you'll lose the live chat. So I was just like, all right. I just made an intro. It's not the greatest, but it's an intro. And I kind of did that just so, like, people have time. But he was always like, no one wants to watch your intro for 3 minutes. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so I really like the intro to Toy Anxiety. I'm mad if I missed that one. Toy Habits is okay. I know people love it. The song is kind of catchy.
Yeah.
That life prefaces everything. But there's so many people, like, you're watching 3 minutes of an intro video and you're like, what can I be doing right now? And half the time,
24-second video.
What?
Mine, 24 seconds.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I made one that's like a minute because I've watched at the beginning, because you want to get like 10 people already watching, waiting for you to start. You know, I go over, I watch Geek Dead Life, and I'm like, there's like 300 people waiting.
They're waiting like an
I just
hour
want to get
before
300
they're
people
live.
once.
Right?
What?
Like, they got like people waiting like an hour, 2 hours before they go live.
Yeah.
And, you know, for me, like today, I'm like, I post things pretty late lately. I haven't been promoting the show like I used to, where it's like Wednesday and I'm posting, I got this live coming Saturday. Most people know I have a live coming up on Saturday right now. As a matter of fact, there were several people who reached out to me the last 2 weeks and asked about the fact that I hadn't posted anything about going live or done anything. Thank you all for checking on me, making sure I was okay. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's one of the things where it's just, you know, I liked seeing that people were here ready for me to go live like 2 hours before I was going live, because that's when I posted set up the StreamYard link and I had it going. And immediately I got people in my chat. That's a great sign to me. I'm like, wow,
Yes.
people are this excited to see that I'm going live. That's fantastic.
And people don't realize the likes. When people like the video, it tells YouTube to push it out. But the other thing that people don't realize, and I found this out by watching other YouTubers, is like, so someone comes in and leaves a chat a day before, you'll see it. No one else will see it. Because this disappeared.
Yeah.
So, like someone comes in and they make a comment, you're seeing it, so you're thinking everyone else does, and no one is. It's like little things like that you start to learn. But, oh, wait a minute. Allison has some breaking news with.
I was going to say, as we're still telling time in terms of waves of McFarland, DC, I think this is one of the greatest running jokes of all time.
Yes, it's. I think it's hilarious. I think she has such a. She was the reason why I was like, you know what? When I wanted to do the show, it's every other week, so it's gonna. I'm like, I need to start off with two people I know, and I've been on here with Allison, but I've chatted with her. I've seen her. She was on Toy Habits, and she took over the show, and I mean, not in a bad way, in a good way. And I like just having another female, like showing other females, like, hey, there are other females that really know what they're doing in this community. And then Tony, I talk to Tony all the time. Like, I'm not joking when I say Tony will call me at like 12:30 when I'm done and be like, oh, I totally forgot how late it is there. And then 1:30 in the morning, I'm getting off the phone with him going, and he's like, I'm not calling you anymore because you always bitch about it. So now he calls me while I'm at work and shit.
Buds hit me up in the middle of the night. Not necessarily Ken's hit me up in the middle of the night, not remembering what time it is. That's okay though. Like if I'm still up, I ain't mad about it.
Yeah. My issue is like you obviously can tell I can talk, which means if you call me at 12:30 when I should be going to bed, I'm gonna be sitting here not going to bed, and that's my own fault. I'm not gonna blame anyone else.
Yeah.
I'm not Brian Flynn from Super 7 blaming everyone. Tony, this is your fault.
Totally your fault.
You know, but I was start getting like messages, and I'm like, I can't answer because then it's going to be this back and forth. I actually did with Michael from Toy Habits one day. He sent me a message. I think it was shortly after I got off. I don't even think he realized it. He's in California, and for like an hour we were like going back and forth, and I never once said like, "Yeah, I gotta go to bed." Then I feel bad if I leave someone hanging, and they're like, you know, did I make him mad?
Right.
But again, as you can tell, like this is why I go to the gym and I don't want to know anyone. I keep my headphones because I'll start talking and never work out.
Yeah.
You know?
I can see where that's a problem, especially if you're paying a membership to be there.
You know, skateboarding is the same way. Like I would try not to get to know too many people when I was skating again, but you know, you're hanging out with someone that you've known for 40 years skateboarding, and he'll be like, dude, shut up. I'm like, all right. So I can't believe you guys go this long. Like,
it's just one of those things. Like I sit at a desk for 8 hours a day, so sitting at a desk doing a live stream for like 5 hours on a Saturday night, you'd think I could think of something better to do maybe, but I enjoy doing this. Whereas for work, not so much. I mean, I like my job. It's good. I like to know I had an impact on somebody's life today. But this I enjoy doing because I enjoy the camaraderie. I enjoy the community. And I found like this corner of ToyTube that is very positive and really, really amazing in that way.
yeah, Neon.
You know what? You're great, Lawrence, because like if you're as negative as things can get, we're all doing really damn good. we shun those other channels. We don't mention them as much.
You have no idea how much I hold back. I mean, if you watch my channel, I mean,
I've seen it.
It's not a secret who I like and who I don't like.
Right.
And again, it has nothing, not always something to do with the product. You know, and when I talk about something, I try not to talk about anything personal because I don't want to get personal. It's about your product. Brian Flynn is different because I think he goes out and I think he's blatantly lying to people. That bothers me. Viper Island is completely different because he is a complete douchebag. And I mean, there's stuff that, I mean, I guess I've exposed him, but I'm not like the first one. I'm just the most vocal one about it in some ways. I mean, there's other people that are way more, but it's like when you start showing his merchandise and you're going like, he literally just went over and screenshotted something from, Hasbro and then put it on a shirt and he's trying to sell it. To me, that's like, dude, you got to get called out on that. Like, you can't do that's someone else's intellectual property.
Surprised you didn't get sued.
And yeah, like again, homage is like what I have now. It's an homage to Vision Streetwear, the old skateboard brand. But it doesn't say I'm not selling a Vision Streetwear shirt. It has my name on it. And again, homages are one thing, but when you're literally just swiping someone's poses of their figures and putting it on a shirt, like, come on, like, I want to say you're better than that, but you're not.
Clearly you're not, otherwise you wouldn't be doing it.
Exactly. But again, like what you're like, there's a lot of YouTubers that I just don't like. I don't care to watch them. Some of them are real popular. Some of them you talk about and you are good friends with them. I just don't really care to watch them that much. And I don't think they're bad people.
Right.
And then there are other people that I don't really care for in the community at all. And
Yeah.
I will and I'll watch other YouTubers have them on their shows, and rather than go in the chat, which a lot of times I am, I just don't watch the show because I'm not going to sit there and insult someone, especially in someone else's chat.
There's no
Because-
point to it.
Yeah, if I don't have anything, I don't have anything constructive to say or want to know about that person. And I'm sorry, I might like the host, but I don't like the guests. I just avoid it. You know. And if someone says, "Oh, did you hear what they said about this?" You know, maybe I'll go and check it out. Like when the 3POA, when Bobby Bella is talking about the industry, toys being made, I am enthralled with it. When he gets personal, I don't give a shit. I don't care what his problem is with other people. But when he's talking to toys and how things are made, and it's fascinating to me because I'm not in that world, and to hear how it's done, it's wonderful. And it's like this wealth of knowledge of things that I'm never going to be involved in, but I'd love to learn about it. But I don't care about your personal issues. Like I don't give a shit. You know, there's not two people debating it, so I don't even know what their side of the story is. I don't care.
Right.
You know, and that's, I struggle to not say certain things because I have never been one to back down. I will tell you what I think.
Yeah.
But sometimes I will tell you what I think if you want to know. But at times I tell people if you knew what went through my head, you would probably shit. But if you think, like, I don't say everything that I think. You know, like you would be surprised what goes through my head that I hold back on.
Yeah.
Which is good because it would be bad at times.
Oh,
And it wouldn't be good for me either. I mean,
Yeah. You got to have some kind of filter up here.
yes.
Do your best. You really do.
I do that a lot.
Fortunately, I've developed with the types of jobs I've had filters, but Corey Pop was in the chat earlier, and he'll tell you when I used to work at GameStop, sometimes, you get a lot of rude people coming in and disrespecting you working in retail. It's just kind of part of it. And he was like, you are one of the most condescending assholes that has ever turned this into an art form where they thought you were talking nice to them. I'm like, yeah, because you got to find a way to be able to do it and them not realize it, because otherwise you get fired for it.
You get a lot of dumb people in game stores. No offense to gamers out there, but like I worked in a game store for a long time.
You know what the funny part is, though? I found that most of the time it's not even the gamers that are the dumb ones. It's the people coming in buying stuff for them that just don't get it.
Yeah. I've had a lot of great people working there, too. Some of my friends I still have to this day were people I met at the game store.
Definitely. I set up friendships and relationships with people from that still continue to this day. Like, I'd call them up in a heartbeat and they'd be there because it's amazing. There it is. Hashtag slanderous compliment. Thank you. This is definitely the perfect term for it.
Yeah, I filter myself a lot. I know. I did customer service and then worked at schools around children. Even the other day, like my normal life, I cuss. I'm a smart ass. I'm always compare myself to Randall Graves from Clerks. I hate everybody and everything seems stupid to me. That's my favorite line of any movie ever. I hate everyone and everything seems stupid to me. But I had like my little nephew over here. He's 6 years old. His mom's cussing, my sister and everybody. And in front of him, I was like, "Hey, have you ever heard Uncle cuss?" He's like, "No, Uncle doesn't cuss." It's so funny because I do so much, but just when I'm around the kids and everything,
right?
It's an automatic thing. I just don't do it.
Yeah, you try to curb it a little, when you
like
can.
Even on streams, like in people's streams when I'm on live, I'm like, not that I'm like holding back on purpose. It's just something force a habit kind of.
I'm the same way. Like I fix copy machines, so I'm in and out. I'm in and out of offices all the time, and you can't take a bad day in there. They don't give a shit. You know, you can't be swearing around them. And my kids have heard me say every word, but I don't swear a lot. Their mom swears all the time, right? And today I was at lunch with my daughter. She's 14, right? And Tony had texted me, and he said something, and I went to text him. I was just fucking with you, and I said, I go, yeah, just fucking with you. And I said it out loud, and my daughter went, because she don't. The only time she really hears me say that is when I'm pissed, and her eyes got so big, and I'm like, dude, I cannot believe I told Tony, I'm like, I just said it out loud in the restaurant. Like, there weren't a lot of people around, because I hate when I hear, if you want to cuss in front of your children, that's fine. But when people are in Target and they're just cussing up, I'm just kind of like, maybe I don't want my kids to hear it. Not that I want my kids to be like sheltered, but you know what? Like the people that walk around with their cell phones and they're talking on the speakerphone.
Yeah, like that.
I don't care about your conversation. Put a Bluetooth on, you know, and then you hear people on the speakerphone, and then you're like, "Ooh, what are you talking about?" Now I want to know. Hey, no, don't take it off speakerphone. I want to hear it.
See, I'm not that nosy enough. Like, I really care less what some people are talking about. But that's just me being like, please go away. I don't like being around people as much. So. Like the fact Mike has been in and out of the chat all night, and every time he comes back, like, you're still going. And even like Pop Actor earlier was like, you're still going. You guys have been in my chats before, right?
They know.
Well,
they know.
I know. One of the first times I had come in, I made a comment because you had talked about going long, and I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "Dude, I do like 3 hours," and they're like, "Dude," and a bunch of people were like, "That's nothing." I was like, and then I went and looked at some of your lives, and I'm like,
6
it was on for 6 fucking hours.
plus.
Hey, the only reason New Year's wasn't a 6-hour plus stream straight was because Mega J canceled.
That was so good.
It was perfect timing too, because it's like a minute to go till midnight, and he's like, "I gotta get out of here, guys. I'll see y'all next year." And he's backing out, and he was doing it on his phone, just not realizing when he was backing out, since he's a partner to the channel, he shut off the live stream backing out. And his last words on a live stream of 2022 are, "Oh shit."
Yeah, that was good.
It's hilarious. And then I'm scrambling. He's sending me apology messages because I'm trying to get a live stream back up in like a minute to go back live before midnight. And then we decided to just take it until we hit across all the time zones across the US. We were just like, let's go.
Did you ever hear my first live stream?
No, I haven't gone back that far.
It's either the first or the second one. I want to say it was the first. So it might have been the second one, but I was looking at StreamYard and I was seeing, you know, the music they have. Like, I thought they were intros, and like I would just play it, and once I hit live, it would go away. Well, it didn't. So like, I hit go live, right? This music is playing. I can't get the fucking music to stop, and I'm like, oh fuck it! And I just quit the live stream, and then get it back up there. And Figure God was like, "Holy shit, that was hilarious! You could figure." Like I didn't know how to stop it. I couldn't. Like it was so bad because the music's playing. It was loud music, and I'm like, "How do I get it off? How do I get this off?"
See, we all learn though. That's it.
You know, most people would practice first. I pretty much learned how to hit the start button and the stop button. You know.
Yeah.
Trial by fire. It's the only way to do things.
One time I started a New Year's stream on New Year's Eve. It just ended last week. That's about accurate. The kicker is it started New Year's Eve 2021.
Yeah, there's a lot to do on lives. Like I've just been doing the test lives, like was it unlisted?
Yep.
Just a couple
Yeah,
people
you do an unlisted one.
Yeah, and just messing with stuff, But I need I need to learn everything. I'm gonna be doing that, especially
So-
the new camera. I don't know why. Like I can do my videos, just the ones I've been doing, and they look good. Like I mean, they're decent. But when I go live, even with the webcam I have, I know the webcam isn't that great.
Streaming.
But
Streaming makes a difference. Recording a video with a camera, it's going to record it in whatever resolution that camera does at top. When you go to stream, depending on what software you're streaming through, will automatically throttle back whatever your definition can be. StreamYard will only do 720. I could have a 4K camera hooked up right now, and it wouldn't matter. StreamYard's going to throttle me to 720.
Unless you upgrade.
Yes, unless you pay more. I'm sorry.
Need to see me in that high definition.
First off, I'm already paying enough for StreamYard for what I can do, just so that we can play Hollywood Squares Toy Tube Edition.
So just even the StreamYard makes your videos clearer?
No. It's not going to make it clearer. It's going to downgrade it. Like I said, you can have a 4K camera, and you go to stream through StreamYard. It don't matter. You're doing 720.
Opposite. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
I need to figure out how to make it clear. Is what I don't.
Well,
nothing.
If you're using StreamYard, the way you can make it clear is by paying them more money.
Oh no, I was just doing the enlisted live that I was testing out.
Mm-hmm.
Like even my webcam just from my laptop or my phone, whatever I was using, because I figured out how to use my phone to go live, but it just looks.
Well, are you doing it through YouTube or are you doing it through?
Yeah, just through going live on YouTube, just hitting the live button.
Okay.
I've never done that.
Yeah, I use StreamYard, so I'm not as familiar with that at all.
It is different. I know it is different. But I'll say this, and the one YouTuber that I watch, he said, because people asked him, like, how do you just get, how do you go live? Like, how do you get to do it? And he's like, well, you can practice, but he goes, it doesn't matter. If you're doing a recording just to learn it, your brain does not think like that. Because you always think, I can just fix it later on. When you're live, like, your brain won't think differently. And those mistakes that you make, but a lot of times you won't make the mistakes because you are focused on exactly what you were going to do. But I mean, it's good. It's good to get in there and learn everything, but you're not going to get that same feeling until you actually go live and you see that there's 10 people watching you, and you're like, oh my God, I can't get the music to stop. What do I do?
Right?
Yeah. See, that's what I'm gonna have to get with people. I want to do it all here, but yeah, just to figure out how I would even get to going doing live like that. Then, because all I know is YouTube has option, go live, go live. That's all I know about.
But YouTube it saddlebags you into certain things that you should be able to do that StreamYard allows you to. It's like it's your it's your device. Like, why do you not give us everything and cut out having StreamYard? You would think that you would want to do that, considering. I mean, you're not monetized, so you've never looked into how much they take. But good Lord, they're like.
I don't see any of that.
Yeah.
Take this real quick because I'm getting blown up. I don't know who it is.
Sure, buddy. Here, look, I'll just pull you out for right now, and we can add you back in later.
Clearly, it's a booty call at 1:30 in the morning.
Well, again, he's West Coast.
I know.
I actually have an idea for some content, so I probably will be uploading to YouTube. Probably not for a few more months, but I've started getting a few ideas. So.
No, where are you at?
Where am I at?
Yeah.
California, Central California.
Okay.
And he's got work in the morning, and he's still hanging tough.
Yeah.
Like,
probably going to go to bed here fairly soon.
What time is it? It's like 10:30 there.
10:40.
That's not even late.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
See, for us, we're here on East Coast, and it's 2. Like, it's 20 of 2. And people will be like, how do you still do this? I like the fact that for a while there, we dropped down to maybe 12 people watching, and now we're back up to like 20.
I can't see how many, because I'm a guest. so I
Right.
can't see
You don't
unless
see
I turn it on.
I'm monitoring that here as we go, and I like how we've actually went from like dropping for a bit to increased viewership again. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those things.
I watch my viewership. I watch the views thoroughly. And that's why, like, if you see how I programmed everything, like, if you watch how I do the news and everything, like, Motu comes first now because I know a lot of people don't want to watch it. So I want to get through it because I enjoy it. So I'm going to put it in at the beginning. But you'll know that you're starting to get a really good, not just a following, but people are enjoying the stream when you start seeing how many people are watching it on the back end, watching the replay. Because let's be honest, if you're just doing news after a week, no one cares. No one's going to go back and watch it. And I watch when I don't do topics, the viewership drops.
Yeah.
So if I don't have a topic in there, people aren't going to really watch it because, okay, well, I've already seen this news. And if I want to see what's really happening, I'll go watch the Foosh because he has everything. Or Toy News Eye. I mean, so that's why I think you have people like Geek Dead Life and Toy Anxiety. They have content that's worth watching afterwards. You know, especially if they do a debate.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
You
brought
know-
me into this whole world of
Same.
stuff.
Hands down, same. Like I was watching stuff like Pixel Dan. I was watching stuff like Toy
Yeah, I'd seen
Galaxy.
stuff, but that was my first live. Like, it
Well,
was interesting.
I had started watching Scott Knightlick's videos, like his,
very informative.
those. Yes,
Yes.
I was watching all his like behind the scenes on the classics, and
That's I like those videos.
I loved watching that stuff with him.
I did not know what a planogram was till and now I see planograms all over the place.
Oh, I know what planograms are because I used to set them, but again, different thing.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that type of stuff, it's like I didn't know what that was, and I like learning about that type of stuff that he's telling you about. That Mattel has where they buy space, So
Yeah.
Go on about the debates.
So I'm watching this, and then he says he's going to be debating retro blasting on Geek Dad Life. Like he's coming up talking about this debate, and I'm like, oh, that might be fun to watch, because I'd watched some retro blasting videos, like where they were doing restoration and customization on like some older toys.
And that's very informative too.
Exactly, and that's where
Yeah,
I was
I had
all
watched
about
both.
that. Yeah, so I was like, this is going to be neat. And then I watched this horrendous shit show of a debate. And like I'm like, what the f- is this? But it got me watching. I like how Pop Actor and Dawn have been having this conversation the whole time. Like, I don't know this yet. I'm seeing all of this, mind you. But yeah, that got me involved with starting to watch Geek Dad Life. And
The live was fun. Like the chat was fun, even though it was super awkward. And then the after show, getting to see like a bunch of other people was pretty cool.
yeah.
Yeah, Geek Dad Life really blew up after that. I was following before that, but I was anticipating a weekend, and
when I started getting to know like someone in my chat or whatever, and they start sending me Instagrams and we start talking, I was always talking Geek Dad Life because I really do enjoy it. I think that they have a great rapport together. They're funny. And I'm like, have you ever seen the debate? No. I'm like, you need to go watch it. Why? Because I had to watch it. And it is The Office in real life. Like, The Office is cringe comedy. Like you feel bad. And you feel bad for John and Jay. You are like,
I know the look on their faces.
Yes. and the fact when the moment Scott Nylick started pulling out time stamps, you were like, oh my God, this guy came for blood. But the worst thing
done.
Yes. But the best thing about it was Retro Blasting was so mad. Scott didn't care. He was there to poke that bear, and he poked it. Of course, it would have been better had he not had to jump on his wife's computer an hour later. But I sent Tony over to it, and he's like, "Oh my god, it was so bad." I'm like, but then you have to watch the after video,
Yeah.
because they're just like, "Oh my god, I felt so bad for you." And what's funny is that I was just kind of watching part of it after, and I realized they call Mad Hatter by his first name. I've never noticed him. I'm like, what? I don't know what his real name is. They said it. It's a weird name, but they never refer to him by his name. They refer to him as Mad Hatter.
Always Mad Hatter.
But
Or
Mad
Hatter.
I just remember one of them saying, "I don't know if I want to collect toys or sell everything that I have." And that I'm sorry, that like I said, when I get to meet someone, like talk to someone, and they haven't seen it, I'm like, "You need to go watch this." And they're like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because I hadn't seen it. Just go watch it." It is The Office in real life. It is cringe. You know, The Office was cringe comedy. This was cringe YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot feel.
A few months
can't
ago, and I rewatched it again.
Yeah, you can't feel good for John and Jay.
No.
There is no eject button. Like, if there was an eject button, they would have went Mav and Goose in a heartbeat.
Yep.
And I think either
I
one.
was not expecting it to go that way. No.
No.
I was just a little debate.
Then did you see the debate with right before the Rancor ended and the Sky Striker with Dan Larson?
Dan Larson.
That one was hilarious.
Yeah.
Dan shows up in the flight suit.
I love Dan Larson. He's such a good dude.
Yeah, like that was fun. They were going back and forth. That's what they had expected. I don't think they realized those two hated each other so much when they did that debate. I don't think anyone did.
No.
You know, and it just, again, guys, if you haven't watched it, go watch it right now. Well, don't watch it right now. It's late. But
Yeah, please don't watch it right now. We're still entertaining enough, I hope. There's always a replay for
Rewatching it is when I was focusing more on Jay and John. I was like, these poor guys.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they can't hide it either. After a while, they're just like, oh my gosh. Because once he got the computer going, then it came out for blood.
Yeah.
And I don't think
The dial up.
Retro Blasting was not ready for it. And I know he gets mad about it. I know he's mad because John and Jay have never asked him about it again. And he thinks that, and he said this before, that you know they took his side. They never once asked me to be back on it. Like, fuck, why would he ask either one of you to come back on? Like, I'm sorry if I did a show,
Scott,
if I did that, if you hosted, honestly, if you hosted a debate and you and I are the host of it, and that's how it went. If that was our channel, would we ever think, fuck that? No.
Oz, you should host the round 2 of the debate.
I watched the debate. Why would I invite either one of them onto my channel? I'll go over to Mega J's channel when he has Scott on next.
Again, I think Scott brings a lot of good information.
He does. He's got a lot of insight.
I don't care if he hasn't been in the industry in 15 years. Certain stuff that he talks about, it's the same.
Yeah, some things don't change.
Yes.
Some things do, but not everything.
But once he got on the whole, at the end of this year, Motu's going away. He started changing. That's not what I said. No, that is exactly what you said. That they didn't own the rights to it unless if it changed, And I kept kind of laughing because at one point I'm kind of like, one part of me is kind of like, I kind of hope Motu does just end, because his videos would have been marvelous. But at the same time, I'm collecting it. I'm like, I don't really want it to end, but oh my god, could you imagine the arrogance that would come out of that first video?
Oh.
But like John and Jay always say, if you predict it long enough, it will eventually happen.
That's right. The
Like-
end of the world will eventually happen.
Yes, you kept predicting that the queen was going to die. She finally died. 300 years later.
That's how it goes.
Same with Betty White.
It's always a numbers game.
I don't know. I love Origins, but I do actually want it to end at some point. I just want to make all the old figures,
I
and
mean,
then it can end, and I'll be happy.
I don't mind that it keeps going.
Yeah, I don't
But
either.
I want to see them to support it better. And I know that's difficult because really, I think they were hoping that more kids would get into it a little bit more, but instead all they got is kidults.
Yeah,
So
the new CGI and all that wasn't the way to
it
go.
didn't help flare it up. Let's face it,
No.
Revelations
They
didn't
put
do
too
them
much
a-
money into that, I think, too.
Right.
Brick,
they
are you
didn't-
gonna come? Are you gonna smack me? You gonna come on stage and smack me?
Look, this ain't the Oscars or nothing.
I don't know.
I love the
think it's
Golden
fun.
Girls. I love the Golden Girls, and I have stories that I can't tell on YouTube about the Golden Girls. I did a video maybe 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, about what I thought was the best toy line for kids when it comes to like collectors, and it was Motu. It's because they have more articulation than the original, but if you're gonna be like, if your parents are gonna play with you, it has that nostalgia for them. But
Mhm.
they were beefy, and they weren't gonna break. Classified and Marvel, they're not made for kids.
No.
O-rings aren't around. It was just like they stand. You don't need stands. You can pop and swap. They don't have super articulation, but they have good articulation, enough that kids are going to enjoy and have fun with. And I still think to this day, like if a parent is looking for something nostalgic, Masters of the Universe Origins is the best for the kids, for the kids and them to play with.
Yeah.
6-inch figures are not like 6-inch figures the way they are now. They're not meant for kids to play with. They're gonna break. They're gonna get loose. You don't need too much articulation, but you need more than 5 points of articulation.
I don't know.
Right.
I think if these were like distributed better and they had like some kind of marketing campaign, they would sell to kids no problem.
If Thunder Punch He-Man had caps.
Even without it, like I still think he's a fun toy. Like,
No,
he's got
Thunder
that-
Punch He-Man had caps. Thunder Punch He-Man should have caps. It was that in the review, I think I even said it. Like, Thunder Punch He-Man should have been a Mattel Creations exclusive with caps.
I mean, I could see that, but I still think it was a fun toy. I like that it had the old pullback
Yeah.
punch feature. Like,
Yeah,
I thought it was a fun toy.
that was my favorite He-Man. But did you get that? You remember that cap smell?
That smell, yeah.
But Cobra Khan should also shoot mist, or at least have a Mattel Creations that shoots mist, and then it can get moldy like it did back in the day. And
Now we did get the Dragon Blaster shooting in now. That's
I'm glad that at least had it. I was kind of hoping for more of that Ricky the Steamboat style dragon,
yeah.
but
I was hoping this one. I like that that original one. It just reminds me so much of my original one.
have you shot the Dragon Blaster? Have you filled it with water?
Yeah.
I opened it.
That reservoir is very small.
Took out Ricky Steamboat in my video because I was doing the dragon comparison,
yeah.
and Ricky got it to the face.
It does not hold much water.
No,
Where what's the other one that shoots water?
Snout spout.
That's about now. Yeah, where
He
he
has a
comes with
good
a
amount.
backpack.
He has a good amount of water that he can shoot. This thing here is like
Awesome.
it's like those small little squirt guns that they get from the dollar store or
I was just
Yeah.
the little pink ones.
no, the real small ones that look like the bigger ones. But
Oh, okay.
oh my gosh, yeah, I thought Thunder Punch He-Man that would have been a perfect Mattel Creations exclusive. I thought that would have again, you could do one for mass retail, but these exclusives should be things that
I would actually rather see the exclusives be like an action feature variant, as opposed to like a new character.
yeah, I just
It depends. New characters mean new tooling for the most part, unless it's
I like the new characters. I don't like them being exclusives. Like right now, I have Tuesdays off. It's fine. I can
Right.
usually get it, but when my schedule eventually does change, it's gonna frustrate the hell out of me. So
Here was the thing for me. This guy did not need to be a Mattel Creations exclusive.
he would have been a peg warmer otherwise, though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but they could have sold him on Mattel Creations without making him their drop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's stuff up there now on Mattel Creations for sale. You can go buy it. It doesn't need any time to drop or anything like that. It's a freaking He-Man repaint.
but that guy, he should have had Keldor's head from the Target exclusive.
He should have.
Or at least given you it. At least given it with you.
If they would have done a comic book accurate with a Prince Keldor, like the comic book, and like a 2-pack, that would have been an amazing exclusive.
Yeah.
But
again, like, I mean, they're getting use out of that tooling. Just like they did back in the 80s. You know, I mean, so many of the same arms, so many of the same legs, some of the same waists. But yeah, no, I like your idea that Mattel Creations, like those figures, maybe not all of them, but like the ones that have action features, like Cobra Khan. Why was it you should have done Camo Khan with as Cobra Khan also that has a squirting head, and then just had a regular mass release Cobra Khan the way it is.
I think it would have been cool if they could have added in another feature in there, right? So the big difference between Camo Con, I mean, aside from some arm swaps and stuff like that, is that paint deco, right? You know, that alternate version, that, you know, overseas version, different color, different hands. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could do color change plastic where he fills up with water. We all had those toys as a kid.
Yep.
Put the
they
head
used
on
that
it,
across
and
the.
he squirts.
That would have been cool.
You get Camo Con and Cobra Con in one commercial, and all one figure. All you got to do is put a pair of swapped hands in for the claws. You could still do the double head, and that still would have been a $30 deluxe figure, which is what Camo Con was on Mattel Creations. That's a great way
I
to
think
do it.
they're really losing out on is doing like weapon packs and the head packs or anything. They can make
Hugely missing out on this.
yes, they could be bringing in cash with that. I mean, just repainted weapons or color molded to
Listen,
something different.
the way like
Easy money.
Hasbro is missing out on weapons for G.I. Joe. Like all those original first couple waves of figures that have Nerf guns, you just have to put a package together that has the original O-ring guns, and people would buy it up. And just be a Hasbro Pulse exclusive. Getting Beachhead's actual gun, Roadblock's actual gun, people would eat it up. Head sculpts that are a little bit different. So they're not all, so you have a screaming head, which is great, but I don't want so Valaverse has a young Condor coming out, and the one head has the balaclava or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it. The other one is just a screaming face. Well, I don't want my guys screaming all the time. That should be an alternate head. I shouldn't have a screaming head all the time. All right.
You know what I'm actually kind of surprised is like the little dollar store or gas station stores, you don't see like weapon packs for like different scales, like 112 and 1/6 scale. Like why not? Like why not just like throw a bunch of cheap plastic there? Like I got this little bowling set like at the gas station the other day. Like why couldn't I have like some weapons, in there? Like
You know what? I was like, why the hell do you need a bowling? But now I'm like, what
Pictures.
could I do? What can I? Well, I know, but I'm like, what you could do with bowling? I mean,
You can make
first
a
off,
bowling
you use
night
the
for your
pins to fight, but just have like a bowling alley with all different lines of characters playing like bowling.
right? DC versus Marvel bowling.
And Ninja
DC better
Turtles.
win because they're
Ninja
just
Turtles
bigger.
are kept perfect hands for bowling.
I don't know. Their fingers might be a bit too big, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, drill those holes out a little bigger.
I don't know. I like when I see little stuff like this, I'm like, oh, I could do something with that, and I just pick up random garbage all the time.
But there's a good reason for it, because when you're doing random ass toy photography, that stuff is fun. Like
Yeah,
when
no,
Skelly
it is.
wanted to put Santa hats on all of his toys behind him at Christmas time, trying to find random Santa hats.
I gotta say, some of the stuff that the photographers do, because I don't have an eye for that. I mean, if you notice, most of my pictures, you can probably look and go, "Oh, he's just sitting in his chair, taking straight shots."
That's all
Like
I'm
when I
doing.
hear them talk about lighting, I'm like, I don't understand it. I wish I did.
Well, you know what's funny is like I still don't know what I'm doing. I just play with it. But like Oz saw me posting stuff on Reddit, and it was literally like, I made this dio. Here it is. I'm just showing you something I made, something I have. It wasn't like there's no artistic stuff to it at all. It was just, here's the thing. And he's like, why aren't you posting on Instagram? So I was like, well, okay. And I started posting, but I was like, when I did that, I'm like, I'm gonna have a goal. I'm gonna do a post a day, and I'm like, I don't know, 7 or 8 months in of every day posting and getting better. I mean, some shots work better than others, but I learn a lot every time I take a new photo. So,
Well, and there's a lot of other people out there too. Like if you're looking for something specific on how to do something, there's a huge community out there that you can just talk to about it.
yeah.
And I've seen you do stuff in your shots. Now you say you don't have an eye for it. I've seen you do stuff in your shots that other toy photographers aren't necessarily doing. Some of them are, not in the same ways. Like, again, one of my favorite ones to talk about is that original image of He-Man meeting the Green Goddess and getting his equipment and stuff like that. And then the trick to the scaling where you put the battle ram from the, Hot Wheels or from Matchbox in the
but, like,
background.
that shot, like, that was just, I've set up a dial on my shelf. Like, this is my display, and I took a picture of it. And that picture is like the lighting super washed out, and like it's straight. There's no like kind of angle to it. But I mean, that's how it was in the comic too. So, but I did an updated shot of it, and you can see like light coming through the cave, and like you know, pretty big improvement. I don't know. I do feel like I'm getting better, but I still feel like I don't know what I'm doing. But
like I said,
I'm having fun doing it. So
I've been doing streams for since October now. October, September. I still have no idea what I'm doing every week.
You know more than you realize you do.
That's true, because I get a lot of people coming to me asking questions, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then they'll ask me a particular question. I'm like, oh, you do this.
Yeah. You know more, like, and it's just, again, I learned a lot by watching the YouTubers that specifically talk about that type of stuff. But the thing that you find out is just like, you know way more than you realize that you do. And again, when you don't have a huge ego, you're more than happy to help other people.
Always. Yeah.
And there are a lot of people that look at things as competition. And again, don't get me wrong, there is competition in this. But competition should make you be better. You know what I mean? Like,
no, that I can take, yeah.
I want my live stream to be as big as Beat Dead Life. Not because I want to be better than them, because I think they do a wonderful job. And they're talking to so many new people in the community. I love that. And I used to talk about like when I was younger in skateboarding. Like, I might want to be as good as that guy, but not because I want to be better than him, but because he's that good. And if I got to be as good as him, I would assume he's just going to be that much better then.
Right.
So it's like,
He's
I want to
gonna
be as
at a
good as
new peak
Yeah.
now.
I want to be as good as him, not so I can say I'm better than him, but because I think he's that damn good. And that's the type of competition that you should be looking at. But I also don't look at things where it's like, well, Geek Dead Life does this, I should do that too. I'm not going to talk turtles. I don't care about turtles. There's other channels, and I'm not going to try and fake my way through it. You know, it'd just be boring as hell to me. But the competition, like, I didn't realize who's live on Monday. I'm like, I don't think there's really anything. And Matthew, the moderator, my moderator right there, he's like, dude, there's a lot of people on Monday. I'm like, really?
There's a lot of people every day, though.
Every
Like,
day.
You don't get away from it. You really don't get away from it.
It is shocking how many.
I've
show
had
up.
people say, you know, especially again, because like I said, I set up a group chat so that we can network and do all this. They're like, why don't we do that and like organize so that nobody's really overlapping? And I'm like, there are so many of us creating content. There's no way we're not going to overlap. But you just kind of find that thing that you do and that thing that you enjoy, and you do it when you can in your life. Does that mean you may go live at the same time as somebody else? Yeah. Dude, I love Dom from Toy Domination. I enjoy especially playing with his action figure game and stuff like that he does, you know, where we're all getting there rolling and stuff like that. I think it's great. I have a lot of fun. He goes live every Thursday night, same time Toy Frenzy goes. I never get to watch his live streams. I don't get to watch your movie streams because I'm going live on Toy Frenzy, so I can't watch it live. But I watch the replay. There's no competition there because I'm watching the replay.
No, you know, but again, like you do.
Yeah.
You want the people to watch you live because there's
Of
an
course.
interaction. But like I mentioned before, like when you watch how many, like, okay, so you finish your stream, you have 300 views at the stream. Then you end up with 1,000 views by the next week. So that means like 700 times someone has watched your stream. And it can't be just for the toy news. What did they watch it for? And have you learned how to read? I know, this sounds so arrogant. Have you learned the top shelf here? Like reading the algorithm and stuff, like with peaks and valleys and stuff?
I've looked into it, but I try to ignore it because up until I get to a point, like I don't really feel that I'm big enough it matters.
No, but
You know what I
it's always good to watch what you're doing and judging your content compared to what it was before. At least for me. I can't.
Oh yeah, no, that part, yes. Like to see where I've grown, what I've done better, and what I can continue to do better. I know one thing I talk with certain, you know, other YouTubers about is my length of time. 5-hour streams is a hard thing to digest, especially, you know, one sitting. Some people going to lose interest and all like that. But I got to say, some people have been in this chat since the beginning. Some people have been on live with me since the beginning.
I think longer stuff though, like has a different audience. Like you might get someone who's doing a long commute to listen to like a 5-hour stream. You know what I mean? I tend to like longer format stuff as opposed to short bites. That being said, the content I'm going to do is going to be very short, but
well, your channel is going to explode then because that's like one of those things that's really popular right now is shorts.
Mostly just because I don't think I have much to say. Like I have an idea that is going to be very specifically me, and it's going to be short, digestible. That's it. Like,
but you know what? You know what else is funny about people that can't believe that you went on for this long? They don't realize sometimes how long you talk before you go live and how long you talk when you stop recording. Because there have been times Matthew and I are there for an hour talking.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like
we've had after chats. That was where the whole idea of doing that Patreon exclusive kind of after thing came from. Yeah. Like, let's take this off the public because these like back room chats that we get into afterwards are sometimes better than the actual stream that we just did.
And just so everyone knows, sometimes the people talking, they want to talk about stuff they don't want being shot across because we all have opinions. Sometimes we don't want the opinions and the backlash of what's going to come back.
Sometimes, yeah, you just don't want to put that out.
Listen, we all like to eat the steak. We just don't want to see how it's made. Right? Exactly. We don't want to know how it was prepared.
Actually, Skelly called me out for being vegan the other day. I don't remember ever mentioning that to anybody, but
Are you?
I
yeah,
didn't think you were. I didn't.
yeah,
realize.
for like over a decade.
Wow.
More
Yeah.
meat for me.
Yeah, it's fine. But Skelly called me out for it, and I was like, I don't remember telling anybody that. It's weird.
Coming from a punk community and straight edge, not to see punk. Brick already said it. I was never that. I was, man. You think that I can be bad now? We went to a hardcore show. And there was a lot of vegans and vegetarians, and we showed up eating KFC. And I remember there was this vegan car just covered in like vegan stickers, and we left all our chicken bones and everything all over it because we were such little assholes.
Oh man.
I'm not straight edge though, so
Listen, I'm going to hell. I already know it. All right, I had a first class ticket.
I don't know. All them rules, I think most people probably are, right?
What?
Going to hell.
Listen, most people aren't straight edge, and I don't think everyone wants to be straight edge because there'd be a lot of boring ass people.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I'm more straight edge than most.
There is no. You're either straight edge or you're not.
No. There's the. I take pharmaceutical drugs, prescribed medications, though,
Well, that's different.
and they are psychoactive. So, but I have to take those, otherwise I'm not quite the same person. I mean, I've masked the majority of my life and fit in pretty well amongst society without medication. I've done a good job, but the medication helps keep me straight. I don't have to.
Wait, what is pop actor? Why is there no toilet paper at KFC?
Well, probably because somebody wiped.
Is he there
All
right
the
now,
booties.
like in a stall, wondering this?
Oh,
Do we need to send some? Like, do we need to call the KFC right now and like? We have someone in the bathroom that doesn't have toilet paper, and we've all had KFC, and we know where it goes.
That's a bad punchline, Pop
So
actor.
Lawrence, you've been straight edge punk rock since young age, or
Since the day I was born, I've never drank in my life. I've never tried drugs in my life. I've never smoked in my
yeah, I
life.
was hardcore in the punk rock scene, but I was on the other side. But I mean, now today I'm completely sober. I don't do nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people. I think a lot of people when they see the name, they think I'm saying like I'm a punk with toys, and I'm like, nah, I'm a punk rocker.
Yeah,
And it goes-
I know. That's why I kind of connected with you when I first started seeing stuff. I was like, oh, the punk rock background.
Yeah, and like a lot of
When
people
they recognized me back in the day with my big mohawk and spiked jackets and everything.
So I was shocked when I was on with Chad months ago, and that's when I found out he was actually into punk. He's in a punk band, and also I'm like, so you
Bobby too. I like Bobby.
who?
Bobby
Vintage Motu, one of the co-hosts of Toy
Oh.
Frenzy.
on Toy Frenzy.
I never watched it. Sorry.
Yeah,
Because you do your movie thing on Thursdays.
old school punk too, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing the punchline to the KFC thing. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of people think like it's being a punk with toys, but my Instagram, my personal Instagram, you see people would always change their name, and I just wanted something, and I went with Punk Rock Skate Dad. And I cannot tell you being 40, getting back into skateboarding because my ex and I had split up and I didn't want to be around her because we were still living together. And I just delved so far into it. And my buddy skated he skates for the park, and I've known him my whole life. So I got to know the owner of the one skate park. I had people come up to me when we were at other skate parks, and they're like, "Hey, Punk Rock Skate Dad, why don't you come over here and have have some brats with us or whatever?" Like, so it got to this weird, like, people knew me as Punk Rock Skate Dad. Like, and so when I took my channel and I'm like, I need to figure out a name, and I took it off that. That's when I came up with A Punk with Toys. But people didn't really catch on. Not everyone caught on that it was like that I'm a punk rock
part of it.
And every now and then someone would hit me up and be like, "Oh my God, that's sick of it all." They don't realize like that song there is the song is G.I. Joe Head Stomp. It's an instrumental. Since I was, oddly enough, this will work out good. When I started doing it, I was doing only G.I. Joe reviews. Today marks 3 years that I did my first G.I. Joe review.
No kidding.
I'm gonna post later on in the community tab the first 2 videos I did, so you can see how bad they are.
Oh, I'm definitely watching.
So I went with G.I. Joe Head Stomp because it's just an instrumental, and I thought, okay. And then I would try and do some other songs every now and then, but it just fit, right? Well, if you play, once you get monetized, if you play music that's in the system for over 15 seconds, you lose your monetization.
Yeah.
Right.
So all those old videos I had, like, and this is where I kind of learned, like, no one wants to watch 30 seconds of an intro to a review of me posing the figures of the same song. I've heard G.I. Joe Head Stomp so many fucking times that I hear it in my car and I just skip. Like, I don't even want to hear it anymore.
Right. Like, I'm done with this.
Yeah, but when I'm
Like
not with
mine.
that, what?
Oh, even like mine, I had no idea what I was doing. I just was gonna make a couple review videos. Like, I just was gonna do it for fun. Like, Oz kind of told me, "Hey, you got a lot of figures. You should just do some YouTube videos." So I just started putting it out there. Didn't know a thing at all, and I got reached out to by, I don't know if he's still here. He was just here, Adam Radical Toys.
Yeah.
And did my whole banner for me. My whole
Yeah, he was showing it last.
watermark and everything. Yeah, I just did my first video getting to use it all, and it's so much cooler to be able to do that instead of just throwing something together like I did. But I just made a short little intro with it, fading in and fading out, kind of little haunted house sounds, and it's real quick, and it looks so much better just that little thing. So
when you're doing the YouTube, and you'll learn this with thumbnails too. For the most part, people have their own look to it. Like when I was trying to figure out like the logos and changing things,
I don't even know how to do thumbnails.
So what I use, and
Canvas over here.
Yeah, but that costs money.
Yeah.
Do you have an iPhone?
No, Android.
So see if you can get Epic, EPIK. That's how I do all my thumbnails.
Okay.
So I do all my thumbnails through there. I don't pay for anything with that. My daughter had noticed the font that I use, and she goes, "Do you want me to use that font?" And I go, "You notice?" And she goes, "Yeah, most of your videos will have that font in it." So if you ever notice, like on all my reviews, I have my logo, and under it I have a review, and it's always in that specific font. But when you do thumbnails, always make sure you put your logo in there. So even if it's something someone's not interested in, if they like you, don't mind, just stop and click it.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
But you just want a small logo, and I tell everyone that is like, they ask me questions like, make sure you put your logo in there. And I got that from Chaz, because in all Chaz's memes, he puts his logo, and I kind of stole it from him. And I'm like, I just want to know I'm stealing this idea from you. And you're like, go ahead, I don't care. Like, not really my idea, But so when people see, like, if they're scrolling through, they'll see you, and maybe they don't like you and they just want to skip it, But you want it to where it's like people that like you, they're gonna click on it, even if they just think like, hey, I'm just gonna give this guy, just give him an extra view just because I like him.
Cool. I like my just a little editing app that my son uses for his. He does stop motion Lego. He's been doing it for a few years now, and I'm just using the same one as him, and I'm just messing with it more and more. And I'm just learning to fade in and fade out, and popping stickers up and everything, and so I was able to make my intro better, and just all the different things I could edit with. I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, maybe we'll do that. But even like a thumbnail, I don't know how to get pictures up over here or down there.
Oh yeah, and then when you do that, like the thumbnail, like YouTube cuts it off, so you have to figure out to in the right spot.
Yeah, I have tried to do that.
I fear trying new things.
I just mean the fonts and everything. Like people I see with all their stuff, I don't know how to do any of that yet. I'm just gonna have to figure it out little by little. But
I learned how to do
worried about thumbnails right now.
Yeah. Thumbnails are huge.
Like, yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm just learning day by day.
Doing all my logos and thumbnails, I learned how to do it from doing memes, making my own memes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying. I've only done Instagram. I don't even know if it's been
thumbnails,
a year.
topics.
So I'm learning all that too.
Your title and your topic, keywords. That's what the algorithm finds. But I feel like you said, like doing different editing software, because if I don't like it, I'll get frustrated. So I had this whole idea for. I have channel members, right? Two different prices. $2.99, 99 cents, right? 99 cents is pretty much support, right? I wanted to do a Discord. I set up the Discord. I sat there for like 3 hours. I could not figure out how to make it private to where like I would have to send out a pass. Like I could not. I sat there for 3 hours. I'm like, fuck it, I don't give a shit. I'll come back to it. That was like 4 months ago.
What, for Discord?
Trying to figure out how to make it private.
I spent over a month and a half really learning how to build. Well, Thanos, it was Halloween when I did the test Discord, right? Because you were part of the test before you ever became a patron and joined the Discord. I didn't have that full Discord up again, I think, until December was when I finally did it.
Yeah,
December or January?
Patreon until recently.
That's true, you weren't.
I'm actually still joined to that old Discord. Sometimes I click on it by accident when
I've never really deleted it or shut it off. But yeah, I sat down and learned how to build a Discord, and I built like this really, really intricate Discord server. And it's cool, it's there, and it gets used by like Bud and Brick.
I posted a few things there.
You've been posting in there too. I just don't check it enough because like I only think about it when I'm on my computer to look at it. And it's really awesome. Like I actually really enjoy it. But I have gotten some feedback, so there's going to be a rehaul. I've increased some permissions of a couple of the users where they're going to just help me sit down and kind of rehaul it and simplify it a little bit.
Only Discord I ever messed with is because I was Patreon with Geek Dad Life and had their Discord. And I was on there a lot, but I really kind of just faded off. I haven't been on there in a long time.
Truth is, we're a bunch of old men and we're trying to learn how to use newer software. And we've gotten to the point where technology is getting a little bit further than we're adapting with.
I've been I spent for a long time just because gaming with friends and stuff, but I never really actually like set it up or do too much. And I like one of my Discords I'm on, I post every single one of my toy photo pics. I don't blow you guys up with it, but I have a toy channel on one that's literally just every picture I take. My poor friends.
I spent too long. I don't know. It like I said before, these last 3 years, I've kind of changed my whole life around, and that's why I got back into collecting. So before that, I didn't anything online. There's no YouTube, no nothing for me. I was busy doing other stuff, so getting in trouble.
You know what's interesting? How many of us have all come back to this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hear that a lot. You know I've heard it from Aaron. Cowboy, I've heard it from you. So many of us got back into this, and it was all around the same time, too. Like, right around the time of COVID, like, most of us kind of got back into it.
I know. I mean, I got sober, COVID happened, Origins came out. And I swear that the three things saved my life.
This stupid guy. That's what did it.
Yep.
My
I talked
whole
about Scott Neitlich, and that's one of the first guys I started watching because I didn't know anything about classics because I had skipped all that. I had no idea about classics, and then watching those classic videos, that's when I started learning more about what had happened with He-Man. I didn't know about 2000X till 2020.
that's why Viper Island. That's why people watch him, because I believe a lot of G.I. Joe collectors aren't toy collectors; they're G.I. Joe collectors,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I say he's bad for the community because people read or watch his stuff and they think he's piped in, and really he's lying about half the stuff. He'll delete videos when he gets called out on them. So you have G.I. Joe collectors that don't know toys. And it's fine. I mean, if that's what you collect, that's what you collect, you know? But when you're going to someone now, and I said the same thing, if you like Star Wars, you know who Mike Zero is. He's the worst thing for Star Wars, but I think he's hilarious.
Just talking
Like
about that.
What?
Oh, sorry, Adam in chat. He's saying, "Hope I like my logo design." Saying, "What's up?" He's back in. I was just talking about you a few minutes ago. I don't know if you're here or not, but yeah, I did my last video and used it, and I'm going to give you another shout out in my next video that I do because I had that one recorded already, and then used my logo and everything. But thank you again, man. It's so awesome. And just big little boost of confidence just making videos now with all that. So I just had to give him a shout out real quick.
Of course, yeah.
But, so what's funny about Origins, the reason why I got into Origin was all because of G.I. Joe. And I kept going in looking for the classified, and I walked by the Origins numerous times, and I was like, I'm not going to buy them. And I would tell my daughter, I'm like, if I ever find Panther, Battle Cat, He-Man, and Skeletor all at the same, I'll buy it. That's all I'm going to buy. And it was walking by them numerous times, never getting anything new G.I. Joe. And finally it happened. And then it was just all downhill from there.
Yeah. I really thought, I mean, I got the first ones came out, and I was like, oh, this is not going to last. I'm just going to get what I can. And I cannot believe it's still going on. And I don't know if you see my Origin collection. I got everything. I mean, I've been nonstop collecting everything.
I really thought we were just going to get like that 25th anniversary stuff. Handful of the core characters that all use the same parts.
And I never thought I'd get Masterverse. I have all of them too.
I swore up and down I wasn't going to get into Masterverse because I didn't really like the
too.
sculpts at first from Revelations.
Well, yeah, because the Revelations, I was like, oh, yeah. But
if I would have picked up Masterverse first, I probably would not have gotten into Origins. Just because I like the bigger scale. I just like the bigger scale better. And again, I think they look wonderful for the most part.
I stalked these guys. Like I saw them. I was like, I'm not going to get them. Went back to the store a couple days later. They were still there. I was like, I'm not going to get them. But I'd go home and I'd think about them. And the third time, I was like, all right, I'll get He-Man and Skeletor. That's it. And I didn't even open them. I put them up on the walls. Like, I have a He-Man and Skeletor.
Yeah, I didn't open mine for a good while before I started opening them.
So, Thanos, let me ask you.
Yeah.
What do you think of that He-Man's head?
I prefer the vintage one, but it doesn't bother me.
It never bothered me either. I don't understand why people were so mad. It was like
honestly, Skeletor's head bothers me more. Like but early on I got the Rise of Evil, but like this is like the one that came with the Dragon Blaster. I don't like it. I just don't like most of the Skeletor head sculpts. But the Rise of Evil 2-pack Skeletor head was like my Skeletor head for
Now that
a long
original
time.
He-Man head, but the one where he had the open mouth, I think came with
The like Battlefield Warrior and the
with the open
Battle-
mouth. Looks like he's shocked.
Yeah,
That shocked look one. That was cool.
I use that one for like the transforming.
Oh,
you know,
screaming.
Yeah, the hair, the windswept
Oh.
hair in the background,
Oh, that
looking
one
like
too, yeah.
Fabio and
I'm
shit.
talking about the one in between where he's kind of got the
Oh, the battle
he's
armor secondary head or whatever.
Yeah.
He's
where he looks, with the open mouth, he looks shocked. He looks kind of ridiculous. But I know I'm looking all over him, like I don't know where I put him.
yeah. I'm
right
trying to see if I have one in here, but I think they're all out there.
now. I know I do.
All right, guys. I really do have to get to bed because I have to have a little bit of time to unwind and get ready for the morning. So
I was
5.5
thinking
hours.
Down
5.5, almost 6.
My
That's
hair's
really
already
bad.
starting to grow back in from the shower and shaving my
mine
head.
too. I was bald when we started.
I think both my kids actually went to sleep. All right, nice talking to you.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
I'll
I
message
will
you
see
there,
you
man.
all around. I'm sure.
All right.
All right, guys. Well, what do you say we just get this all wrapped up then?
Yeah, that works for me too.
Yeah. I can't believe I've been sitting here.
Right?
I honestly
My phone's been blowing up.
I've been sitting in this chair so much that I'm like, I cannot.
I know I'm back before.
But I mean, just all the reviews that I've been doing in my live streams, I'm like, I'm actually wearing out the chair. Like, I'm gonna need to buy a new chair because my fat ass is wearing it out.
We're getting to that point. We're streaming weekly and we record videos and do stuff here. And I mean, heck, I'm in this 8 hours a day, and extra 2.5 to 3 hours on Thursdays. Clearly, another 5 or 6 hours on Saturday.
No, for any of your streams, do you do any prep? Like slides?
I used to in the past, not necessarily for my streams, but for like on Toy Frenzy, if we got something, I'll collect images. Normally, Skelly sets them up into a slideshow and then he'll put them up. But yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time like in this chair doing research, making thumbnails. Lately, I've gotten a little bit lazy, but yeah, I'm really gonna. Some of the stuff that I have planned coming up, especially again, like I'm redoing all of my shelving, going to reset up my collection and all like that. Going to be doing some short videos and everything like that. I'm actually going to make some more pre-recorded content and not just do the weekly live streams. I mean, I'll still do weekly live streams, but I also want to be able to post regular content as well.
It grows your channel. If I was just doing live streams, I would not have nearly I wouldn't be close to the subscriber count that I have. It's the review videos that I do, because I can look and see like on a review how many subscribers I either gained or lost. You don't really get that through live streams. I mean, you do, but not nearly as much.
Right.
So when I look at what a lot of other where a lot of other streamers are, it's like I'm just breaking in subscribers because of all the review videos that I do.
Right.
Longer than my date. And longer than my dates in the past year, too.
Mike's mentioning he hasn't done lives yet. Mike, you're always welcome to jump on one night and get a little taste.
Yeah, he said next week, right?
Yeah.
Don't hold him to it.
That's what he said. Next week. I totally heard that.
Yep. We all saw it.
Being live, it's a different animal. I mean, it really is, because you do have to interact with, the chat to a point. But again, like depending on what you're doing. If you're doing a solo, it's hard to interact completely with it. Um, when there's more people, it's easier. I have to figure out how to create a producer so I can have probably Matthew. Well, that would be Matthew, where he could highlight chats for me. Like these are things that you should that you should read, not just super chats. Not that I get a lot of super chats.
Yeah.
But he can't do that as a moderator. But what's also kind of, do you have moderators?
Yeah, I got a handful of them. Thanos section on Aaron's one.
Have you noticed how you can't see them in StreamYard?
Yeah, I don't like that necessarily. Like, it doesn't show me the wrench in StreamYard, but that's because they're a moderator of my YouTube channel. But StreamYard's a different service.
But when you get monetized, you'll realize when you have channel members, you can see where the channel members are.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
So I don't see the wrench with Matthew. The other thing that drives me nuts is that when I do my streams, I also have my tablet going here. If I tried having a YouTube up here, that's when everything would freeze. So I want to make sure how everything's going, and because we have words in there that need to be approved, it pops up. I cannot, because I'm on my tablet. I think it's because I'm on the tablet. It won't let me approve it, even though the button's right there. I think it has to be done from your computer, but right. I can't have both going at the same time. So it's like someone needs to fix things. Now, Matthew said he can approve the stuff and everything like that, but it's kind of frustrating because I'm looking over here and they don't go away. That's the worst thing. So throughout the whole stream, all I'm seeing is like these comments that need to be approved. And I asked him last week, and he was like, "Oh no, I approved them. They were fine." I was like, "Okay, I don't see that."
Right. Yeah. See, I have the screen that I'm normally looking at, and then I have the screen with StreamYard over here.
Now, are they on the same computer?
Same computer, different monitors.
Yes. So when I started doing it, I had no problem like pulling up websites and stuff.
Yeah.
Now it freezes up, and I don't know
I've
if
had
it's
issues with that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because of the laptop I have is old. I'm going to be getting a new computer from work soon. It's like 3 years old, but it's pretty beefed up. But I never had the problem. And then I don't know if you watched a few months ago, I had all kinds of streaming problems. It just became a joke. When you're on StreamYard where it says live and it tells you all the viewers, have you ever seen the Wi-Fi symbol come up?
No.
Okay. So.
Yes, I have on occasion, but not all the time.
Do you know what that is?
Mm-mm.
That's how strong your signal is. It's not a Wi-Fi signal. So we all know what the Wi-Fi signal looks like, right?
Yeah.
It looks like the Wi-Fi signal, but it's not. It's how strong the computer is. That's when you start freezing. When you see it drop, you're starting to freeze normally. The only reason why I found out about that is because the one show, the YouTubers that I watched, to help grow the channel and everything, him and his brother were on it, and they're in the studio together, and his brother's like, "Yeah, your Wi-Fi is really bad today." And he's like, "We're not on Wi-Fi." And he's like, "No, it's right here." He goes, "Oh no," he goes, that just shows you how strong the signal is. So we must be losing our signal. Why would you use the universal Wi-Fi signal to show that you're losing signal? Because I'm thinking because I'm hardwired in, I'm thinking that I'm losing network connectivity and that it's jumping onto the Wi-Fi. So I spent like days, weeks trying to figure it out, getting new cables, got a new router. I was going nuts, man. But yeah, it's all those are the little things you learn, and that was just by accident. Yeah.
What I find funny is since I do have it up on, I have the chat going over here on this screen. Again, I had StreamYard over here so I can monitor things. I knew Adam was going to say this before I could see it in StreamYard because it pops up in the live chat over here before it comes up. So I'm like waiting for it so I can highlight it because the AOL discs haven't failed them yet.
Yes. What browser are you using?
Chrome.
Okay, so I use Firefox. I started using Edge for a short bit. It moves faster. I don't know why. And then it slowed down, so I went back to using Firefox. So I went back to using Firefox, and I know exactly what you're saying. Do you also realize if someone deletes their comment, you still see it?
Oh yeah.
So you still see, like, it doesn't go. It goes away over here, but it doesn't go away here. So you can still highlight it.
Oh yeah. Even earlier with those trolls that popped up in the chat after they've been banned and deleted, I can still bring up their comments. Not that I need to.
Did you?
Oh, did you not see them?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, we had a couple of it's more like spam bots than actual trolls. But popping in and saying stick a straw in your eye or something like that. Like, really?
No, I wasn't fully paying attention to it. No, I didn't.
Oh yeah. We had a couple of them in there. Had get in there and do some regulating.
You know what's funny is that, and Matthew can vouch for this. We have not had any. Shit! No! Oh shit!
Ah, you got it.
There's a troll.
I did that a couple weeks ago. Did that a couple weeks ago, not even thinking. He was dead asleep. He was. We haven't had any sex bots.
Yeah.
Look, Matthew, he was. I cannot believe I just did that. The moment I knocked on it, I saw him. He popped up. I'm like, I mean, it's 3 a.m. My kid should be sleeping. He's saying He-Man in dog language.
He-Man.
Oh, and he was out too. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry.
It makes sense about deleted messages too, because I remember I deleted something in a chat. I said something, and I was like, that might be a little inappropriate. Let me delete that. And then it got highlighted later, and I was like,
just know, like, if you ever type anything, the host can still see it.
I thought it was inappropriate, but they still highlighted it, so I guess it wasn't too bad. But
Was it me? Because I'll highlight just about anything, including that bomb in front of my son.
It might have been here on Skelly's or something. I'm trying to think what it was, but I was like,
he and I are always fighting over the chat when we do things. Well, because sometimes he's paying attention to grab something, and then other times I'm paying attention, and sometimes we're both paying attention.
Oh man.
Rick, I got no idea, buddy. No idea. No clue what the straw in the eye thing was. Like I said, I think it may have been a spam bot or something.
I totally missed that.
Yeah. Oh man, they were spamming it too. It was bad. Like blip, the blip, the blip, the blip, the blip. And at first, because we were engrossed in conversation, so I wasn't really paying attention. And I knew Dawn was out there, so I was like, okay, if anything's happening, she's going to catch it. It just so happened to be the moment that she left and wasn't paying attention to the chat. And it was so quick, like 2 of them just. So I was like, oh, crap, let me get in here and do this. And, then one popped up again a little bit after that she managed to jump on real quick before they got too bad. But it was saying the same thing that the thing had said earlier. It's all fun.
But you can't boot them either from StreamYard. You have to go on.
Oh, okay. I can.
Can you? I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, because what'll happen is okay, say if I come over here, right? I'm pulling up Pop Actor's comment right here.
Yeah.
Instead, it'll have three dots or the star next to it. If you click on the 3 dots, your choices are put user in timeout or ban user and delete their comments.
I guess I've never hit because we've never really. Oddly enough, we've never had an issue per se. Matthews had to stop and like tell people like, all right,
Chill.
dude, stop. Yeah. And I make that clear right at the beginning, like, hey, what he says goes.
I know. I was like, why'd you have to say pop actor? No, you gotta take that personal.
I knew he was. I shouldn't have never used him.
I was like, why'd you say pop actor?
Look, Pop Actor, I'm not banning you. I'm not blocking you. I'm not even putting you in timeout. Okay? You're fine.
Oh, no.
Although, look, Brick's got it. He's Cheater's pet, right? I give him credit for being first, even when he's clearly not.
Oh man.
All right, folks, we're all going to hop off here because it is now 2:45 a.m. Been over 5.5 hours. But
I think I've been up for 5 hours.
yeah. Oh. Yeah, because you jumped in a bit late.
And I'm the new guy.
All right.
Yeah, I'm new too.
It's funny. I still think of myself as the new guy at my company sometimes when I'm talking to my boss and the other delivery guy, and I've been there 22 years.
I get it. I get that. I was not quite that long with GameStop, but like even towards the end, I was still feeling like the new guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait, I've been here for a decade. Just didn't feel like that. So, it's definitely been a really fun night, everybody, and I'm glad